All right, everybody. Welcome. This is your host, Paul Gaither. This is Madden NFL 2003. And the goal, the aim, the purpose of today's video, the thing that I was thinking of the most. Why don't we take a look at presentation in this game? I'm not trying to specifically retire Madden 03, but I will tell you this. Playing the franchise mode, simulating it, going multiple years into the future, and seeing what the draft class quality was like was definitely a big turnoff. I really enjoy the gameplay of Madden 03. I think it's a very good game. But the draft class quality really turns me off. Like, the league looks like it literally falls to shambles. And so, if you want to call this a semi-retirement, because I would like to mess with custom playbooks and I would like to do some user play functions, but I don't feel it has a lot of longevity in terms of, like, those draft classes kill it. Like, and I wanted to import NCAA draft classes, but we can't. So, you say, entertaining the in-laws today, but we'll pop by when I can. Hey, Denny, have a happy Father's Day. Enjoy it. That's part of the point here. We just had our great family lunch and everything together, a late lunch because delivery took a while. But just time to celebrate and have a great time, everyone. So, we're going to jump in. And one of the first things I want to take a look at is clone teams. Yeah, you take care of it. I hope everything goes well on your end. We're going to look at clone teams. Does the NFL game have any commentary for cloned teams? I believe Madden 14 does. Well, there's one with Chris Collinsworth, like Madden 12 or Madden 10 or whatever. They say, oh, only in the world of video games can you do this or whatever. They're literally clones of themselves or something along those lines. So, is there any commentary for this? And then we're going to go to this and mute myself. We'll make commentary afterwards. All right, so some things to observe from this intro here. No commentary on the fact that they're clones, like they're fighting against each other. Obviously, we're not playing at Soldier Field. I believe there was the whole thing about Soldier Field not licensing to Madden. I don't know what year, if any year, they finally allowed Madden to include Soldier Field in the game. But I believe there are later iterations of Madden where they create, like, intellectually distinct or whatever, like enough to not get sued, but close enough, like, to, how can I say it? What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah, like, intellectually distinct, right? So they can't get sued, but it looks close enough to, like, the place that you're looking at that you still know where they're supposed to be playing, right? I don't know if it was at Madden 12, I don't know if it was at Madden 14. One of them, I believe, they, like, okay, fine, we'll let you use it in the game, right? But there you go. And there's nothing special about the player introductions or anything there. Because I was watching New England Patriots Rams, and they talk about former first-round pick, and they show Richard Seymour. So sometimes there are built-in storyline bits that they include. We don't see it here. So we're not going to just focus only on the Bears, but we might as well go alphabetically through all of this and see if we can get some commentary for various rivals and see if there's any commentary for anything else that we know of. And that is to say, Vikings, Packers, and Lions. Let's see, is there any commentary for playing against the Lions? All right. So the focus was still on R.W. McQuarters, 2 games in a row, but different commentary from Madden about the defense getting pumped up. Nothing special about the rivalry. I can tell you that that's not the case with the Packers and the Bears, something that I did look into before firing the game up. Now, let's actually have the Bears go to the Vikings and see if they have any commentary. Let's see if they continue to focus on R.W. McQuarters and see what else we have. Again, this isn't just about the Bears, but we're going to start cracking off some teams and seeing what we get. Interesting that they completely ignored that the Bears existed. It was just Dante Culpepper, Randy Moss, and the home team defense. Very interesting. And then Packers, Bears, I know for a fact has special commentary. So, let's have a listen.
He's at the top of his game. That secondary will have a hard time stopping him as receiving through it.
R.W. McQuarters and the rest of the defense will have to be at the top of their game in this one. He has to expect to see a lot of passes thrown in his direction, and it'll be largely up to him to cover the best receiver on the other team. We'll have to see which defense is able to control this game from start to finish.
Wow, those guys got to be careful not to get all tired out doing that. You got to save some of that intensity and energy for the game.
Now let's go to midfield for the game's coin toss. The teams have taken the field. We're ready for the kickoff. Let's go to the field.
All right. Thank you so much, Denny, for letting me know that the audio was not coming through. I don't know what the cause of it was. The best I can tell you here, and I don't mind going behind the scenes and showing you all the good stuff, is we go to the audio mixer. We go here, and I had monitor only mute output, so that was probably the problem. Because I had a setup where I could hear myself talking, and it was really frustrating. But we're doing monitor and output because I have my headphones on. So that way I don't have like the TV volume, like my TV's on mute. So let's reload this one up. Thank you for telling me. We didn't miss anything in terms of the Vikings and the Bear clones because there was nothing to miss, if that makes any sense. They talked about Dante Culpepper. He's like one of the best quarterbacks in the league. Whether it's he's faking a play pass or he's throwing a touchdown or whatever. And they're like, Randy Moss is deceptively fast. Like all the audio we've heard before. In the first one of the Bear clones, John Madden said, like, hey, look at them. They're jumping around out there. Hey, try not to get too excited and pull a muscle while you're before the game. And the other one is like, this is what we like to see. You know, like these guys ready to go out there and fight or whatever. Like, it's like, okay. So thank you so much, Denny. We didn't miss very much. But this one, I know, is at least worth listening to. So let's go sources, video capture.
We come to you from hallowed Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin. This is the longest ongoing rivalry in the NFL today, the Packers and the Bears.
Yeah, no matter how they've been playing against other teams, they always seem to match up pretty evenly when they play each other.
Al Michaels here with John Madden. Welcome you to another exciting game.
You talk about a quarterback who can lead his team to victory. This guy has all the tools you look for. Great arm, pocket presence, and the ability to hit a receiver anywhere on the field. There's not too many like this guy, and we could see him put up big numbers in this one.
The Bears defense will have to be at the top of its game in this one. If they hope to keep this offense in check, they're going to need a huge effort from everybody on the defensive side of the ball. If they can't get to the quarterback, the secondary will have to step it up and cover the receivers a little bit longer if they want to keep this game close.
Hey, look at him down there jumping and yelling and stuff. They just can't wait to give this home crowd something to cheer about.
Now let's go to midfield for the game's coin toss. They're lined up.
All right, so there you go. Came out well. It was streaming well on my phone when I had my microphone on mute, so you don't get the feedback. But we got special audio, Packers, Bears. We've listened to, I know I didn't have the audio come through, of Vikings, Bears, and Lions, Bears, but there was nothing special. Since we missed it, and I might as well flip which team is doing what, let's have Lions, Bears, Lions at home.
Our broadcast comes to you today from inside Ford Field in downtown Detroit. Thanks for being with us. The teams are warming up and getting ready for the kickoff as the Chicago Bears come into town to face the Detroit Lions. Welcome to the game. Al Michaels and John Madden here, broadcasting live. So pull up a chair and relax because this is going to be a good one.
The offensive line will have to step it up because this guy's looking to make some plays. He knows every trick in the book. So you'll see him setting up guys, make them think he's going outside, then rip to the inside to get into the backfield.
R.W. McQuarters and the rest of the defense will have to be at the top of their game in this one. He has to expect to see a lot of passes thrown in his direction, and it'll be largely up to him to cover the best receiver on the other team. We'll have to see which defense is able to control this game from start to finish.
Now this is what you call excitement. Look at those guys down there. They can't even stand still.
Now let's go to midfield.
I'm really surprised that in all of these Bear games, they do not focus on or pay any attention to Brian Urlacher. Isn't that weird? And since we didn't get to listen to it last time it only talked about Vikings players. They ignored the Bears completely.
Minnesota, the land of lakes, where today's game will take place. Thanks for joining us again today. This is a most interesting matchup as the Chicago Bears get set to take on the Minnesota Vikings. Hi, and welcome everyone to another great NFL football telecast brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. I'm Al Michaels, joined by John Madden.
When you look at how good an offense is, it all starts with a quarterback. They can do a lot more things with this guy throwing the football for him. He can make the touch passes or just fire one of the old breadbasket if he has to.
Moss makes a great target for him every game. I think most people in the league like to think that he's deceptively fast. That allows him to sneak past the defense for big gains. Now, whether or not he'll be able to against this defense is something we'll be paying a lot of attention to.
This is a team that plays as one unit out there, and they're proving it right now. Look at it. They're all jumping up and down at the same time.
Now let's go to midfield for the game.
So they've done it again. They would rather talk about the Vikings and ignore that the Bears even exist. And after all these attempts at the Bears, not once have they paid any attention to Brian Urlacher, their best player on their team, right? I mean, I don't think it goes without question. Like, I don't know what he's rated in this game, but I'm willing to bet, yeah, Urlacher 96 overall. And, like, you know, Olin Kreutz is very, very good. They talked about Mike Brown. They talked about... I don't know if they talked about Mike Brown on camera, but I was running some before I went live, and I said, you know what, let's just go live. But they have a huge focus on R.W. McQuarters and 80 overall. And I'm not saying they should only talk about the high-rated guys. Like, okay, we're going to talk about the center in today's game. Oh, look at the punter. Like, I get it. But they've completely ignored that Brian Urlacher even exists after multiple games that we've seen. That's kind of crazy. All right, so as I said, let's go alphabetically and knock some stuff out here. Bengals, Browns, what do you think there? I think we should check out to see how this goes down. What do you think about having Browns be the home team and Bengals away? Because obviously the brief history is Paul Brown was fired by the owner of the Browns, and then went on and founded the Cincinnati Bengals. And what we can also do here is we can look at options of uniforms. And if you look at the classic uniforms, it won't let us spin. They're basically the Browns uniforms, but they put the word Bengal on the side. And where the Browns have the color brown, the Bengals have the color black. Right? So if you go classic, like these are the classic uniforms. Right? Look at the classic socks, the classic style, the stripes on the pants, everything else. And then you look at classic here. Right? They're basically intentionally, we're the Browns, we just have the same orange helmet and everything. We're just basically going to be slightly different. Right? So let's go back here, away, and get it started.
The dog pound is barking here in Cleveland Brown Stadium. Temperatures below the freezing mark for today's game as the Cincinnati Bengals come into town to face the Cleveland Browns. Welcome to the game. Al Michaels and John Madden here to bring you this one, sponsored by the fine folks at EA Sports.
This should be a good one. It's going to be up to this guy to take some pressure off his quarterback. The defense they're facing wants to take away the run. So it's up to him and his offensive line to get some good gains early. If they can do that, it lets them use the play pattern. And that could lead to some even bigger plays for him.
Justin Smith can be dominant up.
Let's go, Justin Smith.
In this one, in order to stop that ground game, it will be up to the defensive front to keep the rushing yardage to a minimum and force them to pass more than they would like to. Definitely something to keep an eye on in this one.
You can see these guys are fired up and ready to get this thing going.
So, the only thing that we really saw was special for the stadium, talking about the dog pound. Always love the reference to Justin Smith, and unfortunately I don't see much love for Takeo Spikes, usually when I see the Bengals strap it up. But, to give them a chance, Bengals now, they should not have anything special to say against the Ravens. Obviously, Bengals and Steelers are a famous rivalry. It's more the Bengals hate the Steelers, and the Steelers are the meme of, like, was it the show Mad Men? And one is like, I pity you, and the other one's like, I don't even think about you at all. Like, that's basically it. The Bengals are like, I hate the Steelers, and the Steelers are like, are you guys in our division, or like what? I don't get it.
We come to you from Cincinnati, Ohio, and Paul Brown Stadium. Glad you can be with us today as we feature two great teams as the Baltimore Ravens match up against the Cincinnati Bengals. Welcome, everyone. Al Michaels here for EA Sports, along with John Madden, and we hope you're as excited as we are for this one.
We get to see a pretty good running back in this one. He's definitely going to be a big factor in the outcome of this game because he's going to have to move those chains in short yardage situations. If he can, they might wear down the defense, and that could win the game.
McCrary can be dominant up front, and he might have to be in this one in order to stop that ground game. It will be up to the defensive front to keep the rushing yardage to a minimum and force them to pass more than they would like to. Definitely something to keep an eye on in this one.
Look at those guys down there. They can't even sit still. Heck, watching from up here almost makes me want to go down there and join in.
Now let's go to midfield for the game's coin toss.
All right. So again, nothing special. The only special thing we've had is Bears Packers talking about how old their rivalry is. So now let's have the Steelers hosting the Bengals. And I feel like there's a level of rivalry here, like hatred, all of that, division rivalry. I feel the Steelers built a great rivalry with the Ravens simply by both teams being really good in the 2000s and the 2010s. And like fighting in playoff games and also just like regular season, like beating each other up. The Ravens obviously were not much of anything in the 90s. And you got to give it credit. The fact that the Steelers and Ravens is an interesting game, and that's not the one we're talking about right now, made the AFC North more interesting. Right? Because it's like Bengals, Browns are crap teams that no one cares about, and they kind of hate each other in the same way the Saints and the Falcons hate each other, but no one else cares. I don't think the North, what was then the Central, had any meaningful rivalries because, again, the Steelers just kind of owned everything, and then the 80s happened and the Bengals were good for a little while the Steelers weren't, and then blah in the 90s. But the 2000s having the Ravens and Steelers like has really lit a fire in that entire version of the division. I know it used to be the Central and all that, but you get my idea. Let's see if this is any interesting.
The city is Pittsburgh and the stadium is Heinz Field. Temperatures below the freezing mark for today's game as the Cincinnati Bengals square off against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Hi, and welcome everyone to another great NFL football telecast brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. I'm Al Michaels, joined by John Madden.
We've got two great defenses, and for this team, their anchor up front is this guy. He's got amazing strength, and he can toss an offensive lineman like a rag doll sometimes. Let me tell you, every quarterback knows how hard he can hit. I wouldn't be surprised to see him force some quick throws with his ability to collapse the pocket.
Chad Scott should be a very big factor at corner in this one because he will probably be tested early and often by the opposing offense. They usually count on him to shut down one side of the field, but that won't be an easy task. We have two great defenses, so we'll see who can make the most plays.
And you can tell that defense is fired up and ready to go. I don't think we should keep them waiting any longer.
Let's go to midfield for the coin toss.
Now, I don't know where Joey Porter is rated right now, but you notice they're just ignoring the entire linebacking core. Like, they haven't had anything to say about the linebackers whatsoever. That's very interesting. Now, I've jumped from the Bears to the Bengals. So not that I need to stay in the AFC North, because we were going more alphabetically. I was just thinking about Steelers-Ravens, but we might keep that in our back pocket. Because we literally had Bengals matchups. The Bills. Okay? Interesting. So, Bills with Jets, Dolphins, Patriots, right? So, two New York teams. So, I don't dislike this uniform combination. It has a flavor of the 90s Jim Kelly Bills, but then trying to modernize it at the end of the 90s into the early 2000s. But I definitely like when they changed to, well, looking like an equivalent of this, like the classic uniform, but with the more modern logo. So that's something that I definitely enjoy more. And, yeah. Let's take a look. Jets away and classic away, like the shades and the colors. Let's have a listen.
The site is Ralph Wilson Stadium, located in Orchard Park, New York. Glad you can be with us today as we feature two great teams as the New York Jets square off against the Buffalo Bills. We're here for what figures to be another great game, brought to you by the folks of EA Sports. Hi, everyone. I'm Al Michaels, along with John Madden.
This should be a good one. It's going to be up to this guy to take some pressure off his quarterback. The defense they're facing wants to take away the run, so it's up to him and his offensive line to get some good gains early. If they can do that, it lets them use the play path, and that could lead to some even bigger plays for him.
John Abraham can be dominant up front, and he might have to be in this one in order to stop that ground game. It will be up to the defensive front to keep the rushing yardage to a minimum and force them to pass more than they would like to. Definitely something to keep an eye on in this one.
Wow, this guy's got to be careful not to get all tired out doing that. He's got to save some of that intensity and energy for the game.
Let's go to midfield for the coin toss.
So very interesting to see the defensive line and the corners as a primary focus. I have seen a section about Mike Brown and the Bears, even though I think, again, I said it was not while we were actively watching on my channel. I have seen it. So Miami, right? Maybe we flip it up and we have the Bills go to Miami. And in doing so, they like to usually wear white. And I have to say, like, the classic all whites. Miami's all whites, I think, just looks so much better. I think both look really good. I think this, like, 90s all white, it really makes me think of, like, that whole Zach Thomas era, which also is in this game right now, the Zach Thomas era. Like, I think both look really nice. A lot better than the default home uniforms. Right? The classic is fine. But yeah, this classic, this just makes me think Miami. These uniforms, we can go with the... We've already seen these. Yeah, let's go with the Jim Kelly uniforms.
We're live and getting ready for what should be another great NFL matchup. It's been a tremendous rivalry through the years in the AFC East, the Dolphins and the Bills.
Yeah, these Miami and Buffalo games are always big games. They play at postseason intensity every time they meet.
Welcome to the game. EA is proud to bring you continuing coverage of the NFL. I'm Al Michaels with John Madden.
That quarterback's not going to have an easy game because you're going to have this guy chasing after him the whole time. He's always breaking double teams to either make a play in the backfield or get a sack. One way or another, he's out there wreaking havoc on this offense.
The Dolphins' defense will have to be at the top of its game in this one. If they hope to keep this offense in check, they're going to need a huge effort from everybody on the defensive side of the ball. If they can't get to the quarterback, the secondary will have to step it up and cover the receivers a little bit longer if they want to keep this game close.
They do stuff like that these days. You get all warmed up, stretch a little, then you get together as a team, say a little something, and you start going crazy.
And the captains are out there ready for the corner.
All right, we got our second official matchup, and I'm going to put it in the chat to help take notes. Bills and Miami actually legitimately had a commentary.
Allison Stadium in Orchard Park, New York is the site for today's game. Thanks for being here with us. We're just about ready to start the game right now, featuring two very talented teams as the New England Patriots get set to take on the Buffalo Bills. We're here for what figures to be another great game, brought to you by the folks of EA Sports. Hi, everyone. I'm Al Michaels, along with John Madden.
You talk about a guy who could knock someone in the next week. I think every receiver in the league looks twice coming across the middle when they know this guy's out there. And it's not just pass coverage. He'll be a big factor in this game, also in run support.
Travis Henry should see a lot of action to help give his offense a more balanced attack. The only way they're going to be successful against that defense is to keep them honest with a running game. It's definitely going to be a game of X's and O's and who has the better game plan.
Wow, look at those guys down there. They're practically knocking each other out.
And let's go to the field for the
All right, so no special introduction, but we did get a focus on Lawyer Malloy, the first time we've seen a safety while making these videos, or making this specific video. And that's the Bills and their division rivals. Now, I don't know if there are also like forms of commentary outside your division rivals. For example, Niners-Packers is famous. Niners-Cowboys is famous. That's not in the division, but in the conference. And strangely enough, it's like the Niners and the 49ers of the West and like most of the East. Because Niners-Giants is also like a hated rivalry. Like the Niners hate most of the East, except for we don't really care about Washington. But we have some bitter games against the Giants, the Cowboys. The Eagles, like, okay, just nobody likes Philly, right? If you're not from Philly, then nobody likes you. I'm sorry. Like, I don't see fans, like, if you're not a Philly fan, then you generally dislike Philly. There's other times where it's like, hey, I think football is good when the Raiders are good. I think football is good when the Steelers are good. Football is good when the Cowboys are good enough to then lose on a big stage, right? Like, football was more boring when the Cowboys were just winning like 4 games or whatever. Maybe they have never lost that many games, but you get my point. When the Cowboys are good enough to give their fans hope and then they lose, that's more interesting. But when it comes to the Eagles, it's just like, yeah, people don't like the Eagles. If you're not an Eagles fan already. Denver. Let's take a look here. Denver and Raiders should be something. Hopefully it's something. And we might check it out at both locations, but I kind of want to see Kansas City. Like Raiders versus like everyone, right? Raiders Denver, Raiders Chargers, Raiders Chiefs should have something across the board. Right? Let's take a look at classic uniforms.
EA Sports welcomes you to another great NFL matchup. And our game features the Denver Broncos and the Oakland Raiders. Not much more needs to be said.
These two teams sure don't like each other, especially if they're both in contention to win the division. That's why this matchup has always been more intense than other games they've played during the season.
Welcome, everyone. Al Michaels here.
There it is.
Along with John Madden. We hope you're as excited as we are for this one.
Now, here's one of the better quarterbacks in the league. And the great thing about him is that he always gets the job done. Maybe it's selling a play pass or throwing a block on a reverse. He's always out there doing the little things to help his team to victory.
Tim Brown makes a great target for him every game. I think most people in the league like to think that he's deceptively fast. That allows him to sneak past the defense for big games. Now, whether or not he'll be able to against this defense is something we'll be paying a lot of attention to.
Wow, look at those guys down there. They're practically knocking each other out.
And the captains are out there. They're live.
Very nice. So, Broncos, Chargers.
The fans continue to file in as we come to you live from San Diego, California. Thanks for joining us again today. This is a most interesting matchup as the Denver Broncos match up against the San Diego Chargers. Welcome, everyone. Al Michaels here for EA Sports, along with John Madden, and we hope you're as excited as we are for this one.
Boy, the defense has shown in the past how dominant they can be. They're very aggressive, and it seems like all 11 guys are always around the ball. When you have guys flying around, making hits, causing turnovers, it creates a lot of problems for the offense.
TD will have to be at his best against that defense if he's hoping to help carry his team to a victory. They'll also try to get him out of the backfield, hit him on a few screens and dump-offs. He's a threat whenever he has the ball in his hands, so don't be surprised to see him touch the ball over 20 times throughout today's game.
Hey, look at him down there jumping and yelling and stuff. They just can't wait to give this home crowd something to cheer about.
And the captains are out there ready for the coin toss. They're lined up for the...
All right, so we've got a comment from Denny. Wonder how the game decides who to highlight pre-game. Is it based on their importance rating, or do you think players are earmarked another way? That is very interesting to check, but again, that still wouldn't explain why R.W. McQuarters was featured many times in Bears games, so I don't even know what that is all about. I just wanted to note, and I put it in the chat, Terrell Davis got a special comment calling him TD, as opposed to like generic insert first name, insert last name, Terrell Davis, or whatever, if that makes sense. They actually have a special nickname for him. Sometimes, like, it's just interesting to see if they actually mention a player like that. No special commentary, like, it was a half special. It's like, we have a really special game here, but I don't know if they just say that about all of it. That's very interesting. Who's missing? Obviously, Broncos, but the Chiefs. Yeah, the Chiefs. I kind of want to go to Arrowhead, though. I want to see if they have anything to say about the noise in the crowd at Arrowhead. And now we've had different uniform looks. But it can't be important because of R.W. McQuarters. There's no way he's more important than Brian Urlacher. I know what you're saying, but it's got to be something.
We're coming to you today from Arrowhead Stadium, home of the Kansas City Chiefs. For years, one of the great rivalries in the AFC.
Let's go.
Broncos against the Kansas City Chiefs.
You know, whenever you get two division rivals like these two, they're always playing for big stakes and a place in the standing. The Broncos and the Chiefs both have great winning traditions.
Hi, everyone. I'm Al Michaels here for more great NFL action with my partner, John Madden. And hold on, because this is going to be a good one.
We sure have a heck of a matchup, and it all starts with this guy. Our offense really gets going when he's involved early. A lot of times they like to get it to him in open space with screenplay. One thing's for sure, we'll be calling his name a heck of a lot during the game.
Eric Hicks will try to neutralize that ground attack with the rest of the defensive line. So expect to see a lot of stunts from the guys up front to force the other team to change their blocking schemes. If the defense can stop the running game, this should be a close one.
Look at him down there. Now this is a team that comes ready to play. Heck, I even think I see a coach jumping up and down a little bit.
Let's go to midfield for the coin toss. They're lined up.
So first thing, he said that there was a coach, obviously not on the screen, but that brings some liveliness to it that you don't necessarily see it on screen, but he's talking about it. Second thing I noticed about this intro, aside from the fact that, yes, there's a special audio for it, was that across these different defensive linemen, they have a variety of comments they're making. They talk about one like, oh, every quarterback in the league has been hit by this guy. Every quarterback in the league knows how hard this guy hits, whatever. Another one, I don't remember if it's the same one. They talked about other ones were like, he'll disrupt the pass game or whatever. I think another one talked about they disrupt the run game. This one they were talking about using line stunts and so forth up front. Even though they're focusing on the defensive line, they have a variety of commentary for it. So that was really interesting. Yeah, we all took Urlacher for granted. Absolutely. I mean, personally, I know that I didn't. In fact, one of the... I think I've told this story on my channel before, and I don't want to take too much time, but in my very early days of playing Madden 02, was trading to get Urlacher on my 49ers team, and he was a rookie. Like, I literally was like, no, I need this guy on my team. Right? Like, I as a guy I'd heard of, as a guy I was hyped for, and it was a guy that I was really happy, turned out to be really good. if that makes any sense. Like, before he played a snap in the NFL, like, I knew that I wanted him on my football team, and I was upset that he didn't get to wear the red and gold and he was a Bear. But there's also something special about, a team that has Dick Butkus and then a team that has Mike Singletary, and the same team has Brian Urlacher. It's like, if you had, like, the Bears' all-time team, who's your starting middle linebacker? Would you go to the 3-4 just to put two of them on the field? Would you go a 4-3, and would you just have all three of them be starters and not even have outside linebackers? What does it say about Lance Briggs or whatever? Such an interesting conversation, right? You're like, oh, obviously I would choose so-and-so. Well, are you sure? Because the other ones are also really great. But yeah, absolutely. Great comment that we took Urlacher for granted. It's just like absolutely on point with that comment. Browns. We have seen the Browns and the Bengals. That's also about doing these teams, is you don't need to repeat as you start getting through it and you start knocking things off of the list. So, Browns and Steelers. I don't want like all of the Steelers to just be at home. It's nice to have them away. But yeah, this is, I think, a good opportunity. Browns, Steelers. No uniform changes are really necessary, right? You have the base home with the big sleeves, and you've got the small sleeves. Of all Browns uniforms, I really do like the retro, but this era with those big sleeves, I also liked as well. And I just like classic uniforms, even though the Browns, like, I guess was like the 30s, but definitely the 40s into the 50s, whatever it was, they were like an NFL standard of greatness, and then just completely fell off after that. And were completely irrelevant after Paul Brown was gone. And then they had like a short rise where they had Marty Schottenheimer as their coach, and they just kept failing to make Super Bowls. Like, they had back-to-back AFC Championship games that it could have been them in 2 Super Bowls, and it wasn't. And then they brought Belichick in, and then he got them to the playoffs and a playoff win, and then they decided to become the Ravens, and then we know the rest. And now, for me, the 1999 Browns will always be the Timu Browns. And I don't mean like, oh yeah, this is Timu, like whatever. Like, they'll always be the Bamba, as we say in Spanish here in Peru. They'll always be the fake knockoff Chinese off-brand Browns, because we all know that the real Browns are the Ravens. Like, the success that they had, I feel the historic 40s whatever success, the 80s success under Schottenheimer, the Bill Belichick hiring Ozzie Newsome Browns, I feel that that is the spiritual successor. It literally is the Ravens. The greatness that was the Browns is the greatness that became the Ravens. And these are just like the knockoff pretend Browns that said like the Walmart, the Salvation Army leftover Browns that just happen to exist. So, no disrespect to the city of Cleveland, but that new ownership and franchise and everything else, it just feels like you got to take the plastic wrap off of them Browns.
On the shore of Lake Erie, we bring you our game from Cleveland, Ohio. Thanks for joining us again for today's coverage. I think we're in for a good one today as the Pittsburgh Steelers come into town to face the Cleveland Browns. I'm Al Michaels and my partner John Madden here to bring you today's game.
There's nothing like talking about a little defense. And whenever we see this team and mention the word defense, this guy comes to mind. The way he flies all over the field, making tackles, breaking up passes, I'll tell you, he's a non-stop hustler. And if they're looking to stop the ground game, he's going to have to make some big plays out there.
Jerome Bettis will have to be at his best against that defense if he's hoping to help carry his team to a victory. They'll also try to get him out of the backfield, hit him on a few screens and dump-offs. He's a threat whenever he has the ball in his hands, so don't be surprised to see him touch the ball over 20 times throughout today's game.
They do stuff like that these days. You get all warmed up.
The teams are taking
I think it's fair that they don't really have much Browns-Steelers commentary to make here. And then going to the comments, I got to give all the credit here. And like, Asuka, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the comments section. If you've been a long-time viewer but a lurker, great to have you here. Patrick, so great to have you on channel right now. They became super relevant after moving to Baltimore. Exactly. I feel that that's what the point I was making before, is they carried that legacy of like semi-greatness, because obviously they actually won 2 Super Bowls, and they became like the 80s Browns were relevant, like I said. I think that they carried that good factor with them, like remaining relevant. And then Denny's saying to hear Al say Steelers go Super Bowl. So there's got to be some kind of AI voice training, feeding Al Michaels' voice in there, and then giving it that text prompt of Steelers go Super Bowl, like question mark. Oh my god, that would be like I don't like to advocate the AI use because I just hate AI slop, but there's just something fun about that. And then, as I've said, this is pre-Steelers Ravens real rivalry, right? I mean, Ravens did win 2000 Super Bowl, and this is just 2002 season, just 2 years removed from being a Super Bowl champion. But like, it's also before like the big time games and the big time matchups that we know would later come in future years. Like Troy Polamalu, I believe, is going to be a rookie in Madden 04. And I believe Ed Reed is in this game as a rookie and Edward Reed. And in fact, let's just look at that real quick because I believe I messed with the roster. This is one of the players that I made improvements on. Yes, he's no picture rookie Edward Reed. And I went in and I found equipment. I found different pictures. And the use of the face guard clear, the face mask, the 2-bar running back, is accurate to rookie Ed Reed. And then the different gear. This is kind of a hodgepodge of gear that he actually wore at any given time. Several times he wore like the one glove. The one purple glove, I think even with the fingers. The black wrist and the white white elbow and all that stuff. I can point to pictures of his rookie year where he was still getting his gear sorted out. And it's like, I don't know if he ever wore this exact combo one time, but he was just all kind of like one elbow pad or one elbow sweatband, but not the other. And the right hand had the black and the left hand had the white, which is a thing that he did. And he would have the glove or not have the glove, but it was only on the left hand. You know, and it was just like very interesting. It was like a purple glove. So I just tried to get something that looked and felt like Ed Reed out there. Just a little slight note, but this is before that big time era. Checking the comments. Been watching for a little while now, says Asuka. Probably a couple months or so. So glad to have you here. Then the comment, Browns should have done what the Texans did and established a new name and identity. And you know what, Asuka? I do not disagree with you at all. I know that the Cleveland Browns fans and everyone did not want to lose the heritage of their city of having that. Especially the heritage of winning of like the 40s and everything like that. They're really, really, really attached to their Brownies. And not to say that Houston wasn't attached to their Oilers, but I think it's a little different. There's a whole video talking about the history of like the Oilers name change because they went to be the Nashville Oilers before then they had to change and come up with a new name and all that. And then side note related to it, Asuka and everyone, is we got to remember it was the Baltimore Colts for a long, long, long time. And they packed up in the middle of the night in those Mayflower trucks and drove out to Indy. You know, and there are people in like Baltimore who do not accept the Ravens as their team, that they still feel that their team got stolen from them in the middle of the night and they just don't accept it, right? It's all very interesting. And it's like, should the Colts have moved away and then when the Browns went to Baltimore, like, is there like an alternate reality where it's the Indianapolis insert team names and then the Browns become the new Colts or whatever and the Ravens don't exist and it's like Ed Reed and Ray Lewis and all that are like famous Baltimore Colts or whatever. When we're talking about like keeping your name in your city and all that kind of stuff. Same thing, Rams, like LA, St. Louis, back to LA. It really felt like St. Louis was just like a holdover time before the Rams came back. I literally have stepbrothers and a stepsister, like they're Rams fans because my stepmom, rest in peace, is from LA area. So they stayed faithful to their Rams even when the Rams moved away. It's not the same with the Niners moving from actual literally San Francisco to where they are now, but the Santa Clara Niners, they're still always the Niners for us. Side note there, if you ever look it up, and I maybe can show it on my channel, in the early to mid 90s, the 49ers tried to change their logo. They go 49ers logo change 90s. 1991 images. Yes. And then I will go to sources and I will show you on the screen display capture. This is a press conference. This is what the 49ers tried to change their logo to. They tried to have at the press conference. This was the big change. They wanted to go 49ers because they wanted to no longer associate their logo with specifically the city of San Francisco, is my understanding. The idea of moving to Santa Clara or somewhere else had been floated around for quite some time, and it was part of the move to try to disassociate from directly San Francisco and on the side of the helmet and more being the Niners logo. So that was a thing. Let's go sources. And so yeah, that's a whole other side conversation. That's interesting. Let's get back to this. And where were we? We were looking at brownies. And we've already seen the Browns and the Bengals. We saw the Browns. Do we need Browns and Ravens? Yeah, Browns and Ravens, right? Boy, that's going to be an interesting one, right? The team that was and the team that is, or whatever. And do we have the old school Ravens logo? No, we do not. Do you remember the old Ravens logo? I know I do. If I say Ravens original logo, was there a lawsuit with that? I guess there was some interesting history of the Ravens look. So I'm going to open up, open image, a new tab. And let's actually have a look at the Ravens. Okay. 1996 to 1998. That's what they looked like. Okay, I'm trying to get like from Reddit. I'm trying to just open the image. I just want the image. I don't want the attached stuff. Okay, well, anyway. Here you go. This old Baltimore Ravens logo and all of that. And then what it became from 1998 through the present. So, yeah, I remember the old Ravens uniforms. If I go on, like, Ray Lewis, 1998 images. No, is it 1997? Yeah, they had the old uniforms like this. Yes. Oh, I hate when these images are so damn tiny for no reason. Yeah. That old uniform. The number outline, the big white stripes on the side. I think they made the right decision. Whether they were sued or not or whatever. I think that their style that we have now is far better. Big white stripes for no frickin' reason, man. Yeah, so weird. Okay. Sources. Video game. I guess it's one of those things, like, it was so bad we don't even miss them. Okay, but yeah, they don't have it as an option, and nothing in particular. Let's go like that, and let's have a listen.
Live from Baltimore, Maryland, another exciting game of NFL football. Cold weather is forecast for today's game as the Cleveland Browns square off against the Baltimore Ravens. Welcome to the game, everyone. Al Michaels here for EA Sports with my partner, John Madden. Everyone here ready for more exciting NFL action.
Boy, the defense has shown in the past how dominant they can be. They're very aggressive, and it seems like all 11 guys are always around the ball. When you have guys flying around, making hits, causing turnovers, it creates a lot of problems for the offense.
William Green will have to be at his best against that defense if he's hoping to help carry his team to a victory. They'll also try to get him out of the backfield, hit him on a few screens and dump-offs. He's a threat whenever he has the ball in his hands, so don't be surprised to see him touch the ball over 20 times throughout today's game.
Wow, look at those guys down there. They're practically knocking each other out.
Let's go to midfield for the coin.
I don't know if there is a setting for cold weather like there is in the NCAA uniform settings. But Ed Reed, you saw, had sleeves. Ray Lewis did not have sleeves. And I don't know if there's any control that I have as a user in that outfit, in that style. So, Browns, we've had all the matchups. Tampa Bay, the South. That includes the Saints. Who would be most interesting as a rival for them, though? Like the Panthers, right? Because we know that the Falcons and the Saints are like the big rivalry in the South. Tampa Bay and Green Bay had the Battle of the Bay. I'm wondering if there's going to be any audio for that. Let's go in. Options. The pewter, the classic orange sickles. Yes, the red with white pants and the red with pewter pants. So against the Panthers... Yeah, this was like a 90s look, and then I do like the fact that they decided to go with the pewter pants rather than the all white, like with the helmet. I think that is a far better look overall for them. I think that's a big improvement. But just for fun, let's wear the whites. And then Panthers, no need to change what is considered a great uniform.
Stadium in beautiful Tampa, Florida. Thanks for joining us again for today's coverage. I think we're in for a good one today as the Carolina Panthers get set to take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm Al Michaels with my partner John Madden here to bring you today's game.
I'll tell you, we've got a great one, and I can't wait to see this guy run the ball. He's got good vision and quick feet. And when he sees a hole, boom, he's off into the secondary. And anytime you have a threat on the ground, it makes a whole offense that much better.
Warren Sapp can be dominant up front, and he might have to be in this one in order to stop that ground game. It will be up to the defensive front to keep the rushing yardage to a minimum and force them to pass more than they would like to. Definitely something to keep an eye on in this one.
This is what you hate to see as a visitor coming in here. A team that's focused and really ready to play.
Now, with a team like Tampa Bay, there are a lot of players they could have focused on, obviously. You've got Rondé Barber, and you have 3 of the 4 defensive linemen with Simeon Rice, Booker McFarland, and Warren Sapp. You also have Derek Brooks, and I like how Warren Sapp, when he was on the field, they also had John Lynch and Brooks out there. I don't know if that's just they have the strong safety and outside linebacker always. But it was nice to have those high-rated players on the field as well. Really definitely looks like a mid to late 90s look to it, having them with their uniform out there. And, just complete lack of linebacker conversation, despite having like a Hall of Famer at outside linebacker. Azuka says, maybe because those Packers-Bucks games in the 90s or early 2000s were intense. Yes, and that's something that I want to look at. I want to see Buccaneers go to the Packers when I normally am just focused on division games. When you know that there is an epic rivalry, it's worth taking a look at. So let's do exactly that. The Green Bay home, the Green Bay away, the classic. So you've got the sleeve stripes is like a big change versus the classic look. So that's really it. And again, I like the powerful sleeve stripes. We're going to look at the normal ones with the low end like sleeve stripes, like they're not so like in your face, just because you don't get to see it as often. But I think that was also a uniform improvement for sure. You've got the all white and you've got the creamsicles. Let's take a look at the creamsicles just for fun, for the old NFC Central look.
There'll be plenty of long sleeves and hand warmers in abundance tonight as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers get set to take on the Green Bay Packers. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the game. I'm Al Michaels. With me, as always, is John Madden.
Every time we see this team play, this guy's making a tackle in the backfield or chasing down a quarterback. I think more and more teams have figured that out, and they can't be ignored up front. They try and put a couple bodies on him every time they can to keep him from disrupting every play.
Mike McKenzie should be a very big factor at corner in this one because he will probably be tested early and often by the opposing offense. They usually count on him to shut down one side of the field, but that won't be an easy task. We have two great defenses, so we'll see who can make the most plays.
Hey, look at him down there jumping and yelling and stuff. They just can't wait to give this home crowd something to cheer about.
Those throwbacks for the Packers are fine with the numbers on the sleeves and all of that, but I definitely like the more modern ones for sure. We didn't see anything special there. And a special note, having Warren Sapp in the creamsicle uniforms, I believe he was on Rich Eisen, saying, when you wear those creamsicles, you just feel like a loser. Like, something along those lines, he's like, you just feel like a loser when you put those on. Like, even when they were a good team, it's like you feel like a loser. And I like the uniforms. I think the creamsicles have, like, a nice look to them. But you can tell why they changed them on purpose. So we've got some Saints and Falcons that we've got to look at. See if they have anything as a division rivalry here. And we're going to stay... Are we going to stay? Yeah, let's do creamsicles at home. Yeah.
We're here in Raymond James Stadium in beautiful Tampa, Florida. Glad you can be with us today as we feature two great teams as the New Orleans Saints match up against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the game. I'm Al Michaels. With me, as always, is John Madden.
When you look at how good an offense is, it all starts with a quarterback. They can do a lot more things with this guy throwing the football for him. He can make the touch passes or just fire one of the old breadbasket if he has to.
Ronde Barber and the rest of the defense will have to be at the top of their game in this one. He has to expect to see a lot of passes thrown in his direction, and it'll be largely up to him to cover the best receiver on the other team. We'll have to see which defense is able to control this game from start to finish.
Hey, look at him down there jumping and yelling and stuff. They just can't wait to give this home crowd something to cheer about.
And the captains are out there ready for the coin toss. Both teams eager to get...
Yeah, Suke, I see in the comments, I try not to talk while they're doing the presentation, though sometimes I end up blathering anyway. Yeah, I think they're good-looking uniforms, but I do respect the opinion of the players who actually had to put them on and wear them, and the long history of losing therein. But it's fun in a video game, who cares, right? No, I absolutely love them. But I do respect the hell out of the red and the pewter uniforms. Okay, also I have like a little bit of bias whenever we go 49ers, Buccaneers. We're not going to set it up yet. But them wearing those white pant uniforms, the year they changed from creamsicle to that, I believe that was the year. I don't know if the Niners were at Tampa Bay or what, but I could swear. That's whenever Jerry Rice had a season-ending injury. I believe he came back like the week 16 or week 17. Maybe week 16, like he was able to play a few snaps. In week 17, he was able to play most of the game or whatever before going to the playoffs. But he was pretty much hurt. I think it was week 1 for the whole season. And I think it was the first quarter. I might be misremembering. It was the third quarter or something. But I just have the feeling it was like, oh, there's going to be a brand new season. Steve Young, Jerry Rice, getting hyped. And Jerry Rice is out for the year. And it was like the Buccaneers are the ones that did it to him. And I always just have this childhood bitterness, not adult logical bitterness, but childhood bitterness towards that red and white uniform of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And I think they were in Tampa at the time wearing that. Maybe for a night game or whatever. But we were looking at other teams for the Buccaneers to play against, and that includes them Falcons. So this is before 2004's video game, the 2003 season, where Atlanta changes their uniform style. If you get a chance to watch Secret Base, John Boyce and them talking about the history of the Atlanta Falcons, it's like a 4-part or more series. Check it out. It's awesome. But we're going to check out Tampa Bay versus Atlanta, and I don't think we have a single division rivalry commentary for a little while now. I see the comment, Denny. I'll read it in a little bit.
Our for joining us again for today's coverage. I think we're in for a good one today as the Atlanta Falcons square off against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. EA Sports is proud to present more NFL action. I'm Al Michaels, along with my partner, John Madden.
We've got two great defenses, and for this team, their anchor up front is this guy. He's got amazing strength, and he can toss an offensive lineman like a rag doll sometimes. Let me tell you, every quarterback knows how hard he can hit. I wouldn't be surprised to see him force some quick throws with his ability to collapse the pocket.
Buchanan should be a very big factor at corner in this one because he will probably be tested early and often by the opposing offense. They usually count on him to shut down one side of the field, but that won't be an easy task. We have two great defenses, so we'll see who can make the most plays.
This is what you hate to see as a visitor coming in here. A team that's focused and really ready to play.
And the captains are out there ready for the coin toss. They're lined up for the kick.
All right, Denny, I saw the comment. That is hilarious. Do you have like a Steelers logo or anything in your Twitter bio, whatever, something just so like... Yeah, I can totally see your story, by the way, to read to everyone. Sap came after me once on Twitter explaining why Brett Kiesel, the beard, was a better number 99. He looks like a tub of sherbet in the orange. Like, that to me, I could just see Denny as a real-life meme of, let's do a little troll. It's time to do a little troll. Like, Sap is in the Hall of Fame for a reason. And a Steelers fan is telling you why someone that only Steelers fans and old heads would even remember the name of, the beard Kiesel. Like, I love him, man. But everyone knows who Sap is for a reason. And you just did a little troll and you stirred it up. And he couldn't take it. Some random guy on the internet. I love it. Okay, let's do a little troll, right? So Tampa Bay, no special audio against anyone. Cardinals, oldest franchise in the NFL, or one of the oldest franchises in the NFL. I wonder if there's going to be an audio with them versus the Giants, with the Bears, because they used to be the Chicago Cardinals. Like, not just in their division. I wonder if they're going to have any audio for anything else. Let's check it for the Giants, just for fun. Maybe let's actually have Giants be the home team and the Cardinals be the away team. While we're at it, talk about the uniforms real quick. So you've got the classic blue with the NY logo. And then I grew up seeing that like 80s were Giants on the side of the helmet, all that stuff into the 90s. And then remembering them switching to the retro style. And it always felt like, oh yeah, they're going back to the classic retro style. And it's just like, this is who the Giants really are? And it was just this weird little period where they had the name Giants on the side of the helmet, which again, I think is kind of that attempt to brand themselves away from the city and just brand themselves around the team. Like, we are the Giants who happen to play in New York, as opposed to the side of our helmet being the city that we're from. But I think there's a classicness to it that is worth remembering and acknowledging your history. The other thing that's interesting is the classic look has the white pants that they pretty much keep in the 80s style, right? The white pants there. And the red around the number, I think, is an interesting alternate look that they also end up dropping here. So in the away, they've got the red with the blue outline. Whereas, yeah, look at the away. Red with blue outline. Old school is blue with red outline. That color contrast isn't as sharp as this is. Like, this really pops. This blurs together. And the old school red numbers, also going back to the old school red numbers, but then with the outline of the 80s. There's like a nice little blend of all those uniforms together in the evolution. It really does feel like an evolution. So, just for fun, let's wear the old school uniforms because we're playing an old school franchises kind of game. And before their special new stadium. All right. And then let's take a look at the comments before I press start. Yes, Denny was doing a little troll. And then we might have made a good case because he took it personal. You must have made a good case because he took it personal. You know, Sapp is definitely not someone shy of being outspoken. Anytime he has his attention, he must have been outspoken. I would love to have read, or you tell us generally what your argument was, to have touched a nerve like that. And then hearing Sapp on Rich Eisen basically not wanting to say Terrell Davis's name, but he's like someone in the Hall of Fame who's 40th all time in rushing at the time he went in or whatever, and they're like, why don't you say who it is? And then they have their crew behind the scenes like, go Terrell Davis, and they're like, why don't you think Davis? And just watch that clip. Sapp is never shy of sharing his ideas. And then Asuka says that New York logo always confused me as a kid. Tell me, Asuka, why did it confuse you? I'm not a big fan of lowercase NY. And then also, that's another thing. If we're just talking uniforms and design and being silly, go from lowercase NY to all capitals Giants.
Here we are at Giant Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey for this contest. Thanks for joining us again today. This is a most interesting matchup as the Arizona Cardinals come into town to face the New York Giants. Welcome to the game, Al Michaels and John Madden here to bring you this one, sponsored by the fine folks.
Nothing special at this point.
We always talk about how a game is won or lost.
Doesn't that look like Strahan's face? Like on the character model? Some of the people, they've done a really good job on the face models. Jerry Rice looks like Jerry Rice. Strahan looks like Strahan. Like, especially the limitations of the PlayStation 2 Xbox, like graphics and like polygons and everything. Their 3D artists, or whatever you want to call it, their texture artists, did a really good job. I don't mind talking over this because we've heard all this stuff before. So, no special commentary for this old franchise matchup. Let's check out Bears and Cardinals. Because my understanding is it was the Chicago Cardinals, then they became the St. Louis Cardinals for a while, unless I'm mistaken, and then eventually the Arizona Cardinals. They choose to go by Arizona, not Phoenix. That's another side thing. You notice sometimes teams decide to name themselves or be known by the city they play for or the state that they play for, right? It's like the Pittsburgh Steelers, not the Pennsylvania Steelers, right? It's the it's the Buffalo Bills, not the New York Bills. It's the New York Giants, not the New Jersey Giants, right? It's the San Francisco 49ers, Oakland Raiders, San Diego Chargers. It's never the California Niners, never the California whatevers. But it's the Carolina Panthers, not the Charlotte Panthers, right? It's the Charlotte Bobcats, Charlotte Hornets, but it's not the Charlotte Panthers. All that stuff is kind of interesting to me. All right. And obviously some just sound better and roll off the tongue better. And some of them just sound so weird if you try to say them. I'm going to be playing Bears because they're not playing in their home stadium. Or maybe we could try? Because they're playing in the Illini, the Fighting Illini Stadium. So I don't know if that makes a difference at all. Let's go Classic. It says Classic 1. You're home and you have Classic 1 as away uniforms? Interesting. Home and Classic 1. Why don't you have Classic home uniforms? That's so interesting. Okay. Comments before I press start. Asuka says, to my kid brain, it always looked like a closed fist with a finger and thumb extending out the ball. Interesting. It's always interesting to hear people describing the uniforms and what they see. And that's an interesting look. And then he said it was probably a line about Kiesel had elite hair follicles and Sapp had none. And it was a troll, but a factual one. He couldn't care less what I think, but I caught him on a day. Exactly. Sapp in the game, like, he had, like, those dreads and everything, and then eventually, didn't he, like, go the full, like, bick to the head, and, like, go full bald with the Raiders or something? Tennessee Titans, instead of Nashville Titans, New England Patriots instead of Boston Patriots, or Foxborough Patriots, right? Because they play in Foxborough, Massachusetts, right? Exactly. Tennessee Titans, because For a time, it was the Nashville Oilers, Asuka. I have family in Tennessee, and I spend summers out there. And when they were making the moves and they were having mini camps, OTAs, whatever it was, and I also remember them advertising to try to get tickets to come out and see your Nashville Oilers for the preseason games because no one wanted to buy tickets because no one cared about the Oilers. Nashville and Tennessee wanted a football team, but they wanted it to be their football team with their own name. They actually were thinking about specifically Memphis. Just like you have the Memphis Grizzlies or whatever, Memphis wanted a team in Tennessee more than Nashville did. Tennessee, at least whenever I was growing up and like spending time there in the summertime visiting grandparents, obviously the Volunteers were a big time team. And side note, there is an interview, I believe, with Peyton Manning and Terrell Owens. And Owens saying that when he went to Tennessee Chattanooga, he didn't know it was Tennessee Chattanooga. He thought he was going to go to, he was being brought in to see the Tennessee Volunteers. And he didn't know that he was going to Chattanooga and not the Vols. He thought he was going to be a volunteer. My God, the Tennessee Volunteers have such great uniforms. We were talking about the creamsicles for Tampa Bay. Like, we've talked, Denny and I, we've talked before about how, like, Iowa Hawkeyes are basically the Steelers, but with the Hawkeye logo, and they got permission to bring that in. And NFL, if there wasn't a college team that needs to aspire an NFL team, it might be the Tennessee Volunteers because they show how to do orange and white right. Not to say that the Buccaneers didn't, but the Volunteers know how to do orange and white right. They actually look good. They don't look like creamsicle box of sherbet. They look really good. So that's a side note. Let's get this one going.
We're in Champaign, Illinois for our game at Memorial Stadium. Thanks for joining us again for today's coverage. I think we're in for a good one today as the Arizona Cardinals get set to take on the Chicago Bears. EA Sports is proud to present more NFL action. I'm Al Michaels, along with my partner, John Madden.
There's nothing like talking about a little defense. And whenever we see this team and mention the word defense, this guy comes to mind. The way he flies all over the field, making tackles, breaking up passes, I'll tell you, he's a non-stop hustler. And if they're looking to stop the ground game, he's going to have to make some big plays out there.
Anthony Thomas should see a lot of action to help give his...
All right, we're going to skip through a lot of this as we've heard so much of this audio. Not a single linebacker has been focused. And I'm not saying Arizona should have had a linebacker focused, but not a single one. And that is fascinating. All right, so a little Rams action, a little 49ers action since it's right here. I definitely like the Arizona's new stadium. This stadium, don't miss it at all in terms of just playing in the video game. Definitely like playing in what is, it's not new anymore. It's been around for like, what, well over 15 years, like almost 20 years we're coming up on, close to. But definitely like the stadium that the Cardinals have.
EA Sports welcomes you to another great NFL matchup. Thanks for being here with us. We're just about ready to start the game right now, featuring two very talented teams as the San Francisco 49ers get set to take on the Arizona Cardinals. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the game. I'm Al Michaels. With me, as always, is John Madden.
Boy, you talk about a quarterback who can light up the scoreboard. This guy can do it all. And the scary thing is, he's getting better with each game. I think some of that has to do with his receiver, because he's got some good ones to throw to.
Terrell Owens will be his go-to guy once again, and for obvious reasons. He's one of the better route runners and always seems to make the catch in traffic. Stopping this combo hasn't been easy for many defenses, so we'll have to see what type of coverages they go with to prevent these two from doing a lot of damage.
Look at him down there. Oh.
So you notice that this is the second time we've done the double dip, where they decided to focus on both the quarterback and wide receiver instead of the other team, just ignoring it. They did that with the Vikings, and they've done that with the 49ers, so that's interesting. Arizona, and also you saw this, we were saying Tempe, Arizona, probably while they're busy creating the stadium for Phoenix, the University of Phoenix, Arizona stadium that they have. So, a little bit of Rams action. What do we think? We want to have the Rams be the home team because, again, I believe they were the St. Louis Cardinals before moving to Arizona. So we've had them play against the Bears, where they used to play, and then we're going to have them go to St. Louis, where they used to play as well. Didn't like this Ram uniform. Didn't like the change. I understand why they changed. They moved from LA. They wanted a different look. They wanted to wear the gold and everything. I think this is a great look. It's a great classic look. And I also like the white. Right? The wearing all white at home. This is the Deacon Jones era. Like, this is a fantastic uniform look. I don't like what the modern Rams have. They look like PlayStation graphics on real life, and I don't mean in a good way. I really like this classic white Rams, and I like the yellow for the Rams. I think those look really nice. Was never a fan of the gold look. And at least I did like when they went with from the white pants into the gold pants. I thought that was an improvement. But let's have some classic all white at home uniforms, and the team that used to live there wearing the home uniforms.
It will be deafening here in the Edward Jones Dome in St. Louis. Thanks for being here with us. We're just about ready to start the game right now, featuring two very talented teams as the Arizona Cardinals come into town to face the St. Louis Rams. Welcome to the game. EA is proud to bring you continuing coverage of the NFL. I'm Al Michaels with John Madden.
The defense is lucky to have this guy at the safety spot. He's always getting everyone lined up and making sure they have the right coverage call. When you get a guy like this, he can lead your defense. And that makes everyone else's job a little bit easier.
Marshall Faulk should see a lot of action to help give his offense a more balanced attack. The only way they're going to be successful against that defense is to keep them honest with a running game. It's definitely going to be a game of X's and O's and who has the better game plan.
These guys are really fired up, but they got to watch it jumping around like that. They're liable to pull something.
So we've seen defensive ends, defensive tackles. We've seen safeties and corners. Not a single linebacker featured. Interesting. And is there anyone else? The Seahawks, I guess, for Arizona. Right? Let's talk about Retro Rewind Sports' favorite team, the Seahawks. This is before they changed their uniforms to be what I feel are even better in more recent years. So the classic silver helmet I like a lot. I think it has a classiness to it that this weird uniform change just wasn't doing it for me. I think in Madden 04 or Madden 05 they get that next uniform change. Whenever they go to lose to the Steelers in the Super Bowl, they change the colors, like the shading or tone or whatever the colors. They get like that color of the pants, if that makes any sense. Like the all color uniform. This blue is not the same blue that they would switch to. And then obviously the Legion of Boom era that they have. But not a fan of this at all. Definitely used to always put Seattle in these uniforms in this game because I just did not like it. And we're going to do the same here.
We come to you live from Seattle as the fans continue to file in. Thanks for joining us again today. This is a most interesting matchup as the Arizona Cardinals get set to take on the Seattle Seahawks. Welcome to another presentation of NFL football. Hi, everyone. I'm Al Michaels. And with me, as always, John Madden.
And we get to see a pretty good running back in this one. He's definitely going to be a big factor in the outcome of this game, because he's going to have to move those chains in short yardage situations. If he can, it might wear down the defense, and that could win the game.
Wendell Bryant can be dominant up front, and he might have to be in this one in order to stop that ground game. It will be up to the defensive front to keep the rushing yardage to a minimum and force them to pass more than they would like to. Definitely something to keep an eye on in this one.
And you can tell that defense is fired up and ready to go. I don't think we should keep it waiting any longer.
Now let's go to midfield for the game's coin toss.
Now, I would actually like to see them kick off and look at this stadium right now. We all know the stadium. Now, am I mistaken? Are they missing the crow's nest? Is this something added later? Are they missing in Madden? Is it just the other end of the field? Because I saw the big scoreboard, but I didn't see the... What isn't that called the crow's nest for Seattle? In the previous game, 0-2, they're playing at University of Washington. So they've got like the Huskies and stuff. But at this stadium, this is where the crow's nest is supposed to be, right up here, no? Is it there with the scoreboard? I thought the crow's nest was... Like, please correct me. Like, isn't that here, and then the scoreboard is here? Or is the crow's nest on top of the scoreboard? I don't think they're way up top on top of the scoreboard, right? And they're not blocking the screen, so I thought that they were over here. Were they not? Let me look up online. Seattle Seahawks Crow's Nest. Isn't that what it's called? Or is that another place? The Crow's Nest. Yes. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's sources display. And the term crow's nest in the context of Seattle most likely refers to a specific area. Their home stadium, the official name of the particular section, is a common used by fans to describe the upper levels of the stadium, particularly these upper levels of blah blah blah. Open image in new tab. Okay, so that looks like where the scoreboard and stuff is. So that does look like what I was looking at in the game. Right? But where do they fly the flag? Seahawks pregame fly flag on a deck inside the Lumen Field. Yes, images. Is that where they raise it up? Right there in front of the scoreboard and everything? Probably. Like, I know they do all that. And it's a beautiful stadium. I'm just looking for, like, some real shots. And see if they have it accurate here. Yeah. That looks like what it is. Like that shape and everything. Okay. So let's go back to sources. Yeah, it's good enough, right? Obviously it has the Tiburon stuff and the EA Sports stuff. Yeah, it's fine. I think it looks a lot better on the 360 generation of consoles. Alright. Setting everything back up like it was. Audio mix. Great. Okay. So that was Arizona. Chargers. San Diego. I'm surprised that our San Diego Chargers fan is not here today. I hope everyone is having a happy Father's Day. Whether you are a father and it's your day, or you're a son and you're celebrating, son or daughter, you know what I mean, celebrating Father's Day with your family, or any combination of the above, that would be awesome. Let's take a look at Chargers Raiders. And let's wear the Down Fouts uniforms. Yeah, let's do that.
The fans continue to file in as we come to you live from San Diego, California. Thanks for joining us again today. This is a most interesting matchup as the Oakland Raiders square off against the San Diego Chargers. Welcome to the game, Al Michaels and John Madden.
We get to see Junior Seau, but they're focused on the safety, which again, love it.
And it seems like all 11 guys are always around the ball. When you have guys flying around, making hits, causing turnovers, it creates a lot of problems for the offense.
Charlie Garner will have to be at his best against that defense if he's hoping to help carry his team to a victory. They'll also try to get him out of the backfield, hit him on a few screens and dump-offs. He's a threat whenever he had. The teams have taken the field.
And then the comment, yes, they should never have left San Diego. I agree. I love this stadium. I really like the design and the look of the stadium. It's so classic. Something special that struck to me, playing the video games versus watching it on TV, is the video game for some reason, I don't know, EA has a reason, they just have the Chargers logo all around the stadium, and it's so strange. We're going to look at that right here. It's just, look up there, it's just Chargers, 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 Chargers. And that never made sense to me when I was younger. And in real life, I'm like, why do they do that? Like, why do they have Chargers logos? And it's like, in real life, because they have all the NFL teams. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 that we can see going behind the scoreboard. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. I don't know, like, if in between them they have, like, AFC, NFC, West, East, Central. Like, I don't know if there's other flags, but my understanding is they would have all the 32 teams in the NFL or whatever up there, and then I don't know what other things, but in this video game, even though it's NFL licensed, they don't put the other teams and the other information up there. I can understand if there were like marketing things that they just replace it with the Chargers logo or EA or Tiburon or whatever, because that's what they usually do. They just start throwing, you know, the Madden game and the Tiburon logo here on the sides, right? But why up there, and why like every version? Is that the case? And my first time that I paid attention to this wall, I don't remember which number Super Bowl it was. I think it was the 95 Super Bowl? Is that... What year did they have San Diego have the Super Bowl? But I remember that giant wall. What year or years was the Super Bowl held in San Diego? And it says it hosted 3 Super Bowls in 1988, 1998, and 2003. Okay, so let's go San Diego Stadium. And it says 1998 Super Bowl 32, which was Packers Denver. Yeah. I remember, because I just watched the 49ers growing up. Like 1998, even then, I was not watching every single team in the league. And I remember seeing this big blue wall. This big blue wall always stood out to me in my childhood and my teenage years and everything. And then when it came time to play against the Chargers, like, because normally the stadium's like this. You've got like a little wall and the fans and whatever. And like there's like the green monster like at Fenway Park or whatever, the Red Sox. I hope I said the right stadium because I don't watch baseball. I hope I didn't just insult them by saying the name of a rival team or something. But it's the Boston Red Sox have like their green monster, right? This is like the big blue monster for the Chargers. And there was like a big red zone thing for Arizona in their University of Phoenix stadium. But this big blue wall just always had an impact on me in terms of design. And it's just so weird that it exists and the other side it doesn't. Like, and they're the only team like that with this giant blue wall. Never understood it. Alright. Yep, in the chat, you got it. Chargers should never have left. Yeah, and the Packers Broncos Super Bowl. Exactly. Thank you. So Chargers. Chargers do not have any special commentary against the Raiders. Do they have it? And we already saw the Broncos. Right? So there's no reason to repeat. Chargers, Chiefs. Showing off uniforms that we maybe not shown off before. This other alternate version.
The fans continue to file in as we come to you live from San Diego, California. Glad you can be with us today as we feature 2 great teams as the Kansas City Chiefs match up against the San Diego Chargers. Hi, and welcome everyone to another great NFL football.
So we have not had a special rivalry commentary in a long time.
Now this guy will be all over the field on defense in this one.
And there's no real reason to continue here. And then Chargers, Denver, Chargers, Kansas City, Chargers, Raiders. We're done, right? Kansas City has played the Chargers. Kansas City has played the Broncos. The only thing left are the Raiders. Two teams that generally haven't changed their uniforms. They technically have like a classic version or whatever, some alternates. Like there's the classic Raiders, but no matter what they are, they're pretty much the same, and they have not tried to mess with it. And I wish that remained true for other organizations as well.
We're coming to you live from Kansas City, Missouri. And what a classic matchup we have here today.
There we go.
Two teams.
I'll tell you, I think these are two of the toughest teams going and one of the toughest matchups around. And the fact that they don't like each other, well, that makes for pretty good football.
Hi, everyone. I'm Al Michaels.
I mean, John Madden himself, right, in his own game is going to have some Raider commentary better, right?
Because this is going to be a good one.
Now, here's one of the better quarterbacks in the league.
Both teams eager to get to.
Love it. So we have KC versus Raiders. KC versus Raiders. Yeah, the Raiders versus everyone kind of thing, right? Chiefs, Colts. Colts, Ravens. Why don't we have the Ravens be the home team? I doubt there's any commentary for it. But let's have the Baltimore Colts go back home to Baltimore and play the Ravens. They've got home. They've got classic. Let's make them wear their classic uniforms as they go back to Baltimore.
Baltimore, Maryland, and Raven Stadium is where our game will take place. Thanks for joining us again today. This is a most interesting matchup as the Indianapolis Colts square off against the Baltimore Ravens. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the game. I'm Al.
So, not particularly anything special, huh?
We sure have a heck of a matchup, and it all starts with this guy. Our offense really gets going when he's involved early. A lot of times they like to get it.
What's the defensive focus going to be? Not even Ray Lewis, I bet.
One thing's for sure, we'll be
Not Peter Bollaware. McCrary, huh? Of all the players you could focus on, that's what you focused on, huh? Obviously, they're not going to focus on Ed Reed. He hadn't even played a snap in the NFL at the time of this game. They didn't know what he was going to become. I mean, we all have our predictions of what we thought he could be, but then actually putting it together is quite another thing entirely. This is the game before the Colts and Patriots became like a super legit rivalry game, right? Madden 2003 is the 2002 season, which means all we had was 2001, right? Where Tom Brady came in, and his first start was against the Colts, and they blew the Colts out, right? And then they started to build a rivalry, but they were not even in the division the previous year of 2001 because they already... No, this was... Yeah. Madden... No, this is the year of the division realignment. Yeah. So they did play each other twice in 2001. And then it was a realignment this year. I wonder if there's a commentary for this rivalry. But it's not going to be a classic Brady versus Manning because they only played each other twice so far. Let's see. Any other uniform adjustments? Just Classic 1, Classic 2, all of that? I don't think so. And then what? That away uniform, which is fine. The 90s version. And then the retro version. Yeah, let's just stay with the regular ones.
From Indianapolis, the state capital of Indiana, another great NFL game. Thanks for being with us. The teams are warming up and getting ready for the kickoff as the New England Patriots match up against the Indianapolis Colts. I'm Al Michaels. My partner.
At least they're focusing on Manning here.
Today's game.
And Jeff Saturday.
We have a heck of a game, but
And you're going to talk about Marcus Pollard? Are you serious?
tight end. His coach said he's most impressed with how he continues to improve his blocking.
Your focus is going to be on Marcus Pollard. Not rookie Dwight Freeney. Not Reggie Wayne and Marvin Harrison, not Brady Manning. At least you have Lawyer Malloy. But you didn't even talk about Marvin Harrison. Dallas Clark wasn't even drafted yet. You have Edgerrin James, Peyton Manning, Marvin Harrison, and you talk about the tight end. There's Dwight Freeney right there. Oh, let's go. I made him a starter. Wow. That was your decision. Take your L, Madden. Take your L. Okay, Titans or whatever. Let's have the Titans be at home. Titans uniforms. Blue and white tops, white with blue bottoms. Oilers away and all of that. Oilers blue helmets. Titans have a really good selection of uniforms here in 2025 across all the years to choose from. And some of them just don't exist here because they only recently changed their uniforms, right? It was 1999. So you got 99, 2000, 2001, and 2002. Like, this uniform is literally in its 4th season. Like, it's literally still brand new, right? So, yeah.
As the crowd continues to file in, we get set to bring you another exciting game. Glad you can be with us today as we feature 2 great teams as the Indianapolis Colts get set to take on the Tennessee Titans. Welcome, everyone. Al Michaels here for EA Sports, along with John Madden, and we hope you're as excited as we are for this one.
Now this guy will be all over the field on defense.
Former 49er Lance Schulters.
Maybe coming up to the line of scrimmage for run support. It really doesn't matter to him because wherever he lines up, he ends up making big plays.
Edgerrin James should see a lot of action.
There you go. Focus on edge. But no special commentary. It's not an all-time rivalry, so we're not surprised by that. Texans, brand new team. What kind of commentary do they even have for the Houston Texans? Obviously, they don't have alternate uniforms. They're literally playing their first season. You don't like how the Titans are building a dome stadium replacement? What? I didn't even know that. I'm so out of the loop. That is dropping a bomb for me. Wow. I agree with you.
Thanks for being here with us. We're just about ready to start the game right now, featuring 2 very talented teams as the Indianapolis Colts square off against the Houston Texans. Hi again, everyone. It's almost time for the kickoff. Al Michaels here to bring you this one with my partner, John Madden.
Now here's one of the better quarterbacks in the league. And the great thing about him...
And we're talking about Peyton Manning here. That's dropping a bomb for me. I had not heard that. I don't keep up with the latest news. My goodness. I totally agree with you. Now we're talking about Marvin Harrison. Let's go. And we've heard all this audio before at this point.
Combo hasn't been easy for many defenses, so we'll have to see what type of coverages they go with to prevent these 2 from doing a lot of damage.
I do like that whenever we have a quarterback-wide receiver combo, they do focus on that, and it's nice. He said, never been a fan of dome stadiums. We got way too many in the NFL now. I understand why they make some. I also agree. I like seeing the players play in the elements. I think the Vikings should be playing in the elements. I like having football played in snow and rain and mud and dirt and all that stuff. I wish all 32 teams would play in open-air grass fields. Right? That would be the best. Players do not like the AstroTurf / whatever the synthetic fields are called. Because I think AstroTurf is more like a 90s thing. But with those little granular pellets and all of that, nobody likes it. Natural grass is just more fun. And as a fan, it was interesting to see the baseball field on the field, but even players will tell you that baseball stuff would scratch up your skin so badly. And there's a reason why, and I'm not calling people who didn't do this not smart, but the smart players definitely wore sleeves and elbow pads and things like that to protect their skin. Though that doesn't make it completely free of problems. It also messes with your footing because you literally have a baseball infield and then you switch to grass and the footing is all messed up. And it's kind of cool to see on the field, but it's not cool to play on. Give us grass fields. Let us have snow. Let us have rain. Let's have mud. Like, let's do it, right? Who do the Colts also have to play now? Jags. So as I set that up, let's look at the comments here. It's opening in 2027. The Bears might build a dome. Oh, the Bears' situation is really rough. The history of the stadium, the renovations, if they don't renovate it still at its location, there's a whole special on YouTube. I saw a huge breakdown of the conundrum that the Bears are in, because you've got to be able to play the game, but it would take so much time to build it that you would need to take a season off and again need to play it with the Fighting Illini or whatever. You need to play somewhere else while they work on it in great detail, and it's a disaster. And I guess it's in a bad part of town that's hard, not bad as in crime, but that's a whole other issue, I guess. But it's in a part of town where it's just not easy to get to the stadium and all that, and people were talking about something of a rail yard or whatever that would still keep it in Chicago but would make it easier, and there's whole kinds of breakdowns of what's going on, and then obviously Chicago politics and everything. It's a whole mess. And then that's why you love Lambeau Field. It's just so classic, isn't it? Patrick C. says, by the way, what are your thoughts on Caleb Williams? Well, let's get this next presentation out of the way, and I can organize my thoughts. But I think the easiest answer, and I'll leave you in suspense, Patrick, is I think he has manned... Oh, I was on this 96 Jags. I think he has manned up and taken his lumps as far as acknowledging the fact that he's drafted by the Bears, and everything since he has become a Bear officially and gone to camp and everything, I've seen him be a true professional. I know that when he was in university, people didn't like his attitude, and I think that people have kept that perception of him, despite the fact that he has been a man about it completely throughout this rookie year that he had and all the problems they went through. And I think that... Was there a book or something? I haven't read the book, but I've heard people talking about it and talking about the insides of the book and everything, and it's the head coach, he came to the head coach talking about what's the game plan, and the coach was oh yeah, that's a good idea that we have a game plan or whatever, a scripted 20 plays or something like Bill Walsh used to do. And it's go talk to your offensive coordinator about it. It's is the player supposed to tell the head coach how to head coach a team? And then the head coach, the way they managed that game, that basically got him fired because they didn't know how to manage the end of the game. It's I like Caleb Williams. I don't think that he's going to be a Hall of Fame Gold Jacket superstar player, but I like him in the NFL, and what I've heard from him being a Chicago Bear has been nothing but good news. We're on a bad team, that he deserves better than what the Bears are giving him, and if he gets ruined, it's because of the Bears, and I hope for his sake he does not sign a contract extension and he goes somewhere else to a franchise that knows how to use his talents and appreciate him. It's one of those things where people almost expect you to re-sign with the team that drafted you as if you have any reason to be loyal to them. Okay, let's go to the game and then check the comments and continue.
Today we're in Indianapolis, live from the RCA Dome. Thanks for being with us. The teams are warming up
and absolutely nothing to talk about. Okay. That's also the fun. Once you've seen so many of these intros, you just know is there something there and there isn't. And I didn't expect it from the Colts. But it's worth looking at. Dallas. How is Dallas not just completely filled up like the Raiders? Right? I hope that answers the question. I don't know if you want more. But I think Caleb Williams is an NFL talent. I think he's surrounded by a lack of talent on the Bears and a lack of coaching on the Bears. And I think that over the course of years, he's going to have a good career in spite of the lack of talented teammates around him. I think college him versus NFL him are two different men. And let's see. Eagles, Cowboys.
come to you from Texas Stadium, where the fans are eagerly anticipating
The hole in the roof and all. Nice. Nice comment.
Matchup as the Philadelphia Eagles get set to take on the Dallas Cowboys. We're here for another great game. Welcome to the action.
They switched from that at Irving Stadium to the big television board. That's a big deal. Like, now we just talk about the giant TV that the punters try to hit. Remember when they used to talk about the hole in the Dallas Stadium? So God could see his favorite team, so the stars of Texas could shine upon you, and all those little comments and everything. That used to be a big deal, and now it's just about Jerry's World, the windows that blind the players, and the giant television that the punters want to hit. So, yeah, that's a thing. Cowboys-Packers requested. Needs to exist. Let's have Cowboys on the road. And Green Bay hosting.
We're here at historic Lambeau Field, and the fans are ready to go. Thanks for being with us. The teams are warming up and getting ready for the kickoff as the Dallas Cowboys come into town to face the Green Bay Packers. EA Sports is proud to present more NFL action. I'm Al Michaels, along with my partner, John Madden.
When you have a safety like this,
And no, they did not mention anything. That's kind of crazy. Let's try to fire it off one more time, but I think that it's default like set to do that whenever those teams play. I'm really surprised that it didn't fire off anything. And I tried to fire it off at Lambeau just to get it to work.
With the hole in the roof and all, we come to you from Texas Stadium, where the fans are eagerly anticipating today's game. Thanks for joining us again for today's coverage. I think we're in for a good one.
Yeah, nothing at all. Interesting. Now, the obvious thing is we're going to have the team's name redacted versus Cowboys. The fact that we didn't get anything Eagles is interesting. I wonder if we're going to get Eagles-Giants at all. But we're going to check it Giants-Cowboys and Cowboys team redacted.
A great matchup of two teams, a great atmosphere. It's time for football. And a great rivalry continues today as Dallas and Washington get together.
yeah, when these Redskins and Cowboys get together, it is always a big game.
Al Michaels and John Madden here to broadcast this one, brought to you by EA Sports, the company that defines football.
When you have a safety like this,
So we've got the first one since we saw Raiders KC. Washington Dallas. First one since then. Wow. Okay. And then Giants Cowboys.
Here we are at Giant Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey for this contest. Thanks for being with us. The teams are warming up and getting ready for the kickoff as the Dallas Cowboys come into town to face the New York Giants. We're here for what figures to be
Don't hear anything special there. Let's just try to fire it off at the other stadium. I doubt that'll make any difference at all, because I figure that they either trigger or they don't. And we'll also try to have Dallas at home against Washington to see if it triggers again. Just double checking, right?
With the hole in the roof and all, we come to you from Texas Stadium.
They keep saying it every single time, right?
Today's game. We're glad you could join us for today's matchup featuring two very well-coached teams as the
Yeah. But then are they going to talk about the hole in the roof if it's Washington and Dallas, or is that going to change the commentary at all? Are we going to lose the special team commentary because they want to talk about the hole in the roof? Or are they going to bleed it all together?
with the hole in the roof and all, we
Okay, we got that one.
Texas Stadium, where the
Insert next part.
Today's game. A great game in store for you today as Washington and Dallas go head-to-head in the NFC East.
Oh, that's special.
Redskins and Cowboys get together. It is always a big game.
Hi, and welcome
So you got the double commentary, huh? You got the commentary of the location and you got the commentary of the team. So it does trigger no matter which it's a home game or an away game. So that's interesting that like no Giants and no Eagles commentary for them. Miami. We've seen them go up against the Bills. Let's have them go up against the Patriots, shall we not?
everyone ready for today's game, which promises to be a great one. We're glad you could join us for today's matchup featuring two very well-coached teams as the New England Patriots come into town to face the Miami Dolphins. Welcome to the game. Al Michaels and John Madden here to bring you this one, sponsored by the fine folks at EA Sports.
One thing that can
Wow, they had so little to say they were talking about EA Sports. Okay, interesting. So, Miami. We've had them play the Bills. We've had them play Patriots. Now it's Jets, right? That's the only thing missing here.
A great matchup of two teams, a great atmosphere. It's time for football. And once again, it's time for Miami and the Jets to continue their ongoing rivalry.
you have teams from different climates in the same division, and each has their own home field advantage. And every time they meet, the visiting team wants to come in and steal them. That happens in this game. It only adds more to this great rivalry.
Welcome to the game, Al Michaels.
That's an interesting. They're going to talk about Jets and Miami, but not Dallas and Green Bay. That's why we do it, folks. That's exactly why we do this. So we've seen Eagles and Cowboys. We should expect Eagles and Giants, Miracle at the Meadowlands, like super rivalry. Do they have anything with Washington? I doubt they'll have anything with Pittsburgh, both being in Pennsylvania, but I doubt they will, but we can check it as well.
Our game is coming to you from Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Glad you can be with us today as we feature two great teams as the Washington Redskins square off against the Philadelphia Eagles. We're here for what figures to be another great game, brought to you by the folks of EA Sports. Hi, everyone. I'm Al Michaels, along with John Madden.
You know, safeties are usually the last line of defense on the field.
The Wolverine,
Like this back there is
Weapon X.
you feel pretty good knowing your defense won't give up many big plays. You also like knowing that he can line up in the box and act as another linebacker to stop the run.
Stephen Davis will have to be the
All right, so no special audio, but it's nice to have them talk about Weapon X. Let's actually go to the Meadowlands, shall we not? Last year at the Vet. Yes. And I think everyone is glad that it's gone. I don't even think the home team liked playing there.
East Rutherford, New Jersey. Giants Stadium, to be exact, is the setting for today's game. There's been a lot of bad blood throughout the years in this rivalry.
Let's go!
Like each other much because of it. It's going to be a real battle down there.
We're here for what figures to be another great game, brought to you by the folks of EA Sports.
That wasn't much of anything. There's just a lot of bad blood here. Okay. Let's flip the script. Is it going to be the exact same audio? Let's have the Vet, Eagles, Giants.
The fans of Philadelphia are out in full force today at Veterans Stadium. And one of the great NFC East rivalries, the Eagles taking on the Giants.
Yeah, these Eagles and Giants are at each other's throats every time they play.
Hi, and welcome everyone to another great NFL football telecast brought to you by the fine folks at EA Sports. I'm Al Michaels, joined by John Madden.
One thing that can turn an average defense into a great one is the guys up front. When you have someone like this who consistently puts pressure on the quarterback, it allows the rest of the defense to drop back in coverage and not have to blitz or pressure as much. And when you can do that, offenses have a tough time getting things done.
Troy Vincent and the rest of the defense will have to be at the top of their game in this one. He has to expect to see a lot of passes thrown in his direction, and it'll be largely up to him to cover the best receiver on the other team. We'll have to see which defense is able to control this game from start to finish.
Now, I don't remember the exact details of the situation, but the vet is famous for having an uneven field. Even when I searched it, Eagles the vet, not level, it says the Eagles' former home, Veterans Stadium, had a notorious reputation for its uneven playing surface. The Astro turf, nicknamed the Field of Seams, right? The Field of Dreams. The Field of Seams, known for its gaps, visible seams, and hollow spots, which led to numerous injuries and even game cancellations. The unevenness was caused by improper smoothing of the underlying concrete, creating ruts and making it unsafe for players. The other thing that wasn't mentioned here that I can't find is I want to say they talked about going at least in one direction towards the red zone. Is either it was higher in elevation or lower in elevation than the other part of the field. So it said something about, like, as a quarterback, like, you see the green turf and you see their positioning, but, like, when you're throwing the ball, the ground is, like, higher up or lower down. So what you think you're throwing at, the guy is actually physically a meaningful distance lower or higher than where he actually should be if you were playing on a truly flat, even surface. What a complete mess it was. So we got two different audios for that. So it's worth double checking some of the ones that we've already recorded, like I've written down in the comments, that they actually have special commentary for. Okay, so after the Cowboys and the Eagles, now we've seen Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles, Redskins, Eagles, Giants, right? Is there Eagles, anyone else we're worth looking at? Let us know. Falcons, Saints, I think, just has to be mentioned. We're going to get to Falcons, Panthers. We can even look at Falcons, 49ers, and all of that. But I don't think that'll make a difference because you got to remember, the Saints, the Falcons, and Carolina were all the old NFC West. The only two NFC West teams to remain were the 49ers and the Rams. And instead, they moved the Central, or what was Arizona? Arizona was in the East, weren't they? Like, of all things. Because they jumped around, because they were Chicago, because they were St. Louis, Missouri. Arizona was in the Eastern Division, I believe, with the four previous teams we talked about, and then Arizona was the fifth one. They got realigned to the West. And Seattle, like, sorry Seahawks fans, but Seattle was the least relevant of the AFC West teams. In the world of, Raiders and Chiefs and Broncos, you had to either have the Chargers move to the NFC West or Seattle. And the Chargers at least had some layer of relevance in the AFC West. But the Seahawks had no relevance whatsoever. They were the weird expansion team that didn't belong. And shuffling them to the NFC cross-conference made the most sense. And the only rivalry that also was kept was Rams-Niners. Because you got to admit, the Rams in St. Louis don't make any sense in the Western Division. But that rivalry with the 49ers is what kept them there. The Saints and the Falcons and the Panthers all definitely belong in the South. Tampa Bay, just simply because Florida is in the southern East Coast. Like, you could have easily had Tampa Bay on the East. Right, but when you already have New York Jets, Buffalo Bills, New England Patriots, and Miami Dolphins, like, there's no reason why you couldn't have Miami in the South and Tampa Bay in the East, except for the fact that the Dolphins have rivalries against the Bills and the Jets, so the rivalry kept that like that as well. Colts don't belong in the AFC South. Exactly. They have no business being there. Question is, who else would go there that would replace it? That if we continue to talk about it, the only reason Dallas is in the East is because of that old school rivalries, right? The Dallas Cowboys could easily have been an NFC South team, right? Heck, the Cowboys could have moved to the NFC West. Like, if you're really, really thinking about it, St. Louis, now they're in LA, but the St. Louis Rams could easily have been an Eastern team, and Dallas could have been the Western team. Because they're further west than St. Louis, Missouri is. Right? But they could have been a Southern team as well. You could have had all kinds of other realignments. So I think all that is kind of interesting. But yeah, the Colts don't belong there at all. The Colts in the North, obviously, where they are, I think that again comes down to Ravens, Baltimore, East Coast, could have easily had Miami and Tampa Bay both be in the South, right? Because Tampa Bay's in the South for the NFC, Miami in the South for the AFC, right? So move Baltimore to the East, move Miami to the South, move Colts to the North, right? That would make a lot more sense geographically, right? Two Ohio teams. I mean, I'm not saying it's the Steelers that need to move, but Philadelphia, I'm sorry, my geography's not great on the East Coast. I'm a California kid. Isn't Philly further west than Pittsburgh is? Or have I got that backwards? Either way, you've got the Eagles in the East, but the Steelers in the North. You could easily have some weird combination of New England and the Colts with the Bengals and the Browns. And while that sounds stupid and ugly, just in terms of their location, obviously New England is more to the east than the Steelers are. But you could have easily had a Steelers, Ravens in the east with the two New York teams, right? That could have been a thing. There could be a variety of situations. But yeah, having the Colts in the north would make a lot more sense than having Miami in the south, right? But if you have a 3-team rotation. And would have protected the existing rivalries. Yeah, the Ravens should have moved to the south since they were still a new franchise. But the south? It's Baltimore. It's right next to, it's a 3-hour drive or less to New York City? Right? I think it's a lot less. I went to Maryland for business, flew into Baltimore, and then had to drive out. No, it was a second flight. Was it a second flight? Yeah, I don't think I drove in Baltimore proper, did I? It was so long ago, I don't even remember if I drove there proper or not. I know I got a rental car, but I think it was just for the hotel and back and all that. Yeah, it was so long ago. It was the late 2010s. It was late 2000s before the 2010s. But yeah, anyway, I went out there and I was looking up what it would take to go to Washington, D.C. and everything. And it was not so far away. New York was not so far away. Everything was so close to each other. I just remember the drive times were it was more traffic than distance. You know? Well, that be let's look at Saints Falcons. They definitely need an audio. They have to have an audio. They hate each other even when they suck.
From the Georgia Dome here in Atlanta comes NFL football. Thanks for joining us again today. This is a most interesting matchup as the New Orleans Saints square off against the Atlanta Falcons. I'm Al Michaels and my partner John Madden.
Boo! Boo! You don't have an audio for this crazy rivalry? Boo! How do you not have a rivalry for this? Okay, all black uniforms, don't love them. Not at all. This I like. With the gold pants. This I think looks good. Falcons are fine. I like the Madden 04 edition of uniforms. But come on, how do you not have an audio for this? I was looking forward to this being an audio.
We're coming to you from inside the Louisiana Superdome here in New Orleans. Thanks for being here with us. We're just about ready to start the game right now, featuring two very talented teams as the Atlanta Falcons square off against the New Orleans Saints. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the game. I'm Al Michaels. With me, as always, is John Madden.
You know, safeties are usually the last line.
Just boo, Madden. You could have done so much better here. You let me down. Falcons 49ers. I just know when they went at it in the Deion Sanders era and everything, the Falcons beat my Niners in 1991 to keep us out of the playoffs. 1990, we were trying to get a three-peat, like 88, 89, 90. We were trying to get the three-peat. The Giants beat us. I believe it was the next year, 91. The Falcons beat us and kept us from going to the playoffs for the first time since like 1981, 82? Yeah, we won the Super Bowl in 81. We missed the playoffs in 82, which was a strike-shortened year. Or was it 83 was the strike-shortened year, but we made the playoffs or whatever it was. In 83, we lost to Washington in the championship game. 84, we won the Super Bowl. 85, we lost to the Giants. No, 86, I know we lost to the Giants. Maybe 85 and 86, we lost to the Giants. 87, we lost to the Vikings. And what looked like we were going to win it all because we were like 15-1 or whatever. And then we just lost to the Vikings. And the Vikings just kicked our butts. Like, all the credit to them. And then 88, 89, Super Bowl, 90, trying to get the three-peat and lost to the Giants. I believe it was 91 is the first time we missed the playoffs since 82. And then 92, 93, 94, 3 years in a row, we played the Cowboys in the championship game. And it was that third time that we got that victory, 94. 95, did we lose to Green Bay? I can't remember exactly. Or did we just miss the playoffs completely? I don't really remember very clearly. I could just look it up. But yeah, that whole 96, 97, 98 range of like facing the Packers and like I think losing to them twice and then beating them or whatever. Yeah, beating them in one of the years that it didn't matter. Like we ended up losing like the next round. Yeah, I want to say 98. Because 98 is when the Falcons went to the Super Bowl, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. We beat Green Bay. We were at home. Jerry Rice fumbled, but they didn't call it a fumble. And then we were able to beat the Packers. Oh, see, you admitted it's a fumble. Yeah, it was a fumble. We all saw it. It was a fumble. Doesn't change the outcome of the game. You still lost. Deal with it, Packers fans. Like, it sucks. It was a fumble. Can't go back and change the outcome of the game. You're not going to go back and put all the old players on the field and play the Falcons in a rematch of the 1998 playoff game. But then Garrison Hurst goes out and just, like, ruins his leg. And I think Garrison Hurst lost, like, at least, like, 2 seasons of his career or whatever, like, 99 and 2000 or whatever. Because I think, yeah, in Madden 2002, the 2001 season, Garrison Hurst is finally back to ready to play after, like, 2 years of missing football. And there was also that whole period with Bryant Young was also, like, leg injury. That was separate. But it was Garrison Hurst got hurt in Atlanta, like early in the game, like first quarter, first drive, second drive, whatever. Garrison Hurst was lost for like 2 seasons with a massive injury. In what might have been a potential Super Bowl run to play against the Broncos, but then the Atlanta Falcons went on to play the Vikings, and the Vikings blew it with that missed kick. I mean, like, maybe the Niners wouldn't have beaten the Vikings either, right? But lost a Super Bowl run when you take Garrison Hurst was a great running back that year, and just take away the running game out from underneath us like they did. That killed us, you know. And then we missed the playoffs in '99. But yeah, Falcons Niners. We've got like several tough rivalry games, and then it says. And would have predicted, yeah. I wonder if the Packers 49ers would have anything. Packers-Niners did not even play each other once in the playoffs until the Brett Favre era. The entire 1960s, 70s, 80s never played each other once in the playoffs. Can you believe that? The 49ers played in was it back-to-back NFC championship games? They were, I think there might have even been still called the NFL championship game, whatever, against Dallas. Lost both of them. And then I want to say lost the third year in the division round against Dallas or whatever. But those are 2 years that Dallas would go on to the Super Bowl and lose to the Steelers anyway. So the Niners probably were going to lose the Super Bowl to the Steelers anyway. But Niners-Dallas was a rivalry. But Niners, there was a time they were good. But they didn't ever play the Packers. You can see in All-Pro 2K8, All-Pro Football 2K8, there's a lot of old-school Niners. Dave Wilcox, Joe the Jet Perry, Hugh McElhenney, John Brody, offense, defense, Bob St. Clair. There's some great players and great teams, and they never faced Green Bay in the postseason. And then Green Bay was bad for a while, and the Niners were good. And the Niners were great in the 80s and the early 90s, and they only first played each other in the playoffs with Favre and the Packers. And I say all that because since then, the last time the Niners and the Packers played in the playoffs, and I think the Niners and the Cowboys, the Niners-Cowboys and Niners-Packers are the most playoff matches, my understanding, in NFL history. They went from none to the most. Let's try to look it up. NFL most common playoff matchups. And then most frequent NFL matchups. And then I'm going to go to share screen, sources, display capture, go here, maximize. And it's, yes, total, right? 49ers, Green Bay Packers, 10 matchups, 6 and 4. And their first time they met was in the 90s, right? You go 49ers, Packers, playoff history. Specifically playoffs, StatMuse. Let it load up. And the first meeting was 1996. Isn't that crazy? First time ever, 27-17. 97, divisional game, 35-14, kicking our butts. Championship game, 3 years in a row. Remember, this is the 97 season. January 98 is 97 season. So 95 season. That's why I was right. They did make the playoffs. So, 94 we win the Super Bowl. 95 season, we lose to the divisional round to Green Bay. 96 season, we get back, we lose to the divisional round again to Green Bay. 97 season, we get to the championship game, lose 23-10. We just can't get over the hump. 98, we play in the wild card round and we get that 3-point victory. Right? So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 96, 97, 98, 98. 4 years in a row. From never playing each other ever before to 4 years in a row. Then we played against each other again. Just 2000, 2 year break. Back at it again. Then a decade between. Right? From the 2001 season to 2012 season. More than a decade between. We finally played each other again. We played in 13, 14. Then after 6 years, 20, and then 2022. And now we literally have the most matchups in history. Then tied at 99999 across the board are Packers-Dallas, 49ers-Dallas, Rams-Dallas. Dallas, right? But the Niners have the number 1 and tied for number 2 matchups. And Dallas has a 3-way tie with itself and their opponents. And then the Rams, Vikings, Rams, Cowboys. The Rams have a lot of playoff games, man. Rams were good in the 70s. Rams were basically the bridesmaid in the 80s. Man, the Rams in the 80s they had to play the bridesmaid to the 49ers in the same division. They were really good. But you forget about it because they didn't win anything. Right? But they played in the Super Bowl against the Steelers. They were good in the 60s. Like, they were a good football team, but it's just never good enough. In the 90s, like, and then they just kind of tanked for a while, and then back to 99, they won the Super Bowl and everything. Then Broncos Steelers of all teams. 8. That's wild, isn't it? And then, so Niners have 10, Niners have 9, and Niners have 8 with the Giants. Do we have anything with 7? No. 6 with the Vikings. Isn't that crazy? I think it is. That's why I said it. Okay. Yeah. 2 words. Young and Favre. So, alternate history conversation for a second since we brought it up. And also, let me keep reading here. It says, as a Packers fan, Asuka is a Packers fan. There you go. You blame Holmgren for that loss. He phoned it in and already had one foot out the door for Seattle. So yeah, I didn't even know Asuka was a Packers fan when I said, like, hey, Packers fans, eat it, whatever, right? Because that's the point. It's like, yeah, he fumbled. Like, and? Like, that's what the game was. In fact, that game, that moment, Asuka, is a huge reason why NFL Instant Replay came back after their failed trial in the 80s. It came back because of that game. Right? So, like, that's a big deal. So if you like Instant Replay or whatever, thank that fumble. Because if that wasn't a fumble, we still might not have Instant Replay, or it would have taken a lot longer to get Instant Replay. Right? And then, yeah, the 2 words, Young Favre. And I wanted to talk about alternate history for a second. And then Denny also says, felt like we played the Pats all the time, but we played the Broncos, Raiders, and Colts more. Yeah, because the Pats with Tom Brady, that was the one to get over the hump, right? Interesting. Manning and Harbaugh were the Colts, right? Raiders were the 70s. Still interesting. Yeah, exactly. So just let's have that other conversation. Boy, I remember watching that championship game and that last minute. Like, it literally could have been Harbaugh and the Colts in the Super Bowl. Like, I know Denny's happy to relive it because his team won. But do you remember that last second Hail Mary that almost was? Was it 1996 Colts? Come on, keyboard. Colts, Steelers, Hail Mary. And then, yeah. And then let's try to mute it because we don't want to get, like, copyright strikes and all of that stuff. And sources, yeah, here. And there are clips or whatever. And yeah, I don't want to get strikes. So less than 3 seconds. The ball was thrown up in the air like that. And it's a Hail Mary. And there's like a moment with that 1 second on the clock. And it was like holding your breath. Like, if he catches this, the Colts are going to the Super Bowl. And if they don't, the Steelers are going to the Super Bowl. So I don't want any copyright strikes. But the fact is, the Colts player ended up coming up with the football in his hands. And it was like, what? Right there, it touched the ground. It touches the shield. Right? It touches the shield. And they're like, did he catch it or not? Right? It was that close to being scooped, caught, and a change of history. So I hope that I've done what I can to avoid any kind of copyright infringement or anything there. And remember, this is around that same time frame. This is after the famous Mel Kiper thing of this is why the Colts are always drafting at the top of the draft. They should have gotten Trent Dilfer. They're not going to win anything with Jim Harbaugh. Like, you got to remember, that came before this, because he wouldn't have said that if the Colts were, like, literally on the verge of going to the Super Bowl. And then the Colts GM is coming out saying, who the hell is Mel Kiper? Like, that's the delicious irony of it all. It's like everyone knows the Colts were generally losers, and everyone knows that Mel Kiper is famously on TV all the time with his writing, and yet the reality, the performance is Harbaugh nearly got them to a Super Bowl. And Mel Kiper looked so wrong. And Trent Dilfer was just kind of in all kinds of and he got carried by a Ravens team. right? And then it says Harbaugh's still whining about our receiver stepping out of the back of the end zone. God, I remember that. Yes, and yes, he is. In a perfect harmony with Holmgren whining about the Super Bowl. Bro, Denny, you know that Super Bowl was rigged, bro. Ben Roethlisberger didn't even get in the end zone. He didn't even, his glove didn't get in the end zone, let alone the nose of the football. And that offensive pass interference, his arm was extended, but he wasn't making contact. He wasn't even pushing off. He was, in stiff arm position, and, he was attempting to, keep the guy away. But offensive pass interference, you actually have to be shoving off. He broke away, got separation, and stuck his arm out, but there was no actual push off. And then Hasselbeck trying to make a tackle got called for, low blocking on a tackle. He didn't low block one of the guys, that didn't have the football. He got flagged for a low block by tackling on the interception. There were just so many, what? What? Steelers win the Super Bowl. Congratulations. Jerome Bettis, home game in Detroit, whatever. It was the Willie Parker show anyway. Right? The fumble that got saved by Big Ben against the Colts, and then the Colts missing the field goal. You guys shouldn't even have been there. And, that Holmgren game. Oh, man, I could go on and on. Not just about that, but I was also going to talk about the alternate history, too, of the second layer with Holmgren. That's, a whole other thing. And Asuka says, that's why everyone hates us Steelers fans, and I don't mind. Denny, I don't mind you. I love you as a Steelers fan. There are individual Steelers fans I love. As a community, I don't hate you. I can't stand you. And I don't mean you, Denny, but as a community. How can I justify that? What I'm telling you is, the Eagles fans, they're irritating. Starting fights or whatever, and greasing up the polls or whatever. But I've never met a bad Eagles fan in real life. It's the image you see on TV. Raiders fans and Cowboys fans, as a collective whole, are filled with a bunch of front runners that are crybabies when they're losing. You see more Cowboys and Raiders fans destroying televisions and their own property and setting things on fire when they watch their team lose, and them having mental meltdowns. But Steelers fans are obnoxious. I don't hate them. They're not front runners. They're just fucking obnoxious. And I'll tell you the story that you'll appreciate, and maybe you'll start doing it at home if you don't already do it. In California, where I lived, let me even show you. Let's go over here. It doesn't even exist anymore. You can't even visit them. But if I go Davis, California, and I say The Grad, there was a place called The Graduate, nicknamed The Grad. This is what it looked like on the outside. This is what it was. This is what it was like on the inside. Let's see if we can show some... Oh, this is a great shot of it. I love that there's a 49ers thing there. There normally wasn't. Big dance floor area. Is that potentially me? I don't think I can tell. It's too blurry. They had these projector screens, and then the projectors that would show you the games. There would be a central projector. Okay, here it is. Here's a central projector. So that means my mouse over here is the entrance. You walk in. You've got an area where they have food. You've got the big bar area out here. Huge dance floor area that they would put nice wooden tables out to watch games and everything. There is a non-zero chance that that's me in the picture with the 49ers uniform watching with my friend Shane at the game. There's a non-zero chance that is actually me, especially based on the size. I'm a big guy. There's a non-zero chance that that's actually me. And here's the bar right there. And the barkeep at the Grad, I think the owner, or at least the main manager, he had a big bell. I don't know where the bell is, the side of the bar, whatever. And when the Steelers scored touchdowns, they would ring the bell. Ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. The Steelers, okay, right. When the playoffs came around, if they forced a punt, if they moved the chains, like whatever. It was ding a ding a ding a ding a ding with ringing this bell, like the bell with the rope, right? You swing it back and forth, and then, oh my god, it was ding a ding a ding a ding. I have to cough doing this thing, and it was so damn irritating. And there was another place I went to, whose name I can't remember. It was only a little bit. That was also like a Steelers place, and it was just like wherever you went though, like the Steelers and that damn bell. And especially watching the playoff run, game after game, all the way through to winning the Super Bowl against Arizona and all of that. It was just ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding-a-ding. And like even my friend, this might be my friend Shane. That might be me. It's a non-zero chance that it's us. Like I can't stand that damn bell, you know? And I'm not going to say Steelers are annoying because of this one guy or whatever, but like wherever you go, man, the Steelers as a community are a menace. And I say that with love, bro. They're a menace. You know? That's why you've even got the urinating tree and all that. Steelers go Super Bowl. And the Tom Grossi jokes and everything. So Asuka says, although he was our coach and never cared for Holmgren, I never cared for Holmgren. Interesting. Interesting take, because I want to talk about that. I know that he helped turn our franchise around, but the way he cost us in the playoffs in the last couple of years, he left for Seattle, left a bad taste. Understandable. Patrick says, one of my friends lives in Pittsburgh for like 3 years and he won't stop talking about the Steelers. Okay. Asuka says, hope y'all do well this year. Still love Aaron Rodgers and always will. Denny, me too. I thought he was going to retire, honestly. Hope he does well. Of course you do, because you're not going to root against your own quarterback, are we? Well, it reminds me of the stupid Vikings horn. I hate that thing. We're a likable bunch of assholes. Exactly, Denny. Like, I love it when the Cowboys and the Raiders fail and watching their fans cry. The Steelers, that's exactly it. Obnoxious, lovable assholes. Like, how could you not love Steelers fans? Right? Like, maybe there's something about being a Niners fan and having 5 rings, and you guys got that 6th ring, and we're always looking for to get that 6th ring, and we both kind of look at each other with our eyes like, hey, you're successful too. Yeah, like, we got one more than you, but like we tied you for a while, and we've been to almost as many. Like, haven't we been to more than you at this point? Right? You lost to Dallas once, and you lost to Green Bay once. So that means you've lost 2 and you've got 6. So you've been to 8. We won 5, and we've lost 2 to Kansas City and 1 to the Ravens. So we're both 8, right? We're both tied at 8 Super Bowls. And our win-loss difference is a single game. Right? Like, I see you, and we're chasing, right? My goodness. Packers-Cowboys playoff game a couple of years ago was great. Packers-Cowboys is always good football, baby. So, alternate timeline, stupid, silly stuff. Imagine a timeline, and I know why they did what they did. I'm not saying, like, whatever. Imagine a timeline where Bill Walsh decides to retire, and instead they make Mike Holmgren the offensive coordinator, the head coach, instead of George Seifert, the defensive coordinator. Seifert did a fine job. He won a ring. He went to championship games. I don't say it was a bad decision. But Seifert also came out of retirement, did the Panthers, and just kind of floundered. Everything I understand about Mike Holmgren is he loves the 49ers more than the 49ers love Mike Holmgren. That is to say, even after Jim Harbaugh was fired and Mike Holmgren was retired and he spent time as like the Browns general manager or whatever, there was an interview where Holmgren said he would not come out of retirement unless it was for the 49ers job. Like, even after he'd been spurned or whatever, like, he still wanted to be a 49ers coach. Like, he seems to just love that organization so much. And they don't show the love back to him, like, at all. And they went with Jim Tomsula and Chip Kelly and all that stuff. And so, how would the timeline be different? Because I love talking about football history, and obviously I love talking about my Niners, but, like, Bill Walsh goes from being the offensive coordinator of the Bengals creating that West Coast offense. Was something wrong with my stream because the audio doesn't sound correct? There's something going on with the audio with my Xbox because I don't hear the weird sound in the background. Okay. Maybe it's just my headphones. Okay. So, I got lost in my sidetrack. So here's the thing. You know what? Let's play this in the background. Let's even just make it run a little Michael Vick game and talk. Let's listen to it and then kind of like, oh, you know what? My video capture device isn't... Okay, there it goes. Okay.
Live from Atlanta, where the fans are anxiously awaiting today's game. Thanks for being with us. The teams are warming up and getting ready for the kickoff as the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, they have nothing to say. Okay. Is it working on my screen? Okay, my feed says everything's working. Okay, great. So imagine... Oh, yeah, this is what I was talking about. Now I've got my train of thought back. Bill Walsh, offensive coordinator, Bengals. Changes the offense, invents the West Coast offense, and they always say it should be called the Midwest offense because he did it with the Bengals. And Paul Brown didn't trust him, blackballed him in the NFL, spread rumors that he wasn't tough enough or whatever, he was more finesse and all this stuff. Basically forced him to go to college instead of getting any job in the NFL. Goes and coaches Stanford. The DeBartolo family is from Ohio and knows of Bill Walsh because of their ties back to Ohio. And with what he's doing in the Bay Area with Stanford, gets their attention, and their franchise is just garbage. Wow, look at this touchdown. Let's go. J.J. Stokes is no J.J. Jokes in the video game. Remember, J.J. Stokes was our best receiver in our Madden 2002 franchise? He was doing better than Terrell Owens. And then I tried switching positions so Owens would be the X and J.J. Stokes would be the starter. And Stokes was just always the playmaker and Owens wasn't. Go watch that playlist. Like, that's just some crazy good fun stuff there. And so, as I was saying, he gets hired with the 49ers. And he ends up making Sam Weish, his former quarterback with the Bengals, like his assistant head coach, whatever, with Stanford and with the 49ers. And Sam Weish would eventually get the job as the Bengals head coach. And so when the Niners played the Bengals in Super Bowl 16, it was the ultimate like middle finger game of Bill Walsh to the Bengals. Both the Bengals using his playbook and his offense for years, from the 70s into 1981, still keeping his playbook and his stuff and his calls to get to the Super Bowl, to play against the man who built their offense. Niners-Bengals, Super Bowl 13. Like, that's a whole story. Go watch that game. And then Bill Walsh goes on to win a Super Bowl 16 against the Dolphins. And then eventually, at some point, Sam Weish, his former quarterback and his former assistant head coach, becomes their head coach. And they play against each other in Super Bowl 23. So they played 2 Super Bowls against each other. Again, middle finger games of Bill Walsh going, you could have had me as your head coach, and you could be winning Super Bowls with me, and also not have my juggernaut 49ers beating your ass. You'd have to deal with whatever other cast-off NFC teams to face you. And instead, now I'm beating you and taking Super Bowl rings from you and all of that. And you're having to use my assistant coaches and my playbooks and stuff while you're even being relevant. That's a whole story. And you're like, what does that have to do with Mike Holmgren? The whole thing is like, Holmgren was our offensive coordinator. My understanding is he was on the staff of BYU with Steve Young and all that, if I remember correctly. And if I remember correctly, even though Steve Young was not doing very well with Tampa Bay, wow, that was almost a breakaway touchdown on the other side. You notice like Michael Vick just doesn't run in this game. That was another thing about Madden 04 is getting the quarterbacks to run. I think it's more in 05, but 04 at least they start to have the computer make the quarterbacks run. So that's the thing in 02 and 03 is like Vick is just not used like he should be. But Holmgren was like one of the reasons like, hey, we should get Steve Young. Like he's a really good talent, and I think he would be good with a good football team and some guidance or whatever. So Holmgren I want to say spurned, but basically they did not decide to promote him in much the same way that Bill Walsh was not hired to be the head coach of the Bengals when Paul Brown retired. When Bill Walsh retired, did not decide to have Holmgren be his head coach, and Holmgren ends up moving off, going to Green Bay, rebuilding that organization that hasn't been good since the 60s, brings them to 2 Super Bowls, and then goes off to Seattle and builds that team into a Super Bowl contender. Like, builds a hell of a team. And his coaching tree, like Mike Holmgren, literally his coaching tree includes Andy Reid, Mariucci, who would then become the Niners head coach. Andy Reid. Oh, yeah, and John Gruden. Like, he's got these multiple guys on his tree. Can you imagine a scenario, a timeline, if you will, where Mike Holmgren is given the head coaching job? What happens to Shanahan, by the way? Because I believe Shanahan was brought in to be the offensive coordinator once Holmgren left for Green Bay. And then Shanahan, I believe, was working with the Raiders or other teams, so he was brought in and turned into the offensive coordinator of the Niners, and then he went off to Denver. So when Denver and the Broncos played each other, in a lot of ways, that Denver Broncos Super Bowl was basically the 49ers versus the 49ers, because it was literally what Bill Walsh, who was working as general manager and consultant or whatever. There was a time he went back to Stanford, but my understanding is basically that entire Walsh system and structure and front office and all that, both Holmgren and Shanahan, and what they learned, like in how to run the front office, how to hire staff, what you have to do in weekly preparation, how you evaluate players, how you coach them up, all those philosophies, basically built the Broncos and the Packers into basically clones of that 49ers, which, again, giving credit to Paul Brown and the Bengals, that Bill Walsh learned a lot from. Bill Walsh worked under Al Davis for at least 1 year before working with Paul Brown. And he talks about the influence that Al Davis had on him and the importance. But those lessons learned basically made 2 teams that played West Coast offense 49er, but really Bill Walsh football for those teams. Is there a timeline where Holmgren is the head coach of the Niners, and if he's the one coaching Steve Young, let's say we still don't defeat Dallas, but if we don't have the Packers in our way, how do the 49ers not rip off potential Super Bowl victories? And if Mike Shanahan doesn't work with the 49ers, is he nearly as successful as a head coach? Am I giving him not enough credit as a coach? Because he was a relatively failed coach, I believe, with the Raiders and other teams, and I believe he gives a lot of credit to this time with San Francisco. If he doesn't go to San Francisco, or if he's their offensive coordinator and still goes to the Broncos, whatever, but who stands in the Niners' way other than Dallas, who was fading at that point, from having the Niners rip off 2 or 3 Super Bowl runs in that time frame? Do they at any point look at Favre? I don't think so. Does Favre stay with Atlanta or not? It's all interesting. But more important, does Reggie White go to the 49ers? Because Holmgren's the one that got him to go to Green Bay. So again, can you imagine the Green Bay does not have Holmgren and turning that team around? Doesn't bring in Favre because he's the one that doesn't bring in Reggie White. Continues to build the team the way he does. And a lot of the really good Packers of the Niners are Niners instead of Packers because they're drafted by them instead of the other way around. How does that all turn out, if that makes any sense? And the fact that he continued to be relevant into the 2000s or whatever, if he was just winning multiple rings and stuff, that's a pretty wild ride in and of itself, I think. Comments section. Holmgren was poor coaching in that Super Bowl cost us the game. Favre would have gone to the Packers because Ron Wolf is... Okay, thank you for correcting me there, Asuka. Thank you. I give all the credit in the world there. Yeah. But without Holmgren's staff, without the Steve Mariucci's and the Andy Reids and the John Grudens and all that, Do they have even nearly the amount of success? I don't know. Right? Not sure. But that's kind of a crazy timeline. If you want to talk about alternate timelines as well, ESPN ran a whole thing about the 1983 draft class and the John Elway situation and Dan Marino. Like, Dan Marino really should have been drafted by the Steelers. The fact that the Steelers decided to stick with Terry Bradshaw and not replace his, not draft his obvious future replacement that would come in a few years down the road anyway, was a massive mistake and doesn't make any sense. Like, having your local kid in Pitt fault you on the draft board and saying no is just like a massive mistake by the Steelers, by the way. Like, can you imagine like a Steelers with Dan Marino of the 80s and 90s and Bill Cowher and all of that? Like, the one thing Steelers didn't have was quarterback. Steelers get quarterback. Steelers forget Terry Bradshaw's name because they've got Dan frickin' Marino, who probably has you guys at 8 or 10 Super Bowls now because you've actually got a legit defense and you've got weapons. Like, my goodness, a Dan Marino with that offensive line too. Like, you guys didn't have like the best offensive line in football, but Dermontti Dawson and all of that, like, would have kept him upright more, probably kept him more injury free, probably would have kept playing into the early 2000s because he retired in the night after 99. So he said his knee injury is why he didn't keep playing in the year 2000, and he was only like 38 or something. Like, you keep Dan Marino healthy with the Steelers team, running the football, protecting him, playing good defense, and he might be one of those other quarterbacks that actually plays into his 40s. Who knows? That would have been scary. Like, Mike Holmgren with the Niners and Dan Marino drafted by the Steelers. And you just watching, like, Lakers Celtics, but in the NFL, right? Like, how is that not, like, the super timeline right there? Right? Like, super boring for everybody else, right? It cost you for 25 years, exactly. Like, just the what ifs, like the one decision, this guy hired here instead of hired there or whatever, and the coaching trees and everything that come out of it is wild. And then I believe Mariucci had already been hired by the Niners by the time Holmgren was going to Seattle. But it's like, boys, that's just like an opportunity to have a conversation and say, do you want to come back home? Like, if you're unhappy with Green Bay, if I were the DeBartolo family / York, I don't remember when Eddie had to give up the team. Eddie had to give up the team, my understanding is because he was running like a gambling boat operation in New Orleans and was like bribing the governor or whatever else it was and all of that. So, like, people, like, misremember the reality. They say, like, oh, because the Niners were messing with the salary cap. The Niners did mess with the salary cap, but that's not why Eddie lost control of the team. It had to do more with gambling and the fact that the NFL has also got a long history of gambling, by the way. And it's only these last 15 or 10 years where they're, like, embracing my bookie and DraftKings and all that they're, like, finally acknowledging what they've been since they started. I mean, literally, the NFL is like, what if we had our own league with professional players outside of college and we kept hiring these pros and stuff and give someone something to bet on? That's why a pro league exists, is to give people something to bet on, as opposed to rooting for your alma mater, right? That's the entire reason why a pro league exists, is for gambling. But Eddie DeBartolo lost control of that. So, like, I don't know where the timeline is there, but could you just imagine saying, like, Seifert's leaving, Mike Holmgren, do you want to come to the 49ers? Or, hey, Steve Mariucci, it's not quite working out. We've got a chance to upgrade to Mike Holmgren. Especially what he did with Seattle and brought them back to relevance and all that. And, like, giving Holmgren this team, this literally Jeff Garcia, Owens team, or maybe it would have been different. But you get my point. Like, my goodness. Just alternate timelines, right? So, anyway, I was talking about 1983 draft. And in that special, which I can't find on YouTube, I don't know, like, if it's just one of those, like, lost medias, but I think there's still articles talking about it, is never before previously released Bill Walsh's personal diaries, journals, had been gone through since his passing. And in Bill Walsh's journals, diaries, whatever, allegedly phone conversations were being held with the Colts organization about a straight-up trade, Joe Montana, for the rights to John Elway. Maybe the Niners send like a late-round pick or a future late-round pick also, but I think a straight-up trade. In 1983, this is 1979, Joe is drafted. 1981, he wins a ring. 1982, they don't even make the playoffs. 1983, they lose to Washington. Yeah, 1983, you hadn't even played yet. It was 1983 draft. So, like, they literally had 81 and 82, and we're going into the 83 draft. So, like, he's got one ring, and they missed the playoffs, and he is what he is. Remember, he had, like, how many interceptions did he have against Dallas? At least 3, if not 4 or something. Like, and while while Bill Walsh was not coaching Stanford at the time that Elway was there, Elway was the quarterback of Stanford, the team that Walsh was coaching before he came to the Niners for 1979. So what, 1979, 80, 81, 82, 83 is 5 years. So there's no way that Walsh was with even like a redshirt freshman Elway. There's no way he even recruited him. But like, he's got to know, like he's got to see that footage. There's a pick! And it's just not fast enough to be a pick 6. Oh, oh man, Garcia throwing that pick in the goal line. Let's go. Now, going back, it said they didn't draft his replacement but treat him as replaceable his whole career. Exactly, Denny. So weird. Noel was a great coach, but they were head scratchers. Exactly. My guess is Holmgren was a bridge burner. Lots of ashes in his wake. That is true. I don't know what he was like in the office. I just know what he produced on the football fields. Right? And he produced a lot. But yeah, the post-Seattle and the post-Green Bay, that's absolutely a correct observation. But it's really interesting. But they were talking about John Elway potentially to the Niners. And I can't remember exactly what killed the deal, but I think it was Walsh himself like second-guessing his decision and wanting to stick with Joe. But allegedly that was the conversation that they were... Like, maybe... I'm trying to remember, because I'm sorry I can't quote it directly. I think it's that the Colts wanted something thrown in, and that gave Walsh at least that little bit of hesitation to say, maybe that's too much, maybe I'm giving up on Joe. But can you imagine a timeline where Elway is a 49er, and Montana was just that, like, one-year wonder, 1981 ring winner? Elway with a good football team won back-to-back Super Bowls. I'm not trying to disparage the football team that the Broncos had when he lost like 3 Super Bowls with them in the 80s. But they were not the same caliber as that 49ers organization. Right? They had a very good defense, not a lot of weapons on offense. Could you imagine, like, especially with the quality of the AFC opponents, like Elway as a Niner? Like, do they beat the Vikings in 87? Was he good enough to beat the Giants in 86 or whatever? Like, do they win multiple Super Bowls? Because he lost to NFC teams. Did they just fail to go to the Super Bowl because Elway's making mistakes? Or do they win like a shitload of rings because they have John Elway? And they never go with Steve Young, obviously. Right? It's all kind of weird and interesting. Mazuka says, yeah, that's why I have mixed feelings about Holmgren, even though he did a lot of good for us. Also, the burning the bridges. Yeah. Montana was Walsh's Tom Brady. Belichick and Walsh both believe their system created success, not the QB. I think it's a little bit of both. I think you're absolutely correct in your assessment that Walsh believed it was his success more than the quarterback's. Because also, Walsh said that the best quarterback that he ever coached was Cook. I'm forgetting his first name right now. Greg Cook. He said Greg Cook was the best quarterback he ever coached in his life. but the massive injury of Gray Cook's rookie year or whatever derailed everything, and it was never the same again. And if we had modern medicine, it probably would have just gotten over it and gotten better. And it wasn't a dig at Montana, but like even Walsh himself didn't give Montana that credit. And Walsh really, really, really believed in his coaching up the quarterback, like the steps and the reads and the progression in the system will do the job, and it's your job to just follow the system. And you can also understand why Walsh felt that way, because literally the Bengals with Ken Anderson and all that made a Super Bowl without him, running that exact same playbook and system, and all the things that he wrote, like they kept, and they still went to the Super Bowl. And other teams literally continued to find success with his system, and they didn't need Joe Montana to find that success either. So there's got to be a layer of truth to that, but Joe deserves a lot of credit too, because Walsh does in his various videos talk about Joe does everything he asks him to do, like to the textbook. Like Joe is the prototype robot quarterback that other coaches running that system wish that they could just have, and humans aren't robots, you know. Like if you could build a prototype, the footwork and grace and execution and knowledge is like exactly what these coaches want other quarterbacks to be, is like Montana. And I know, like, oh, Paul, like, how great. Like, everyone wants their quarterback to be Joe Montana, like it says the 49ers fan, right? Yeah, I get it. But literally talking about the gracefulness and the fluidity and all of that versus quarterbacks that just do it on their own. Plus, the game has changed since then, right? Getting off topic. Yeah, exactly, the laugh. You deserve it. I deserve it, I know. And then it says, but because Montana stuck, he mastered Walsh's system, but he still wound up in Chiefs gear. Exactly, because Walsh was still debating if Steve Young should have been the quarterback, right? This Atlanta Falcons team right here, when they had Jerry Glanville as coach. Glanville himself, there's an interview, whatever, a clip, where he said when they were playing against the 49ers and they had Steve Young as the backup, he said something to his defenders. He's like, don't hit Joe too hard. We don't want to face Steve Young. Like, don't knock Joe out of the game. Steve Young will shred us. Something like along those lines. It was like, hey, if you're going to hit Joe, don't hit him too hard. We don't want Steve Young coming in. Like, there's something to be said about that. And so when Montana physically did get hurt and Steve Young took over and had his own Hall of Fame career, literally, he's in the Hall of Fame. If you're looking at old Joe Montana and you're looking at young Steve Young, Montana might have beat those Cowboys teams that Steve Young didn't beat. But Steve still got at least one ring out of the deal. And Joe Montana took Kansas City to a championship game and a divisional round, if I remember, in his final 2 seasons. So, also, you're not going to ask Steve Young to ride the bench even in 1994 and have that Joe Montana of 1994 play, even though I believe the 94 Chiefs were one of like 2 or 3 losses the 49ers had all year was against Montana's Kansas City. Montana wore down. Go look at those games and everything. Like, he just did not stand up even in the AFC, let alone the NFC. So, in the end, it was still the right decision to move on. And then it says, Chiefs... Jason, it's so great to have you in here. Jason says, Chiefs love ex-49ers quarterbacks, so they owe us Mahomes. Yeah, but later when they're older, right? And there's Owens with the big-time play. Let's go. Let's go, Owens. 86 yards. It's not the longest pass. Why doesn't the game have the NFL records? Like the actual real NFL records? That sucks that they don't. Yeah, but you know Mahomes won't come to us until he's like, 14 years pro or whatever it is, right? When these guys played like to 18 or 20 years pro. It'll be like old Mahomes. He's not moving around so much, whatever. That's when it'll be, when Brock Purdy is washed out, and all that. Yeah. But Jason is absolutely right. Like, Steve DeBerg was the quarterback before Montana, and he got hurt, and Montana took over. And then he went to Kansas City. And at some point in between, before or after, whatever, Steve Bono was a 49ers backup quarterback. Bono was a Kansas City quarterback. If you remember that clip where Steve Bono fakes it to Marcus Allen and naked boots it, and he runs all the way in for a touchdown, and there's like, I think John Boyce and Secret Base or whoever have the whole thing about how there's not even a defender on the TV screen in the TV camera shot, where Bono was all alone. Bono was a quarterback for them. What else was it? It was it Jim Druckenmiller? No, Elvis Grbac. Elvis Grbac, former 49ers, became a Kansas City Chiefs starting quarterback. Elvis Grbac, yeah. And then obviously Alex Smith. Right? Like, it's kind of surprising that Jimmy Garoppolo is backing up the Rams and he's not backing up Kansas City. Honestly. Jason says, Montana was Montana because of his brain. Absolutely. He was an elite processor of information. Even when he broke down physically, he was still able to perform at a level many QBs dreamt of. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely, man. Perfectly said. This is such a good game. 17-14. There was an interception. There were some big plays. Some breakaway plays. It's such a good game. I think I have some pretty good sliders set up. So, as I said, we're not officially retiring Madden 03. I'm still always going to have a soft spot in my heart for it. But this is in some ways like a farewell video to it. And I said that earlier in the video, and I'm just repeating it here, is I want to see the introductions. I want to kind of get this on film and look at it. And just to refresh, I'm sorry to bore you, but it's like we go to franchise, load, we look at sim, and you just look at the league real quickly. I'm just kind of go through it. And the NFL. And it's like you look at the quarterbacks. All the good quarterbacks are old, except for a few guys, right? And then the running backs are all old, and the best one is an 87 and 86. And the wide receivers are all old. There are no young wide receivers here. The first one has to be 3 years pro. The first one is an 85 overall. Right? Like, the tight ends are all old until you get to this guy. 92 is the best guy. And it doesn't mean, oh, the league is bad because they all have lower rated players, like whatever. In some places we're actually arguing that the modern NFL isn't as good as the other NFL and the players aren't as good as they used to be, and that's a whole other thing. But just look at the quality. So, I think while we're talking, I think it would also be fun just to simulate, if possible, and see what the league looks like as players get older, retire, and you're just stuck with the draft classes. But my understanding is you're just going to have a very mediocre league with some quarterbacks in the 90s and other players in the 80s, and it's just not going to stand up. It's not going to stand out, like, because we get so many years in. And the problem for me is that if you're playing a franchise like this, Chargers, whatever, okay, great, whatever, play week, simulate the playoffs, yes. Like, what is the fun of the draft? Let's import the draft class. We can't! Okay. We're not going to get names, and we're not going to get quality, right? So let's go off-season schedule, start new season. We have a good draft, we have a bad draft, whatever. Why are we going to play all the games in the season? Why are we going to be the Texans or any given team if every draft class is generally going to suck and the only good players are the players who are active NFL players that you need to get in free agency or trade for, and you're generally unhappy with most of the actual players? Yes, okay, baby, I'll do that. I'll help you. Okay. And then I'm looking at the comments, and Jason says, "You're too smart for the limitations of this game, Paul." Thank you so much, Jason. I appreciate the compliment. And then Denny says, exactly, that's why Tom Brady went on to win a ring in Tampa Bay, and why Mahomes knocked it out of the playoffs. And why Montana knocked it out of the playoffs in Kansas City. Can't beat that experience and intelligence. Yes. Knocked us, the Steelers, out of the playoffs. Yes. So, my wife has medication that she needs help with, like she was last time, went live. We're going to run this, let this go through, and then, we're going to start the new season and all of that. But as I was saying, this is kind of a goodbye. like, I love this game, but also because we found Madden 06 and NCAA 6 work together, so I'm like more interested in playing with that. I'm interested in spending time with Madden 04 and showing its improvements over this. There's certain things that, like, the charm of this game is really great. 02 I had fun simulating. 03 I have fun playing. 04 is very famous. 05, let's just play 2K5. 06 is where we can really get in and play both the NCAA game and, which is also famous, and the Madden game together. And it's also the last of that generation because Madden 06, they're starting to make 06 for the 360, and they start abandoning the game. 07 is great. 08 is famous as well. I think the two famous ones are 04 and 08. But let's go through here. We're in year number 6. We're just going to generate the schedule. We're going to... Why is it on the Bears? We're this team. Simulate the week. Then I'll simulate the season. I'll help my wife. Computer, sign it, whatever, because we're not going to save it. Even if we lose our job, I'm going to just simulate it. I hope to go to like year 10, 12, 15, whatever, and start looking at the league and the quality of these picks. Even if we get fired, we'll just find a new job somewhere else. And we're just trying to look at the quality of the league itself, not an individual team. Let's go to team schedule. Again, why does it keep going to the Bears? Simulate season. I'm going to help my wife, and then I'll come back and we'll keep talking. Yeah, no, it's fine. She's got her own thing. It's not a bad thing, but she needs help. So I'm going to go help her. All right, I'm back. That did not take too long. Hope I did not lose my wonderful streaming community. Hope we're all still here. Again, yeah, Jason says, give my wife the best. Yeah, so long story short, not to give out personal information, but there is a procedure that she has voluntarily asked to be a part of, and I have to give her the injection because she doesn't like needles. She can do it herself. I may undergo it after we see what happens with her. And I'm okay with giving myself the injection, but she doesn't like that, so she likes to be distracted, and I take care of it and take care of everything, and I help her out, and it's really good. Computer science. Wow, we didn't get to simulate the season at all. Wow, fail. Too few positions. If I let the computer run the operation, it doesn't know how to run the operation. Awesome. Okay, Asuka says Madden 06 was Aaron Rodgers' rookie year. I'd be interested to see how his career plays out in the game. That's another part. If we're talking about alternate realities, Asuka, the 49ers should have drafted Aaron Rodgers. He's literally from Cal. Like, he was literally playing like 45 minutes away or whatever. I'm just guessing at the time. Like, he's from basically Cal Berkeley, right by Oakland, all of that stuff. You got to watch him play. And you interviewed him, and you thought he was number 1 overall pick. Like, they said to him, allegedly, he said that the 49ers told him that they were going to take him number 1 overall. And you went with Alex Smith from Utah? And, like, here's the kicker. Here's the kicker, folks. And I don't mean, I was going to name some kickers, some actual kickers, and then my brain froze. I don't mean Adam Vinatieri. No, I was going to name a 49ers kicker. Here's the kicker, folks. That joke completely failed because I stalled and I froze. Everything I heard in interviews, everything I read in sports journal articles, whatever, is the reason why Alex Smith was decided upon over Aaron Rodgers was, I shit you not, Alex Smith's mobility. We all know the mobility that Aaron Rodgers in his prime had. But Alex Smith played in Utah with, Urban Meyer or whatever, and was like that read option, like option offense quarterback that ran with the football. And here, like I said, here's the kicker. That's the point of this whole thing. It's like, they didn't even use him like that. They didn't start going to an option offense until the pistol with Colin Kaepernick with Jim Harbaugh in 2012. Then Alex Smith, who literally ran that to great success to be what would eventually be the number 1 overall quarterback in the draft, he went to Kansas City, and it was like, how can you imagine Alex Smith being on that 49ers squad, basically running your offense you ran in college, but only running it with Colin Kaepernick to get to the Super Bowl, and going, I could have been doing this the whole time? And then he goes to Kansas City, and Andy Reid used him multiple times that first year in Kansas City, and I want to say a little bit after too, and used Alex Smith's wheels, even as a veteran, running those kinds of plays, and showing us all, yes, even though he's not calling Kaepernick fast, like, Alex Smith's got wheels and can run that zone read option just as well, because it's what he ran to great success in college. You draft him, you don't even apply the reason you drafted him, and the context was, they've got a bad line, he'll be able to, like, escape pressure and buy time or whatever. Like, F. Seriously, letter F. You could have, like, helped revolutionize the NFL in 2005 as a rookie by letting him run that option 7 years before you eventually do it. Even running RPO stuff 7 years before it took over the NFL. Side note, I learned what the RPO was, not when it was brand new, because apparently it was started in Canadian football with Doug Flutie. But I learned what the RPO was reading articles, like insider articles and coaching articles, talking about the late 2000s Packers with Aaron Rodgers, right? Or was it the early 2010s? I was reading about that stuff long before the Eagles RPO stuff. The Packers were doing RPO stuff with Aaron Rodgers after he took over for Brett Favre. Like, you could have been doing that stuff with Alex Smith instead of making him go 1 touchdown and 11 interceptions trying to play under center offense. You fucking drafted him for that purpose and didn't even use him in that purpose. And the guy that you said no to ran a pro-style offense with Cal. Oh, it's not like I'm still bitter and angry to this very day. Regardless of who Aaron Rodgers has been, a locker room cancer and all of that. Are you kidding me? All right. Then Asuka says, 49ers had a terrible coaches in the mid to late 2000s. They did. Like, Nolan was a fine defensive coach. After he lost the job at the 49ers, my understanding is he continued to find success as a defensive coach beyond that. Mike Singletary was a fine assistant head coach. A very fine linebackers coach. I don't think he even panned out as a defensive coordinator. But Singletary is one of those men who is a fantastic leader of other men. He has so much knowledge to pass around to others. Someone you definitely want to have around in your organization. But in positions where it's probably not worth his time and money, because you'd probably have to pay him so much for it to be worth his time, to lose his time with his family and all of that, to be with your organization, and yet you're not going to pay him head coach money to do that. He's a famous player and all that stuff. It's like, does that make any sense? Where sometimes the only reason someone doesn't have a job is because you don't want to pay him to do the job that he's probably the best at? Does that make any sense? Because, like, he has motivational speeches and leadership and experience, and he has all that stuff, and it's like you're not going to pay him X million dollars to just be the linebacker coach or to just be the assistant head coach or whatever, when that's really the position that he is best at. Probably still to this day, he would be a fantastic assistant head coach, and just don't do something else. Yeah, it was an issue for sure. Retired players. We are in year 6. Okay? So, yeah, we're advancing through retirements. Let's go through start new season. Because 6 years in, that means even the current rookies are ending their rookie deals, getting re-signed. Like Tomlinson wasn't a rookie. Drew Brees wasn't a rookie. They were a rookie the previous year of Madden. But they're these young guys, these young guns that are coming along. And the Bradys, the Mannings, all that should still be like in the prime of their career 6 years later, right? If Madden 2002 it's Madden 2003, but 2002 season is year number 1, so that means it's just 1 year ahead. So year 6 means this is the 2007 season. We should be entering the 18-1 Patriots season in the real life timeline, just to give us perspective here. So, this is part of the goal. Is now we're entering year 6. That also means we should be able to see the first year rookies going into 6 years in their contract. Now, because I'm letting the computer simulate things, I don't know. Like, for example, is the computer just cutting everyone from our team? Because I think I have it set it to human. But because I'm trading sim, does that mean just everyone gets cut on our roster and we don't have anyone on our roster anymore? Do we even have a job? I think we got fired, didn't we? I don't even think we have a job, do we? We don't have a team that's in red. Yeah, Don Capers, no job. We're just playing it. We're just simulating the league without a job, aren't we? Wow. At some point we got fired and I didn't even notice it. Wow. We're just out of work. We're playing franchise mode without a job, just waiting for a job opening. Awesome sauce. So, the middle linebacker, Wesley, that we drafted before, was 86, what is it? He was a good, 82, all the way up now to 89, right? And so, yeah, he's got this, whole run in our franchise, right? Yeah, 5 years pro. So let's just take a look at the league right now before we even continue. Where, yeah, even our rookies are now 5-year vets. What does the league look like? And let's look at the chats as well. Don Capers at home sitting on the sofa watching football on Sunday. Yeah, Don Capers. We are playing as Don Capers. He might as well be sitting next to us, right? Patrick, Jason, Denny, he's doing the same thing as us. We're not even running a franchise. We're just the computer's running everything. That's probably why it said we probably got fired after this year, because this year, the year we just had, it said you have too few of this and too few of that. We probably just got fired and we didn't find a job, right? So NFL quarterbacks 10 years pro, 9 years pro, 3 years pro, right? The quarterbacks have talent, right? There's a 94 overall, a 93 overall, a 92 overall. They've got talent, right? The game agrees that there are 5-year pro quarterbacks that have talent, okay? Are they going to be 99s? Probably not. Backs. And then also it says, better than pissing away playoff games as the Packers defensive coordinator. Asuka, that hit close to home there, huh? Let's look at the running back room. The 9-year pro running backs are 99 overall. And, James is great. Tomlinson is great, all that. But usually the top running backs in the league are 2, 3, 4 years pro, and the other guys start falling off. That's the general trend. 10-year pro Amon Green, still in 2007, kicking butt. Sean Alexander, our first Madden created running back is a 3-year pro, 82 speed. 82 speed, 99 acceleration, 99 carry. Right? He doesn't fumble, basically, right? He doesn't fumble. 99 carry, he literally doesn't fumble. Yes, 99 carry, he doesn't fumble. That's it. He gets 1,000 yards, 4 yards for carry. He's not even Mr. Strength. Has he got break tackle? 91 break tackle. Okay. 5'11", 226. That's interesting. Probably, let's go break tackle. I forget, what is the whole, my goodness, I was thinking Mike Allstott, Jerome Bettis makeup. Is that basically the next Allstott Bettis? Here? What's Bettis's wave? Denny's even here, anyone who reminds us. Is that the build, basically, but 82 speed, right? 99 acceleration, 99 carry, 91 break tackle, just 82 speed, just runs guys over, gets 1,000 yards a game or whatever. Not a game, a season. Ryan Jensen, huh? And then but yeah, look at this. It's that's it. He's the first one. 2 years pro. So just recently entered the league. 88, he might become something. But they're just sitting here in the boring 80s. Right? Not that I disrespect fullbacks. In fact, we got a 3-year and a 1-year. But no one's in the 90s anymore. Because all the other guys retired. Receivers, Owens and Moss still. Marvin Harrison's in 89. Reggie Wayne didn't become anything, despite the fact that I gave him every opportunity. I let him be the starter and everything. He just didn't return in anything. David Boston still in the league. No one up here on this list. We're already into the 80s and no one is a young player. 6 years pro. The first Madden created player here is an 85. Chad Johnson was a really low player in this game. And he made it up to 86. So the best guys are 85s. 85s and 84s. Those are the best receivers to come out across 6 seasons. The game isn't making any good receivers. When these guys retire, the best players in the league are going to be 85 overall wide receivers. This is a reason why I'm on the verge of retiring this game. 81 speed, 82 speed, 87 speed, 82 speed. There's a 99 speed guy, and then they have 87 acceleration, right? 80 catch. These are the top receivers in the league. 96 jump, 89 catch. The guy has 99 catch, 82 speed. This is the league we are looking forward to. This is the league we're playing every game of the Texans as, and we're going to try to draft players and try to look for our Andre Johnson, who's never going to come because we can't import draft classes. Does that make sense? The tight end room. Hey, here's... Yeah, Jeremy Stevens, but he's a real-life player, yeah? Isn't he a real-life player? Yeah, 2002, he's a real-life player, yeah. So there has to be 5-year pro players, right? 4 years pro. 93, okay. Chargers don't have Antonio Gates, but they still got a guy, right? I know it's not the same body type, but they got a guy. So it has to be 5 years pro, 1 year pro, and 5 year pro. This guy, okay, if you're starting at 86, then, well, maybe he started like 84 or whatever. Maybe you got a chance to be a good player. But even look at that. Like, we're already dipping into the 80s now, folks. Like, we're dipping into the 70s and the 80s. Like, we have no talent. And is that just the great equalizer? Like, everyone just sucks? You said Bettis was like 320, but I bet it would say 265 plus or whatever. I don't know about 320, but yeah. 265 versus the 220 something. Yeah, I was wondering, is that the body type guy? Maybe it's too small. Yeah. And then keep going back, and it says, I hate Dom Capers. He's a big reason why Rodgers never got more rings. Valid. Okay, also side note, side tangent. I really, really, really liked Kevin Green. Like, I have childhood memories of, like, getting old baseball cards that I didn't care about and old football cards. And flipping through football cards and seeing Kevin Green on the Rams. And, like, reading about him and learning about him and seeing him. Like, that 1995 season, I'm, like, 11. Like, I was 10 turned 11 that year. And seeing Kevin Green on that Steelers team, I was a huge fan of Kevin Green, literally since my childhood. And then he went to the Panthers and had to play against us twice a year with Carolina. Then he joined the 49ers for 1 year, and I was so happy he was a 49er for 1 year. And then I think he went back to Carolina before eventually retiring. And then he came into coaching. And I was so happy that he got a ring, because he didn't get the ring with the Steelers, you know. I was so happy he got the ring. And then the fact that find out that he passed away at, like, 59 years old or something, which is, like, not old. Or it's not young, but it's not old, you know. I think he was 59, 57, 61, whatever. Like, he wasn't that old. And he was, like, my other understanding, if I remember correctly, is, like, he stopped coaching in the NFL, I think because he was specifically trying to help his son in high school / go to college or something. Like, that's what I was watching, like, in a video. Like, I think he left the NFL to try to specifically focus on his family, focus on his son / sons, and the goal was, like, as they go to university or whatever, to get back into the NFL. That's my understanding, but him passing away, like, that hit me pretty hard. Like, there's some guys you hear, they pass away and you're like, oh, prayers up, you know, and there's other guys who are like, damn, that hit me. Yeah. Kevin Green was the linebackers coach during that last Super Bowl and should have been defensive coordinator instead of Capers, yes. Allstott was like 240, 250, yeah, versus the 220 that we saw in the other guy. Yes. As we saw Denny in the one of these, maybe it was at this game, that Allstott and Bettis were like nearly identical in body types and everything. Patrick C. said it was so cool how Kevin Green crossed over to pro wrestling for that moment in time. Exactly. The sports entertainment, right? Like, I believe one of the reasons Kevin Green crossed over too is because, like, the success of Bill Goldberg and all that. Like, there were other former players. I believe, didn't Kevin Green go to pro wrestling before The Rock became famous? But, like, these pro football athletes, and I know The Rock wasn't a pro athlete, he was just Miami. Just Miami Hurricanes, you know. But these pro athletes that were football players, these professional entertainers that have a background in high-level football, now I'm saying my idea correctly, that became professional wrestlers and understood the work ethic that it took to keep their bodies in shape, to work hard, to study, to put a performance out there, and had the personality to execute in professional wrestling. It's pretty awesome. And then, yeah, Green and Greg Lloyd were the deadliest pair ever. I don't think I could argue with you. I think there have been obviously better outside linebackers, Lawrence Taylor and Derek Thomas and all that. And I think that Willis and Bowman were the best middle linebacker off-ball duo ever. But as far as bookend pass rushers, I don't think you could pick a better pair. You could pick individual players better, but I don't think there was a pair that worked together better than those two. I think you're absolutely right. And I don't think we've got anything close to as a pair. I think every time we look at guys, maybe, and I don't know if you could call it outside linebacker, maybe when Von Miller and DeMarcus Ware teamed up with Denver. Like, I don't remember if Denver was officially playing more of like a 4-3 and just like doing what I do, like kicking the defensive line to the left and Von Miller off to the right. But Ware and Miller was nasty. So if it's not Lloyd and Green, then it would be those two, one or the other. Brock Lesnar was also signed by the Vikings. Yeah, going the other direction, a wrestler that became a football player. Yes. And he's in Madden 05. Yes. But I think he was just Mr. Practice Squad, right? So we're going back to this. Hey, look, a 91 overall. All defensive ends stop at 91 overall. And the best is like 4-year pro and everyone else, and then 5-year pro in the 80s. And now we're up here. Like, yay, Justin Smith is the best defensive end. He's not even a 97, 98 or whatever. He doesn't even have like the 90 whatever strength that he would eventually have. Abraham 91s. Like, the Niners have 2 top right ends. So at least there's like some 90 quality players. But look at the quality of the league just drop off so severely. Wow, the guy that I signed to that team didn't stay. I can't remember his name right now. There was a guy I signed on our Texans franchise that was like 99 strength or whatever. Did he get like a career in an injury? Adderley. This was him. Only a 78. I thought he was hitting the 80s. Maybe he even dipped or whatever. But I thought our time with Houston, he was hitting like the 86 mark or whatever. Maybe he had an injury or something, because it shows he didn't even play for a year. I don't know what happened, but he was increasing. And then I guess he just fell off the face of the earth. That's crazy. I also think he had like 99 strength and he dropped the 4 there or whatever. Adderley was becoming someone. But yeah, just look at it. Like, the quality of the league is falling apart. If they're not active NFL players, we do not have a drafted player that's 90 plus at left outside linebacker. We only have 3 that are 90 plus at that outside linebacker position. Everyone except for, okay, we've got 1 90 plus outside linebacker created in a draft class. And everyone else are veteran players. Then we've got the 87 overall, the 87 overalls. Middle linebackers. Yeah. We saw our guy was like an 88 or whatever. Texans, middle linebacker, Wesley, 89. 89 overall. Yes, 12-year pro, 8-year pro, 10-year pro, 9-year pro. Yeah, Wesley. Remember, Patrick, you wanted that defensive end, and I went and got Luke Wesley. The defensive end was like an 85 overall, and our guy was like 83 or something like that, 81, I don't know. And you were like, no. And it turns out, Patrick, that I got literally the best middle linebacker a draft class offers this many years into the game. Like, there is literally not a drafted from the game middle linebacker with a higher rating. They're only tied. And our guy has not as much speed, but has more awareness for the same year's pro in the same draft class. So it's either Rick Jackson or Luke Wesley are like the top from the game. So let's go. So, yeah. Let's go indeed. And you said you were going to get the other guy's jersey. I think you need to get yourself a Luke Wesley jersey. Let's go. And remember, I was like, not degrading him, but I was like making him play outside linebacker or whatever. Bro is beasting it up. Let's go. I mean, I know I've proven my point, but I just want to keep looking through the different positions as a completionist. The best guy's a 90, 5 years pro. An 86 is the next best guy, a 90 and an 86. Is that what this league is going to look like? It has to be, right? When these guys retire? An 87? Which also, did we even keep our guy? No, they didn't keep the guy we drafted. He didn't stay on the roster. I don't remember what his name was. Yeah, they didn't keep either of my safeties. So I don't even remember who they were. I don't remember. No, he's always been with Detroit. Oh, I'm in corner. My bad. Dawkins, all that 6 years pro. Ed Reed, 5 years pro. New England, 5 years pro. Houston. There you go. So Donnie Moye. Yeah, 87 and 84. We also took one of the best free safeties that you could ever draft in the game. Right? 91 from Atlanta. Miami has a 90. Where was our guy? Because we had a guy that was pretty good. That was like a missile. That was like 5 years pro. Right? Did he get a career in an injury? But here he is. It's got to be him, Miller, with Houston. 83. Maybe he didn't pan out. I don't know what happened with him. Look at these, like 90-something tackles, all of that. Then like a bad season, and then went to Baltimore and now hasn't played. I thought he was better. But yeah. Oh, he's considered a hard-hitting safety, exactly like we thought he would be. Fantastic. So let's run some more years, shall we? Especially since it's not going to cost us our job. Right? Yeah. I feel like split personality about this, or split opinion. Part of me is like, who cares, Paul? Like, yeah, that's the league. Deal with it. Right? Like, the league is what it is. This is the talent that's coming in. This is what we all have to deal with. Right? So do the best you can with the talent that's around you. And pause. Here my... But part of it is like, to me, it just kills that immersion of like, not every position is bad, but across the board, the quality of the players, like, oh, I've got this 90 guy, or I found this other guy. It's like, now, it's like, oh my god, I found an 84 overall. Like, 84 overall is like the top of the league. Is that what we're looking at? And I guess what sucks about that is, for these 10-ish years, that the real-life players are still in the game, that these rookies and young players are still in the game, they're just better than you. Like, oh, who would have thought the team with, like, Jeff Garcia and Peyton Manning, like, they're in the Super Bowl. Like, the teams that are already kind of stacked, like, the 49ers had, like, a 12-4 record or whatever. Like, who would have thought the 94 overall quarterback team with the young running back and Terrell Owens and Eric Johnson or whatever that have, like, the top defensive ends and defensive linemen and, like, at least was, like, a 90-something linebacker and all of that. Like, who would have thought that they're good? And then also the team with the super quarterback and the Colts was good. Like, it feels so defeatist until you get to everyone retiring and you're stuck with just generated guys. So I don't know. Give me your thoughts in the chat. Like, is this a game that I should like kind of abandon or not? Like, I just feel a little defeatist because I told Denny this, and I think I wrote it in the Discord. When I played on the GameCube, I was playing every game of the season. Both my games and my buddy would play as my opponent for all of my games. And then he had the Falcons, and I was playing as the Falcons' opponents all of those games. So just like 3 seasons is like a certain number of games. What is it? You play your 16 games. Times 2, because you're playing for your opponent, is 32. Yeah, times just 3 seasons is like 96 football games we played. And that's just year 1, year 2, year 3. Like, that's not even time for players to progress. You're playing, and then I think we made the playoffs at least like 2 times or whatever. So, like, we're talking roughly a full 100 games of football played, and you're not even actually entering year 4 yet. So we never ran into it as like a problem. You just like drafted some rookies and see if the guy helped you out or whatever. But like, at what point is it just deflating like a Tom Brady football? Right? Like, oh, this is what the future has it for us? Everyone's mediocre. Yeah, I want to read the comments because I really appreciate... It's Michael's here! Hey, yo, Michael! And he says, I don't know how these classes were coded. Does it balance it out so the real-life players cause the draft to be B-level? But in another 5 years, you start getting some A-level classes. I don't think they're balanced. I do not know the official code. Obviously, I wouldn't know it. I didn't code the game. But it seems relatively similar to Madden 02, the main difference being that they hide the ratings. Because in Madden 02, you can see the ratings. Right? Let's go Texans just to watch what they are. Fuck you. When I'm gone, you start winning games and start blowing people out. Okay, 6-9. There you go. There you go. Start losing. There you go. Anyway, it's like I don't want them to lose, but I want them to lose without me. If that makes any sense. I have I was just saying, Madden 02, you can see the ratings. And you can see the same issue that I have in my 7 years of my 49ers franchise. Is like, you're bidding on all the top free agents that teams let go of. You're just trying to get as many good players as you can because there just are not very many good players in the draft. It's very, like, very little top end, right? I think that's what we're going to see as we run this through. And so I still want to do more presentation stuff, but in my ADHD distraction brain, by the way, yeah, like the Drew Brees and the Danian Tomlinson team versus the rookie Patrick Ramsey, who we didn't know stunk at the time team, I guess, with Lavernius Coles. No, they didn't have Lavernius Coles, did they? But how is Washington stacked up? Like, Washington, like, yeah, all their best players are... Okay, they got a little help with, like, a punter or a guard or whatever. Right? Ooh, nice. They actually found a good quarterback. Nice. Yeah, their top receiver is, like, a real-life player and all that. Let's give it, like, a season or 2. Let's get to, like, season 10. Let's see 4 years in the future from the last time we looked at it. Right, we're in year 8. Okay. Michael says, how you doing, Paul? Just started, and something... okay, 2003 Discord server, and made the first race of a new series. Fantastic. Send us an invite. Denny says, do the current players being 90s actually cause a problem in this game? Perhaps if the ceiling lowers, do you get a better, more accurate simulation? That's why I said I don't want to completely throw it away, Denny. I just feel like there's this real heavy, lopsided what's going on for like these 10 years in the franchise, these 8 years, whatever. I have so many thoughts in my head all happening at the same time. One is like, who gives a shit? Like, 8 years. Are you seriously going to play 16 games for 8 years? Right? Like 16 games times 8 seasons, 128 games. Am I going to run 128 games on my channel of just the Texans in a row of Madden 03? I mean, if it was good, why not? But it's like, you're never getting these. I can't say you're never getting the Matt Ryans or anything, right? Can I? It's not fair to say that. Because we do see the good quarterbacks, but it's the good receivers. It's the good tight ends. It's the good running backs. It's the good outside linebackers or anything. Like, it feels like only a portion of the league is good, right? Because we saw some good talent. Let's run one more year and get to the year 10, right? Or let's go to year 11, see what 10 years in the future looks like. Team schedule. Simulate preseason. Like, I don't know. I just feel that we get to a point where it's lopsided. Where, like, the old stars have regressed and retired. The up-and-comers are just significantly better than anybody else. Everyone else is just mediocre at best. So only the known young guns are any good. And then you just kind of get mediocre football for the rest of your franchise. It feels deflating. I don't know a better way to put it without just repeating myself on camera. I don't like talking in circles and boring my audience. It's just, oh, look, I've got my 86 quarterback and my 82 running back or whatever. Go us. The game doesn't dictate by numbers if you're just watching the football on the field. Like, I get that. I'm processing, what is it, like the stages of grief or whatever? Like, anger, denial, whatever, acceptance, bargaining, whatever. Like, going through that process. Like, maybe it's fine. Maybe it would still be fun. You're just watching the execution on the field and rooting for the guys. You just try to get the best guys you can and just power through season after season. Like, there is a value in that. Michael says, it's in the description for the server. If you want to join, we have shockers with no... A few shockers with no teams picked. Okay. Well, I didn't make the playoffs because, Michael, I was fired from the job. So that's why it doesn't have a tick mark. I was fired a few years back. Now we're just Dom Capers sitting on the couch and being a guest on the Pat McAfee show before the Pat McAfee show exists, if you know what I mean. We're just casually doing the Gaither cast, the Manning cast. We're doing the Gaither and Dom Capers cast. That's all we're doing. You go to coaching options and you say all of that. We don't even have a job. Right? We're just still allowed to play and just watch the league happen. Right? And so we're going to let the whole thing run before I do like a deep dive into the league. We did a deep dive into the league in year 6. So we're going to let year 9 and 10 run through before we do a deep dive in the league. We're just jumping 4 years into the future. And it says, dang, but I named the teams with no owners. Okay. You said it's in the description for the server, so I've got to... how do I click on here, channel activity, go to channel. Okay. I click on your name, Michael, and it says go to channel, because that's the fastest way instead of me typing it all out. Closing my other tabs. It's loading yours while it's drafting. Okay. Then it says your pre-racing festivities. So that's your video, Michael. Pre-racing festivities. Okay, it's loading up. Let me know in the chat. Yeah, it's a practice race. Okay. It's loading. I've got it on mute so it doesn't like bleed over onto my channel end. We don't have any problems there. Then we go to the description. Then it says Discord link. Okay, let's copy that. Let's paste that there. So just to cross-promote all the people that support me and I support them. That should be in the chat. That should send them to your video, Michael. And then the Nextel series. And it has the Discord invite. And it's doing it. And then it says accept as myself. And, okay, let's go back to the Madden stream because it finished doing that thing. Let's do team schedule. Let's go simulate the preseason. Let's go through this year 10. And then we will look at the league at the end of the year 10. All right. And then I did my say hi on Discord. Fantastic. Good. And then clear notifications. Fantastic. There we go. Oh, I have no idea, Michael. I don't even follow racing. Just give me one that's blank and I'll do it, and just ask me questions, man. I don't even do racing, bro. I'm just here to support those who support me. Does that make any sense? I don't know my ass from my elbow when it comes to racing. I'm sure that if you asked me to name racers, I'd probably name people who are dead. And that's not just a Dale Earnhardt joke. Like Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Gordon, and then right off the top of my head, I can't even think of the guy's name, the dude that wore the cowboy hat all the time. And like Joe Gibbs Racing was a team, right? Like I know nothing about it. Oh, now you're gonna go and you're a playoff team and you're ripping off W's and you're doing all that. Oh, oh my goodness, like a 6-game win streak and all that. Well, I'm not gonna physically drive the car, but if there's anything you're saying, like, hey, like I'm just here to support, bro. Wow, they're gonna be a good playoff team too, right? Or do they get on a little bit of a losing streak here? 9-7. Okay. Hey, see, there are some coaches that are fired, and you go to coaching options, and you can say job openings, and like there are some job openings, right? You can't be a coordinator. That's the other thing that kind of sucks, right? No, it's a computer driving in your place. Okay. Yeah, the King, Richard Petty. Yeah, exactly. Like I should know the name Richard Petty, but just literally off the top of my head, like I was drawing a blank because I'm in football mode right now. Like, and it's not like a dislike of racing. I love to race in video games. I love the idea of racing. The excitement of the whole thing. I just don't follow it. Where are we? Play week, year 10. Yeah, Texans made it. Simulate the game. Won a playoff game. Let's go. Simulate the game. Texans lose in the divisional round. Okay, simulate the playoffs. And then we've got a rematch Super Bowl. If you remember, like the first Super Bowl in the game was this. 10 years later, there's a rematch. And then we want the players to retire. Advancing to off-season. Off-season schedule. Retired players. Advance the retirements. Peyton Manning retires in year number 10. So they're saying Peyton Manning retires in what? 2002 or 2012? 2011, right? Because 2002 is the first year, right? So that's year number 1. So again, we would be one number ahead, right? So 2011. This is the year that he actually sat out the neck injury, and they're saying he's retired here. Not that far off. Okay. So, before the draft, but after progressions, this is our NFL. So, 8 years pro, drafted 1 year into franchise mode. We've got a 98, a 99 drafted in the first year of the franchise mode. So, a 98, a 99, a 97, a 96. Like, we've got quarterbacks. For me, when it comes to quarterbacks, I'm happy to keep playing Madden. You can find quarterbacks, you will have quarterbacks. There are good quarterbacks. Tom Brady's still playing, 12 years pro. He just joined the league like a year or two after Peyton. Peyton was 98 and Tom Brady was the year 2000. So yeah, I mean, he might retire next year or in 2 years. He's a 90 overall. Travis Montana, let's go. I drafted him before relinquishing control of our franchise. Let's fracking go, baby. Let's go. Montana, I put him on the team. Let's go, baby. Remember, I changed his college to Notre Dame instead of whatever it was, and then gave him 16 instead. Let's go. The quarterback situation's interesting. Okay? Running back, 11 years pro. We actually got a 90-something. Then 10 years pro, 5 years pro, and now we're dropping down to here. Right? Fullbacks, hey! Steelers not just have a fullback, they got a 99 fullback. Let's go. We say the death of the fullback? Not in Steelers country, baby. Randy Moss still a 99 overall, 14 years pro, and then 94. Then 13 year pros, 11-year pro, 11-year pro, 5-year pro. All of that. Interesting. Jeremy Shockey, 10 years pro. Right. Left tackles are still like veterans. And then we've got a few guys, 90-something. The offensive line seems like it's pretty solid. Like it has some solid linemen. Right? Defensive ends. 94s and you're already dropping into the 80s. Okay. Defensive tackles. Linebackers. Kendrell Bell is a 99. Huh? You got a 99 fullback and a 99 middle linebacker. Ray Lewis is still playing. Right? Now, where's the Texans? Wesley has fallen off the face of the earth. Did he get... He had to have injuries, bro. He has to have been, like, hurt or something. Look at that. Like, or he's just not allowed to play because of Claiborne. I'm willing to bet that that's the issue. I bet Claiborne got the job for whatever reason, and he just isn't allowed to play, and the game just dunks on him. I don't think that's fair to him. I think that when I handed off the franchise to the computer to run these 4 seasons, that he would have been just as good as the 49ers middle linebacker. I think that's what's kept him away, is the game only wants to start one middle linebacker. I'd bet you dollars to donuts that that's the problem, not that he became bad. Because they were equal players, and I bet if he got equal playing time, he would be really good. Right? I think that's the other issue. That sucks. Okay. So, let's start new season. And let's see what these kind of games and teams look like, shall we not? Dick Trickle, yes. And Patrick, see the guy who wears the cowboy hats all the time for Richard Petty? Yeah! Hey, Patrick, I said it, and you know exactly who I was talking about. There was not a doubt in your mind. There wasn't a second of hesitation. Not sure who it was. If I was like, who was that football player that always like was dancing on his way to the end zone? There's only one guy you're thinking of. We all know who it is. I know who it is. But, like, sometimes you can just have a description, and you know exactly who it is. No questions asked. Like, no hesitation. Michael says, yeah, funny enough, his son is driving in the game, but someone took the 45. Thank you again, Paul. I will make edits to you driving the 96 car and see how well you do. Yeah, let me know, man. Just having it in there, showing support and love. Those who support and love me, and I show support and love back. I don't say, like, I only support and love those who show support for me. Like, there's all kinds of people that I try to show support and love for online. And I'm so glad that I've seen channels that I was, like, in the top 500 subscribers that have just exploded, like Alex Rollins. The way Alex Rollins has his stuff, like, I believe I was in the top 500. Like, I'm pretty sure I subscribed to him before he even put a second video out. There's certain people who just, like, you watch and you're like, this guy's going places, you know? And it's so great to see those people go places. I love Magic the Gathering, and I believe I subscribed to Tulare Community College, like on his second or third video while he's doing, like, deck sleeve reviews and stuff, and watching that channel grow and all that. Sometimes it's just so nice to watch a channel that is like sub 1,000 subs, and like you're just interacting and they just blow up, you know. Okay. It says D-line get bad overalls because the game is coded for 4-3. Yes, but the 3-4 is spreading the NFL at this time, so a lot of good ends and nose tackles getting bad comparisons to 4-3 builds. Yes, Denny. Denny, that point that you just made, not to ignore Michael's comment. In fact, I would like to kind of read Michael's comment and then go back to what you said to give credit to you. Michael says, I put your stream in the ads, and I'll make sure to constantly post your stuff and send you requests. Love for some of their friends on Discord. Absolutely, man. Like, just cross-promoting and supporting each other is what's up. And, like, I definitely have your video in my watch history. I can't watch it right now because obviously I'm live on stream. But I definitely put that stuff up and support it. Denny, your comment about defensive line, it's just another reason why I like Madden 14 so much. I'm sure you've heard me already talk about it at length. But the fact Madden 14 is the first Madden game that respects the 3-4 defense. Because they have coaching schemes, and then they value the overall. They weight it based on your coaching scheme and your player preference. So I use that example of Ray McDonald is like a 91 overall to the 49ers and to 3-4 defensive teams, where I think he's like an 84 or less overall for 4-3 teams, because he's still a left end, which isn't traditionally a pass rusher when we think of pass rushers, which is also bad because historically a lot of the best pass rushers were left ends, right? Like Deacon Jones and other players were actually left ends, and it was right ends in the blind side that became famous later. And Michael Strahan is a left end, and Reggie White was a left end, and there are a lot of great pass rushing left ends, but people think of the right end as the blind side pass rusher, and the left end as like the power guy. Also because, I know you know this, Denny, but for everyone watching, the left end often had to be the heavier set power guy because he had to go up against double teams against the tight ends and everything, and he had to go up against the what was considered the power tackle, where the left blindside tackle and the right tackle was like the run blocking tackle, and everyone tried to run to the right side, to the offensive right side, the defensive left. So you needed like an anchor kind of strong guy, where you had the finesse guy off the other side. So that's also why the Michael Strahans and the Reggie Whites and stuff were the bigger, heavier power guys that could also be great pass rushers. Was Bruce Smith a right end or a left end? I don't remember right this second. Like, there have been some great left end players. Fred Dean went to the Hall of Fame. Great San Diego Charger. Then joined the 49ers late in his career. Won a Super Bowl and all of that. Fred Dean was a left end. He actually moved around a bit, but he was primarily a left end. But yeah, the left end is generally the power guy. So like Ray McDonald in that game, it still has a pretty good rating because he is that, whether it's a 3-4 or 4-3 left end, he's still just a big anchor kind of guy that can cause problems. But in Madden 14, they legitimately honor that position, and my understanding is the game also, the computer will reassign a player. I believe in the game itself they do what ended up happening in real life, which is Dwight Freeney moved to outside linebacker, because I believe Dwight Freeney went to Atlanta and became an outside linebacker, if I'm not mistaken. And I believe in Madden, when Dwight Freeney's contract is up, he ends up going to a team that's a 3-4, and they move him in the video game to outside linebacker. And sometimes outside linebackers, it depends on the player and his model, but some of them in Madden 14, they become middle linebackers, and some become defensive ends in the 4-3. And I don't remember what like setting it is, but there's something where the game kind of knows, it has some checkboxes to say this guy, like a Junior Seau should move to middle linebacker kind of guy, where another position should move to defensive end, right? Like I believe Clay Matthews is kind of not coded or tagged, but the way his ratings are and his skill set is he's tagged to go more to a middle linebacker role than just becoming a defensive end if he switches from the Packers in the video game. Which I believe he also ends up doing when he goes to the Rams or whatever. He ends up playing a middle linebacker role, right? Okay, got a lot more comments here. You said amen on 14. And then it says, I'm going to go disappear for now. Your PC is almost dead. Thank you, Michael. I'm sorry if you've already vanished since you made that comment, but thank you for being here. See you later. Make sure that everything good for you. And Denny, feel free to join. We have 11 open slots. We'll do sub to the channel and get the Discord. Fantastic. We all support each other in this community. Good luck to us all. Fantastic. Aaron Smith was the mold for a 3-4 defensive end. Bruce was a right end. Okay, Bruce was a right end. Thank you. Bruce Smith was right end. Thank you, guys. Yeah. I wasn't sure if they had him at left end in Washington in this game or not. But yeah, that same kind of like guy that could just do it all though, right? Yeah. Thank you for that correction. So, we got some games. We've got Colts Steelers. That should be interesting, especially now that Peyton Manning is retired. Colts have a 61 overall quarterback. A 72. 85, 85, 91. Look at this offensive line. 98, 99, 99, 98, 93. Good Lord. They might not need a good quarterback. They might just run all over the Steelers just because their offensive line is a force field. Jeez. Look at that. And look at the quality of the linebackers or lack thereof. Right? Now, what do the Steelers have? The Steelers. 81. So they should win this game. 80. That's better. The 99 fullback. No receiving weapons. 85, 94, 84, 90, 91. Not too bad themselves either. Right? Casey Hampton, 11 years pro, has fallen off. 99 middle linebacker, 2 middle linebackers, obviously. Some defense, some not defense. That would be interesting to watch, I think. Let's check mark that, huh? What's the rating? It says Colts have a slight advantage without any offensive weapons. That's the prediction. 82, 94, 90, whatever, 86, 86, 90. Rams Cowboys looks like it would be an interesting matchup. Texans Seahawks, get to watch Montana if we wanted to. Right? We can save that for another week. Right? Yeah, the quarterback just has to hand the ball off behind that line. Exactly. Still Bill Cowher at this point. Still Tony Dungy and all of that. So their coaches haven't changed at all. There's no uniform adjustments. Let's enjoy it.
Michaels here with John Madden. Welcome you to another exciting game.
Boy, you talk about a quarterback who can light up the scoreboard. This guy can do it all. And the scary thing is, he's getting better with each game. I think some of that has to do with his receivers, because he's got some good ones to throw to.
Robinson makes a great target for him every game. I think most people in the league like to think that he's deceptively fast.
Yeah, the commentators are going to gas everyone up. So you've got him wearing Terry Bradshaw's number. And a 78 overall football team, huh? Now, I don't plan on watching the whole game, but it would be interesting to see some offensive possessions. And there is definitely a disparity in talent. We're going to see this fantastic offensive line, at least on paper. See if they just start shoving people around or what. Penalty. Can't even kick it in bounds. Come on, John, make a comment. Oh, that's it? Chris Collinsworth, I think, has comments about John making the comment. It's 53 and a half yards wide. How do you kick it out of bounds? How do you miss a target that wide? All right, Colts. You got number 4, Jim Harbaugh's number. They're all offensive line with nothing else. And the guy falls down and gets swatted. So despite that offensive line, it's not good enough. Offensive line wasn't good enough on the first play of the game. All he has to do is hand it off, and the defender brings him down. So far, that huge offensive line means nothing. Steelers defense showing up in week 1, huh? He's got time, and that's not going to move the chains. So that super offensive line meant nothing as he got dropped and then no room to run. Alan Faneca is still a Steeler, huh? When in real life he went to the Jets eventually. So the new number 12, huh? What number is the running back? Also 36? No, just regular 30. Well, hey, you guys got 2 yards while the Colts did not. Intercepted! Let's go! Now that I'm rooting against the Steelers, just good football. He just stands there. He just stands there. And then the quarterback throws him the ball. And now, can this offensive line recover? Can they play to their ratings? Okay. No pressure. Got it off. You know, Denny, if you're still listening, you might have indirectly convinced me not to completely give up on the game, right? You're going to go through a time where there's going to be a little bit of a lull. And then if everyone is just equally bad, then it doesn't matter, right? If we're just watching the players on the field and we're not caring what the ratings numbers say, like specifically, oh, there are no 99s, maybe we even argue that the real-life players are overrated. Not all of them. It's not like Ray Lewis is overrated, but maybe the desire to have everyone rated in the 90s to make players feel happy, and then the draft classes are to bring things down to the reality of what they think players really should be rated. I don't know. Phone died and made it back to see the interception. Well, your defense held to a 4th down. The turnover costs you 3 points if they can make this. He's punting. He's punting from the 37. Well, he's physically punting the ball standing on the 50, but... So the interception just cost you field position. Hey, this guy's getting 2 yards of carry, huh? And as you said, as long as guys are not running backwards with their eyes closed, you know what you're making me think of is Jimmy Garoppolo against the Packers, where he literally got spun around and they threw the ball backwards, so it was a fumble. And I think he thought he was getting rid of it, and he threw the ball backwards. Ugh. And yeah, parity could be possible, huh? The stars will stand out above others, but what I really don't like is the quality of wide receivers. Like 82 speed or whatever. Like, what is that? Hey, a good pass and catch. You know, it's still a fun and pretty game. I just wish that we could really get the college imported players working. I don't know how to import. I don't know how to install games on my PS2, but I would consider potentially installing games on the PS2 just to see. It's like it's a lot of work. It's not something I would do until July vacation, but maybe looking how to install on my PS2, possibly, if it's possible, the old Madden games, because see if NCAA 03 will import 03, 04 just for those games. I still like the other games on my 360 better. Low awareness probably kills a lot of wide receivers with no route running differentials, yes. I'm glad that, unlike Madden 12, these created players don't have goofy equipment. Especially Madden 12's undrafted free agents have like really goofy equipment. And they just look like weird players out there. With weird body types and everything. Remember that? They just look so awkward out on the field. Did Bradshaw get his number retired or is it just reserved? It's probably retired, but the game doesn't respect any retired numbers. Which, side note, I don't think any NFL number should be retired. I understand why Jackie Robinson's number is retired in baseball. Like, I get that and I respect it. I love that they have Jackie Robinson Day and all that. But even though I'm a 49ers fan and they have a lot of retired numbers, I really agree with the Raiders and I believe the Cowboys' idea that no player is bigger than the team. And especially the Cowboys' idea of, like, we're going to reserve numbers out of respect. But I also kind of like the Cowboys' tradition of, like, letting a number one, like, young rookie guy, wide receiver, wear 88 if he wants to, right? Antonio Bryant wore 88. Like, you have to change the 88 in this game, and he was like their first round pick or whatever. And obviously all the others, the Dez Bryants, and there's many guys that have worn 88 for them out of respect of being like a first round pick, expected number one receiver, even if they don't pan out. Like, that's kind of cool. There's like a little bit of tradition there. That's interesting. But I don't think any player is bigger than the number. Or bigger than the team, if that makes any sense. And yes, I just double-checked while I was looking at it, and what a great replay, huh? What a great replay and catch. It says, yeah, Steve Young is the only 49er in team history to wear the number 8. No one before Steve Young in the entire history of the franchise ever asked or wanted to wear the number 8, apparently. He was the only one to wear it, and then his success caused him to be retired. That's kind of a weird, cool fact, but yeah. So the distinctive Steelers only have 3 or 4 retired numbers, but 12 seems to be off limits. Yeah, for obvious reasons, yeah. It says 32 for Franco Harris, 70 for Ernie, and 75 for Joe Green. Yeah. And then reserving the others. Yeah. Yeah, and there's like no hurry to hand out 43, 36, 86. There's some numbers that you're not exactly running around to just give out, and 58 and so forth to everyone. A little bit of a bad pass. Receiver also trying to catch it behind him instead of in front of him. I don't know how much that's just triggering the animation. But he's throwing towards 2 guys, and the receiver is trying to catch something behind him that's actually in front of him. But whatever. So, despite the skill disparity, it appears... Well, it's 1 touchdown. 4 of 9. 4 of 9, 39 yards. Yeah, there's the interception. But I feel like having the 82 overall quarterback is a much bigger difference than having the elite offensive line, right? Reading the comment right now, yeah, it says you weren't sure if they retired his number. They do a Hall of Honor thing. That's what you need to do. A Ring of Honor, a Hall of Honor. The old number system made it hard to retire too many numbers. Yeah. There's no reason to retire a number. Just like, hey, we honor this player. We respect this player. But, like, no player is bigger than the team. Saying we reserve a number, we don't want to just hand it out for any reason, but occasionally we'll let a guy wear it, is different. Hey, you know, Denny, now that you've got that bad man Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback, let's also have the conversation. Let's say Aaron Rodgers had been drafted by the 49ers. In real life, he went to Green Bay, and I don't know why number 8 wasn't available to them, but he chose number 12, as we know. However, the 49ers have both number 12 and number 8 retired. Useless question. What number do you feel Aaron Rodgers would have worn if he had been drafted by the Niners? Number 1 for being number 1 overall? Number 10 for whatever reason? Because he wore 8 in college, and that was already gone for Young, and 12 is Brody, who's retired. However, the Niners did allow Trent Dilfer to wear 12 because I guess Trent Dilfer is like family friends with the Brody family, and they like said, yes, you can wear my number. So like that was allowed. But do you think Aaron Rodgers wears 8, honored by Steve Young saying he can wear it, wearing 12 because of the Brody family or some other number? I think that's an interesting question. To ask for 16? Nah. I think he would have had the guts to ask for 8 like he wore in college. I think if being the number 1 overall pick instead of Alex Smith, he might have asked Steve Young for permission. I don't know if it would have been like an air quote too soon. Like, I don't even know what year they retired Young's number in comparison to everything. When did the 49ers retire 8? Wow. The 49ers retired Steve Young's jersey in 2008. So he technically wouldn't have even had the number retired yet. It wouldn't have been retired when he was drafted. That's wild. Then he could have done it. That's wild. That is wild. So it wouldn't even have been a retired number. It would have been like, can I wear 8? And it's like, it's not retired, but we want to. Oh, that's weird. Okay, next question. Just for the fun of Madden, what is it, 05? No, Madden 06? What if we send these like 77 or whatever overall, I don't know, 78 overall or something. What if we send Rodgers to the 49ers? Do you think Alex Smith falls to Green Bay? Do you think Green Bay even wants Alex Smith? Like, if you redraft it and you say the Niners make, air quote, the right decision and draft Rodgers, how does that shake up the rest of the board? 2005 NFL Draft. I mean, we'll never know, but that's part of the fun, is just speculating. Let's go to player selections. The fact that the Colts are driving, we're getting towards the end of the first quarter. It's an interesting game. This is giving me more faith to not completely retire 03. Alex Smith 1, Ronnie Brown running back number 2 to Miami. Browns Braylon Edwards 3. Like, Browns do not get Aaron Rodgers, right? Bears Cedric Benson. Okay, the play is lining up. 3rd and 1. Hand off, mister. All you have to do is hand it off. Denny, you called it. All he's got to do is hand it off. You called it, baby. Yeah, oh, that would be interesting. Like, just for the fun of running a Madden 06 franchise, we say that they make the correct decision, air quotes, and pick number 1 like they're supposed to. Okay, it says Cedric Benson to the Bears, 4th overall pick. Tampa Bay, Cedric Williams. Adam Jones, Pac-Man Adam Jones to the Titans, 6th overall. Vikings, wide receiver. Arizona, safety. Number 9, Carlos Rogers to Washington. 10, wide receiver. We just keep going and going and going. The next quarterback that gets taken is Aaron Rodgers by Green Bay. Nobody else looks at a quarterback. They know what Aaron Rodgers is. He was expected to be the number 1 pick. Like, it's not a question. Like, people were shocked that he wasn't picked. The fact that Aaron Rodgers wasn't picked, does Alex Smith fall further? Jason Campbell went to Washington. Is there a timeline? Do we do a 3-way team trade? Do we say Green Bay goes Jason Campbell, Washington goes Alex Smith, the team he would finish his career on, and it would be believable to see him in a Washington uniform? Is that what you do? And then you have Jason Campbell backing him up and backing up Brett Favre in much the same way that other players did. Do you not take a quarterback and do you give Green Bay a weapon? Because Roddy White at wide receiver goes just a few picks later. Do you give Roddy White to Green Bay, a weapon to Favre? I don't know if he needed weapons at that time. Not getting Rodgers weapons was a big question mark. I don't know what the center position is. Seattle goes center. 2 picks later, right? Like, if you're not doing that, you have to do it Dark Mirror Universe. Well, that's the fun, right? Both as a 49er fan to get Rodgers on the team, but also how does that impact the future? Because even in Madden 06 style, like, Favre is only going to be around for a short time. In real life, like, he kind of stuck around probably a little bit too long. Well, at least by 1 year too long, right? But do they go Jason Campbell or do they go Alex Smith? Jason Campbell was like a decent quarterback. And I think Jason Campbell was done dirty by the Raiders. He was playing good football, and then they went after Carson Palmer. He was playing very good football for Oakland. Not like elite football, but he was playing good football. Dude, I think we could potentially Dark Mirror, like, 3-way switch. You get Jason Campbell to back up as a mobile guy behind Favre. Not the same as Jordan Love, but you get your guy. Or do they go somewhere else, right? And Alex Smith goes to Washington. Does Washington want another number 11 white quarterback after Patrick Ramsey and all that, right? It should be Alex Smith since he wound up in Washington eventually. That's what I was thinking, the 3-way switch. Go into, like, potentially franchise mode. Or not franchise, but the roster mode. And send Alex to Washington, and then Campbell to the 49ers, and then Campbell to Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers. Like, just straight up. I don't know if that affects, like, salary cap, penalties, or anything in the roster. I don't know, but it would be fun. And then again, because he's officially not a retired number, do we give him number 8, I guess? And then, yeah, that would be interesting. Because he's also not like a high-rated quarterback, Aaron Rodgers, in that game. This is a heck of a game too, huh? This is a fight. This is not disinteresting, right? It still might be worth doing a Texans run, CPU versus CPU for fun. Maybe catching not all games every week of every team like I was doing in Madden 02, but maybe catching like games of the week and interesting matchups. Recording those in the background while I'm at university or whatever, and then posting them. A few things might be fun. You probably find a Dark Mirror move for each. Oh, of course you can. I mean, one of the dark moves is the same draft, the same situation with Aaron Rodgers, is with the number 23 pick, Raiders go Fabian Washington, cornerback Nebraska, instead of Aaron Rodgers, quarterback California. That's the 2005 draft. 2006 draft, the 1 year later player selections, Houston Texans, Mario Williams, Saints, Reggie Bush, Titans, Vince Young, blah, 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 49ers, Vernon Davis, Raiders, let's say Rodgers is on the bench. By the way, they've got Randy Moss. It's the 2005 season. Now it's the 2006 season. Randy Moss is still with the Raiders, not with New England, not until the next year. Raiders go Michael Huff, a safety, leaving Dante Whitner on the board, right? Ernie Sims, linebacker. There's some guys that could be there, whatever. The bigger point is I think it's the next year, 2007, that is number 1 overall pick, Jamarcus Russell, number 2 overall pick, Calvin Johnson, in the 2007 draft. Okay? I believe Randy Moss was a day 2 trade. 2007 Randy Moss trade. Yes. That's what it was. That's even the story Bill Belichick says. is Belichick talked about how they were talking with Al Davis, and I guess day 3, whatever, like it was. I guess it was it was the 4th round pick. That's what it was. The Patriots traded a 2nd round pick for a Swelker. They only traded a 4th round pick for Randy Moss, and it was like they were picking that day, that morning. What is it? Let's go to 2007 draft. Let's go round number 4. Yes. Patriots were picking. That's the story, and it's true. Patriots were picking number 1 for the 4th round. And the Raiders ended up making that pick because the Patriots traded to them. So they had Michael Bush, right? If I say Patriots, where is it? No, there it is. It wasn't pick number 1. It was pick 110. Oakland Raiders, John Bowie, cornerback, Cincinnati, from San Francisco via New England. Because the Niners made the trade to get Tuli Banta-Kane. New England then had that, and then whatever, and then New England took the 49ers pick and gave it to the Raiders, so they have 2 4th-round picks. That 4th-round pick got Randy Moss. So imagine a timeline where you're the Raiders, you pick up young Aaron Rodgers, you let him learn under Kerry Collins, you have Randy Moss, you draft Calvin Johnson. Like, Rodgers is not helping the team win games and change their future and their momentum and their draft pick situation. You have Rodgers backing up, you have Randy Moss on your roster, and you decide to go with Calvin Johnson, and Aaron Rodgers is maturing, going to play in your number 3, going to start in your number 3 2007, and he's got Randy Moss and Calvin Johnson to throw to instead of Jamarcus Russell. Like, what the F, bro? That's a Dark Mirror, legitimate, like, Madden 08 franchise. Send Aaron Rodgers to the Raiders. Send Calvin Johnson to the Raiders as a rookie. And you're like, that's ridiculous. And send Randy Moss back to the Raiders. Like, keep him on the Raiders instead of with New England. And you're like, that's so ridiculous. You're stacking the team. It's like, they literally could have drafted that guy. They literally should have drafted the other guy. And then Randy Moss maybe not unhappy because he sees Aaron Rodgers in training, or not training camp, but like in practice squads and all of that, and sees what, like, a kind of a talent he has around him. And he's got a partner the first time since Chris Carter. Like, that would be another Dark Universe one. That's another one that I want to run for fun. And it's like, it sounds ridiculous, and yet it's not. Like, it super isn't a ridiculous what if. So, those are my 2 big Dark Universes. The Raiders doing the right thing and the Niners doing the right thing. And they both involve Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. Hey, I know your Steelers aren't winning this football game, but we've got a 17-3 ball game. And the Colts are just rated a little bit better than them, and they're winning by a little bit, right? It's an interesting football game. Interesting, like, my slider set, I think, is doing a good job. If Jamarcus and DMC had panned out, that team would have been stacked. It was supposed to be stacked. Yeah, it was. But they obviously didn't have Randy Moss and all that. Like, he was gone that same year because of that draft, because of that trade. That's nuts, though. Yeah, Jamarcus Russell having a cannon arm and having run DMC, Darren McFadden. Like, DMC was the next, like, Adrian Peterson in terms of college football hype. Definitely. Yeah, defense and running the ball, formula in a year. Exactly. They had Captain Kirk Morrison. They drafted Michael Huff to be the safety that never panned out also. Like, they invested in the positions, you know? They invested in quarterback after having Kerry Collins. Like, they invested in certain roles. For sure. But also, let me reopen some of these tabs. I think it's the 2006 draft. The Raiders also blew it quarterback. Like, not only did they not take Rodgers, I think, and I'm not saying like it's a big time quarterback, but I think in 2006 the Raiders also passed on Matt Leinart. Like, just in terms of names. Yeah. 7th overall pick, Michael Huff at safety. 8, Dante Whitner. 9, Ernie Sims. 10, Arizona, Matt Leinart. Then 11, Jay Cutler. So you're the Raiders. You said no to Aaron Rodgers. And the next draft, you're saying no to Matt Leinart and his career at USC, regardless of the fact that he didn't pan out in the NFL. And you're also saying no to smoking Jay Cutler. Like, you've got Kerry Collins, and you feel, no, we're good. We're going to take a safety instead of those positions. I don't know. And while I'm not paying attention, apparently the Colts have the ball back, huh? Well, we also know that the 3-4 defense sucks in Madden. Almost throws a pick. And he steps in front of it, too. Nice. Yeah, nothing doing. Yeah, that should have been a house call. That would have been a nice house call. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3. 2. Not that I want like a whole bunch of interceptions, but go like straight 18. This is something that I do like about my slider settings, is you can get touchdown shots and you can make throws, but they're also contesting passes. Like, I know I'm not keeping this because I'm not saving it, but computer catching 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So up to 16. I dropped accuracy down to 19 because I felt they were just completing too much. I think I've got pretty solid sliders. This offensive line is getting beat, and we might want... Not to say that they can't get beat, but 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 40% instead of 30%. I don't want like just a wall and like untouched all the time. But I think like a little bit more protection, especially how super this line is, and they're getting like pushed around. I want to feel like if you have a great line, it feels like you have a great line. And we've seen them getting like dropped by what we know is an inferior defensive line. Okay. Make this a football game, Steelers. Punch it in the end zone. Make it a one-score game. Make it interesting. That's how you start a good drive. Little pulling guard, hit the gap, pick up what looks like 4 to 5 yards. A long 4, if not 5. Yeah, it looks like a long 4. Dropping back, little sidearm throw, little off target. Increasing the catch rating isn't going to make a difference. He got a little hung up. I think the receiver would have been in position if he didn't get physically hung right here on the corner, which the game just considers like jostling hand fighting. And I just keep saying it, I'm really glad that they're contesting passes. We weren't seeing the contested passes in NCAA 06. 3rd and 6, gun empty. Oh, I hate gun empty, bro. Sidearms it, got the good completion. This is what I mean by the pass blocking. Okay, he's got a little pressure, and then he's forced to do something. Gets what he wants. I really do not like gun empty, like in real football or in video game. I like having a back that can chip, a back that can threaten to be a screen reception, a draw, like an angle route, like a Brian Westbrook or a CMC. Like, I just do not like gun empty. I really like having a tight end. I like 3 wide versus 4 wide if I can do it, because I like shifting and having options in my pass pro. Like, I like it when my tight end is a receiving threat, like a George Kittle or Rob Gronkowski or whatever. I like having 6 on the line, having a back, having the opportunity to just do a power, do a sweep, do like 3rd and 6 and you can still hand it off. Like, I understand if it's like 3rd and 17 and you're just trying to route something up, but I still like having a back. I mean, if it's not game on the line, gotta convert because it's the playoffs, win or go home, down by 10, whatever. Like, there's only some situations where I'd even consider it. Otherwise, like, just the draw, just the screen, just the whatever. Well, there's another dropped pick, and it's not that they need to catch all of them, but defense. Let's go 19, 18, 18, 18, and 19. If they just start catching like 6 interceptions or whatever, we can crank it back down. Right now, they're just dropping them. Having the backfield in makes the middle linebackers part of the front 7 instead of just being part of the secondary coverage. Yeah. I just don't like the idea of just going 5 wide. I understand still like having the personnel like a tight end and a back. Like, that's one of the things that New England did against the Rams is they came out like in base personnel with like Devlin or whatever. And then they went like 5 wide gun, and they had like Devlin, the fullback, outside, which is something Bill Walsh talks about, having the fullback outside the numbers, and then daring the defense. What are you going to do? Are you going to pull a linebacker out of the box to cover the fullback? Or are you going to waste a corner or a safety covering our fullback? Like, what do you do? Right? It was really interesting. And they were running, I forget, like Hoss wide juke or whatever it's called, 3 times in a row against the Rams. And it's like both the halfback and the fullback were split out to opposite sides of the field outside the numbers, running like the hitches or whatever. And then it was the receivers themselves running the seams from inside the numbers. And then it was like Rob Gronkowski running the wide juke. And then another time it was Rob Gronkowski in the slot. And Edelman, like not at full tight end, but more inside running the juke or whatever. But they were just coming out in base, which forced the defense to go into base and match it up, and then they just kind of routed them up. Yeah, 99 overall, Bell makes the play, huh? And it's just more bad run blocking too. Like 64, what is he doing? Bell reads it well. Yes, absolutely, Denny. I just read your comment. Yes. But I watched our 49ers hour. I watched the 49ers that I love so much go with Kyle Shanahan and go empty under Jimmy G and under Brock Purdy. And most of them result in either sacks or quarterback hurries where they've got to get rid of it or whatever, because the defense knows they can just pin their ears back. Like, they know there's not a running back in the backfield. Like, they know Jimmy G and Purdy are not going to, like, quarterback power it. It's not going to be a run. They're going to be in pass blocking. And they know all the 5 guys that can pass block, and you can just stunt and overload and do a combo and just ruin the offensive line's chances. And it's just garbage chess football. It's just atrocious. And they didn't even run, like, bubble screens or out or whatever to, like, punish defenses for trying to stunt or anything. There you go. There's your 82 overall quarterback. They got the ball back, and now we're tacking on 15. Finally, we can look at a replay. Okay. I like the sidearm animation. Rich Gannon doing it, but also your guy doing it. David Carr. Just a nice little... And still, a lot of these throws are behind the guys. I don't know why they're like pass lead behind, whatever. It's a problem when I was playing as a user too. A lot of passes behind the player instead of where he's going. I don't know if that's something they fix in 04. So the pass completion attacking on 15 yards takes you to 15.25 yard line. Okay, just kind of getting rid of it and going to the next play. 29 and 34 plays. Yeah, we know 11-minute quarters is the right amount of time. Get in the end zone and make this a 7-point realistic football game. Make this the battle that it should be. Be an 82 overall quarterback versus the 60-something quarterback. Hand it off. Hey, a good second down run. The clock is moving, so the Colts have less time if and when they get the ball back. Don't hurry it up too much. Okay, they do hurry it up a bit too much. But they throw a touchdown! And me out increasing the catch rating by 1, I think, helps make that point. Let's go. Exactly what we wanted. I'm open. Yep. And the defender can't cover anything but the width between his shoulders. And he drags and comes back and catches it in front of the defender. And gets hit, but without dropping it. Let's go. We've got ourselves a football game, folks. You know, Denny, it might be worth not completely giving up on 03. You might get some rough and tumble seasons, but it might be worth not giving up on, right? I still don't like our future with the Texans. Like, I think that's part of it is we don't start with a good team, and it's going to be really hard to draft a good team, right? How much do we value, and how much can we even make a move, trading draft pick/draft picks for receivers that are real life receivers instead of spending first round picks on players, because we know that the game generally isn't going to have wide receivers on the board with the first round. How much is a first round pick even worth to trade for a receiver? And we can't package future picks. Like, we can't package like this year and next year's first for Randy Moss, like straight up or whatever, you know? Like, we can't do a Raiders trade to get Randy Moss from Minnesota, you know? It's interesting. That was a Steelers catch if I ever saw one. Yeah, I think clicking the catch rating up by 1 click extra is helping. both teams, like, they're getting some nasty hits, but we also have contested passes too. We've seen the defense, like, contest these passes. I think 20 accuracy. We saw Tom Brady, when I was streaming like Monday last week or whatever, throw some amazing passes with only like 87 accuracy or whatever. And I was like, this is kind of ridiculous. I don't know about this quarterback. We know he's kind of a crap quarterback. I don't want him throwing dimes. But I'm so tired of all these like behind the receiver plays. You like the plan of investing in veterans for the first 10 years and switch to a draft focus? I mean, yeah. We got to see what we can even get for the picks. And that's also the other fact, right, Denny? Is we drafted well. Now, I'm not saving that franchise in the terms of, like... Because it's the franchise we're literally playing. I'm saving it. But, like... If we restart, we're not getting that same middle linebacker, right? But I think we did a good job. Like, a 77 overall middle linebacker. And he turned out to be 80-something, 88, whatever. And as we saw the 49ers linebacker, most likely if he was allowed to continue starting, he probably would have become a 90-something middle linebacker. So I think we did a good pick. We're not taking the next Ray Lewis, or Patrick Willis, but I think we are taking another great player. I think when we had, like, what was it? Oh, there it is, the pick! There's that pick, Denny, and while it wasn't house call, there it is. I know the auto replay is nice, but there it is, folks, instead of a dropped pick. I don't want them just picking off everything. I don't want quarterbacks turning into like 5-7 interception a game every game. But, yeah. You got to start catching them, right? He would be at 2 picks now if the other one was caught. If the other one had been caught, there would be 2 interceptions. Correct grammar. And now you've got a chance to potentially tie the game with 52 seconds and however many timeouts and the ball in good field position. Their greed is costing them with their 69 overall or whatever he is quarterback. Does it show timeouts? You got 1 timeout and 49 seconds. Dropped. So even though the catch rating is increased, it's still not automatic super catch everything. Even if you get a field goal, maybe? Oh, your ball's near the 40. They're going to punt it if they don't get it. We've already seen teams punt from this range. I was going to say field goal makes it a 4-point game, but... Just a little dump off. I think it was the attempt to get into field goal range. Milk the clock and punt it is what they're probably going to do. Maybe even just let it run out and go to the half. They're going to line it up. Let's go. Remember, I think I have like max field goal power, but like 30 or 40% accuracy, so it's not a gimme. Make it a 4-point game going into half. Let's go. Let's get this. Let's make it interesting. Let's go. There you go, Denny. 55 yards. Yeah, I'm surprised that they came out with it. Absolutely surprised they came out with it. If we go to AI, computer, special teams, field goal length, I maxed it out. Now, 63 and a half yards or whatever was 63 yards was the NFL record. This says it's 55 because it's from that's the thing. He's attempting it from 45 plus 10 yards in the end zone. How far is it off the ground? Where's the ball? It's really high. Right? I can't even zoom out enough where the ball was. I mean, we saw it already from one angle, but... yeah, this is where we lose it. So it would be good from the NFL record. So I might need to lower the kick power, but they at least tried it. So we're going to have a 4-point game at halftime with the team that's considered better with a slight lead. Okay, I'm interested. I didn't sign up to watch like the whole game. I am interested at the very least. All right. I like it. Where were we? We had Falcons, 49ers. 49ers Rams is a presentation. Let's listen to it. I think I know what most of the presentations are going to end up being.
Anticipated game now upcoming with San Francisco and St. Louis.
And that was the audio you get all the time. Or I think there's like 2 audios-ish. But you get an audio for Niners Rams. You don't get an audio for the other teams. They have not built a rivalry with the Seahawks, and they don't have a rivalry with the Cardinals. It's worth looking, but I don't think that they have it for the Packers. That's something that was mentioned. And the username, again, Asuka mentioned that. Let's go to channel. Because that should be a reference to Evangelion, no? If Asuka's even still here or watching back later. Am I mistaken in that? Should be an Evangelion reference. But don't think we're going to get anything here because they hadn't built the rivalry yet. They played like 4 playoff games or whatever. Maybe the 5th. I'm trying to load the profile, but it's not opening. He made a comment how a game that might not be decided until the final couple minutes. That's interesting. It wasn't specifically for the 49ers and Packers, though, right? Maybe just because they're both like considered really good teams, like both 84s overall. I don't think that was special to us. Yeah, it was just a commentary because they were evenly matched teams. Okay. Yeah, Asuka's profile is not loading like Michael's loaded. That's interesting. Eyes are getting pretty heavy, heading to bed. It's a blast. Love it, Denny. Enjoy the rest of your Father's Day. Have a great night. Best of luck to you, your family, all that. Rest well, all that good stuff. See you on the other side. I'm probably going to have to shut this down soon also. I want to make sure that I go into settings. I go into gameplay. I go into AI. I go to computer. We're here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We go to catching. 1, 2, 3, 4. 16 was really good. Defense. 1, 2, 1, 2. Knockdowns 1, 2, 18. Interceptions 19. Maybe just straight up 18. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Maybe 4. I think we're fine. I think we were fine at 3. And then special teams, 1, 2 away from that. 1, 2 away from that. And save it up. So whether you're still here or not, we're just making sure that we save the adjustments that we saw, that we liked. I think we got something fun. I'm going to probably hit up some other introductions and wrap this thing up. Thank you so much, Denny. Now I'm just going to keep talking like you're still here, because you might still be here. Anyone might still be here when we rewatch it or finish it. And it says also have 2 viewers, which means I might also have people lurking. And Asuka, if you're here, I'm trying to look at your profile, and it's just spinning, bro. It's just not loading. I was able to load other things. I don't know what's going on. If I go to Denny, and I click Denny, and I say go to channel, I right-click in a new tab. It's loading up, but something with Asuka's channel, it just does not load up. Michael's loaded up. I don't know what's going on. Regardless, Niners-Packers didn't have anything special. Does Niners-Cowboys have anything special because of their history? That's already established. Niners-Giants next.
Everyone ready for today's game, which promises to be a great one. Thanks for joining us again tonight. This one looks like it will be decided in the final couple of minutes as the Dallas
Same thing.
against the San Francisco 49ers. Hi again, everyone. It's almost time for the kickoff. Now, Michael, you bring you this one with my partner, John Madden.
Yeah, they don't have anything special. And I'm sure the 49ers... If 49ers Cowboys doesn't have anything, the 49ers Giants won't have anything. We've done Falcons, Niners, Giants. We've already had the Giants against the rest of the NFC. Right? The East. We already had Eagles, Giants. We already had Cowboys, Giants. And I don't think Washington and Giants is going to do anything. Jaguars probably don't have any rivalries. I would be surprised if they actually did. We've already seen Colts and Jags, right? We've already seen Dolphins. Sorry, Dolphins. Jaguars in the South. So, the Colts and the Jags we saw. Well, then it's Titans and Texans, right? So, yeah, we haven't tried the other ones. But the Texans aren't going to have any rivalries yet. The Titans and Jags? Maybe? I doubt it. Wow, it is. Wow. Wow. Really surprised about that. And again, it has to do with the playoffs that they were just doing just a few years before. Right? Really happily surprised to see that. Jets, we already know what they had, right? They should have Jets Patriots, right? That should be like a gimme.
Here we are at Giant Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey for this contest. And when New York and New England get together, it usually promises to be a good one.
Yep, the Jets and the Patriots rivalry is one of the better ones going these days.
We're here for what figures to be another great game. Brought to you by the folks at...
Yep, it was exactly what we expected. Jets-Pats does exist. Does Jets-Giants exist? I know I kind of skipped over the Giants when I could have done it whenever I had it here. But does just playing in the same stadium make a difference?
Here we are at Giants Stadium in East Rutherford, New Jersey for this contest. Thanks for joining us again tonight. This one looks like it will be decided in the final couple of minutes as the New York Giants square off against the New York Jets. Welcome to the game, Al Michaels and
So, no, even though they share the same stadium and there's the whole funny aspect of who's truly the home team, there isn't. We've already seen the Lions and everyone. They don't have anything against the Packers, or they don't have anything against the Bears. I don't see them having anything against any other team. We've already done a bunch of teams against the Packers. The Panthers, I mean, if you don't have Falcons Saints, what are you going to have with the Panthers? I'm sorry. Patriots, we already know with the Jets. What about the Bills and the Dolphins? What kind of rivalries do you have with the other teams? Because Jets in Miami also exists.
everyone ready for today's game, which promises to be a great one. I'm glad you could join us for tonight's matchup. This should be a very interesting game as the Miami Dolphins get set to take on the New England Patriots.
Nothing. Okay. Nothing. Patriots-Rams was nothing. I mean, there was the Super Bowl, but no, there was nothing. Patriots-Bills. We already tried Patriots-Bills when we had the Bills. Raiders, we already know with the Broncos, we already know with the Chiefs, and we already know with the Chargers because they already have all of that stuff. So we know the Raiders by default just because of everyone else they played. Rams, we should know because we've seen everyone but the Seahawks. And we know in real life they would develop a rivalry that they do not yet have. So, Rams-Seahawks would develop.
It will be deafening here in the Edward Jones Dome in St. Louis. Thanks for joining us. Our game tonight looks like it should go right down to the wire, featuring two teams, each hunting for a win as the Seattle Seahawks come into town to face the St. Louis Rams. Al Michaels and John Madden here to broadcast this one, brought to you by EA Sports, the company that defines football.
Well,
Let's see how it plays.
Wow, I've been on mute. Okay, so what I was trying to say is, I don't know how long I was muted, but yes, Seahawks-Rams would become something. The audio that they gave us said deafening crowds. As far as I know, the Seahawks would get notoriety for a loud crowd truly with their new stadium. I know they like to call themselves the 12s and the 12th man and all that, but it's interesting that the audio doesn't talk about the loud noise at Arrowhead. It doesn't talk about the loud noise at Denver. It doesn't talk about the loud noise with Seattle, but it did for the Rams game. That was interesting. Steelers-Ravens. I believe this is another one that becomes a great rivalry that has not yet been a great rivalry, so I don't expect anything yet.
Live from Baltimore, Maryland, another exciting game of NFL football. Thanks for joining us again tonight. This one looks like it will be decided in the final couple of minutes as the Pittsburgh Steelers match up against
Yeah, it's the same thing. There are even teams in the next couple minutes. Washington. Is there anyone that we haven't had them go up against? I think we've already had the Cowboys, Eagles, and Giants already come up. So we already know the Saints and the Falcons don't have anything, and who else would the Saints even have one with? Seattle, like, that's part of their issue that I already mentioned in this thing. Like, they moved to the NFC West because they had no relevance outside of it. The Steelers, we just saw the Ravens, and we've seen the other teams. There's nothing much to test. It's a brand new team that shouldn't have any audio. The Titans already have the Jaguars, and we tested the other teams, and the Vikings. So that's really it. And now it's just kind of looking here. What do we've got? The Admirals and the Claymores.
To be a good one. Both teams extremely well prepared as the Scottish Claymores get set to take on the Amsterdam Admirals. Welcome to the game, everyone. Al Michaels here for EA Sports with my partner, John Madden. Everyone here ready for more exciting NFL action.
I'll tell you, we've got a great one, and I can't wait to see this guy run the ball. He's got good vision and quick feet. When he sees the hole, boom, he's off into the secondary. Anytime you have a threat in the ground, it makes the whole offense that much better.
The Claymores' defensive line will have to be at its best today. A great running attack situation. So it'll be up to them to tie up the linemen up front so that the linebackers will be free to make most of the stops. If they're not able to do that, the defense might be in trouble.
This is what football is all about. Look at all those guys down there getting all pumped up. They're really fired up, getting ready for this one.
And let's go to the field for the point shot.
I want to look at the rosters, see if there's any players we recognize that move on to the NFL. It'd also be interesting with the sliders that I've got set up, not tonight, but another night, to set up some NFL Europe. Even potentially look at the NFL Europe schedule, see if we can do a tournament mode or something, and actually get them to play. That would be very interesting. Okay, now we've got something. We've got coaching strategy. Admirals, quarterback. Okay, don't recognize names here. West Brooks, no. I mean, I don't expect to have big-time names. Also, I guess I should look it up. 2002 NFL Europe best players. In 2002, several NFL Europe players stood out, with some going on to have successful careers. No. AI, I hate you. I don't like AI overviews. It says notable players include quarterback Kurt Warner. Shut up. No. And Brad Johnson. Shut up. NFL Europe season. European football statistics. Most famous NFL Europe players. That's what you want. Who are they? What years did they play? That's worth looking at. So, well, for some, I mean, probably because I'm streaming. The internet is on the slow end of loading. 10 most famous NFL Europe players. John Kitna played for Barcelona Dragons. It says Terry Crews was a defensive end for the Rain Fire. Wow. And Isaiah Mustafa played for Barcelona Dragons. Dante Hall was a kick returner for the Scottish Claymore, it says, in 2001 before being a Chief here in this game in 2002 season. David Akers played for the Berlin Thunder. Brad Johnson, yes, we know he played there, but the game was like, the AI was like, he was famous in 2002. It says 1995, the London Monarchs. James Harrison, obviously, that's the big one. He wears the Ravens logo because he was undrafted free agent with the Steelers, then was picked up by the Ravens specifically to represent them in the Europe, and then came back to the Steelers. The Rain Fire, and it says 2004. Harrison went undrafted out of Kent State during the 2002 draft. This is where you need to make James Harrison, and he wore 53 at the time, so there you go. Let's go to sources, display capture. Because Gilden is wearing 92, 53 is a good number to give to James Harrison as a created player. He's worth going into a different Madden game, getting his information, making him as a created player, making him wear 53, I guess, for the Steelers or something. And yeah, it says back and forth between the Steelers and Ravens. Yes, early in his career, he bounced back and forth. The later sending him to Europe, the Rain Fire in 2004. His team had a subpar season, but Harrison would go on to have a very successful career with the Steelers, registering all the tackles, the Super Bowl, and Jake Delhomme, and then that talks about 1999. William the Refrigerator Perry played for the London Monarchs in 1996. Wow, so like after he'd already been like a famous player and all that, he just kept it. For those that were around to watch NFL Europe or watch the NFL in the 80s, know that Perry was a sensation and all of that. The Fridge, The Fridge played for the Monarchs during an attempted comeback. The only player on the list in Europe to end his career rather than at the beginning. Yeah, Adam Vinatieri. Yeah, Kurt Warner did play for them, but that's 1998. He played the arena ball and all that, but that's why I said like FU AI, because it's like talking about players, all of that. So there's really nobody that should even be in this game that's worth paying attention to. Like, oh my god, there's so-and-so on that team. So, what else do I want to accomplish in tonight's stream? Franchise, new, however many teams, load team, load a created team. I don't have a created team. No memory unit with valid team was found. Yes, because I haven't created a team. There's new coach, but I can't put NFL Europe in there. That's fine. Tournament, new. Round robin, double round robin, single elimination, double elimination. Number of teams, 16, whatever. Fantasy draft off. You can have the all-time teams. You can have the Madden teams. You can have the 57, 62, whoever's. That's what stinks about this is I don't think there's nowhere to edit these team names, all of that. There you go. NFL Europe alumni. I wonder if they're going to have names. You have Admirals, Claymore, Dragons, Fire, Galaxy, Thunder. So we're talking 7 teams. So we're literally running. There's only 6 teams, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Were there more teams that didn't make it into the game? And then you're talking whatever years and the all-time teams. Right? and the Madden 01 team from the previous year. The smallest number is 8. Fantasy draft off. The elimination. Tournament tree. Hey, there you go. The All Madden and the alumni have to knock each other out. And then the other teams have the remaining spots, huh? The number 1 and the number 8 seed. We should put the All Madden team on the number 1 seed. The winner's bracket, the loser's bracket. Right. I'm kind of interested in just having this team to see, do they have named players on it. Oh, they won't even say, like, okay, the all-time or whatever of whatever. Okay. Just more to look at the rosters. Hey, look at that. We got Kurt Warner. Because of what we said before. Right? And Brad Johnson on that list. And John Kitna, which was on that list. And then this is the rest we have for running backs that they at least have the rights to, I should say. At least that. Marcus Robinson, huh? Sure. I mean, I'm assuming that these were all players that played for the NFL Europe, right? Interesting that a 62 and a 44. Interesting. Rivera of the Packers, huh? Joseph Andruzzi, who would also later go on, I believe, to play for the New England Patriots, no? Lipsis. Barry Sims, who would be later a Raider? Wow. I was kind of surprised with that. That's Sinclair. Interesting. I'm going to assume that these are all accurate. Raider player, Josh Tavies. Okay. Leroy Glover, defensive tackle. And Keith Traylor, too? That's a surprise. I don't know how much this is true. Mike Jones, who? Mike Jones, who? Mike Jones. Interesting. Interesting. David Akers. Yeah, we saw that. He was like one of the top players. Okay. Absolutely fascinating. Should absolutely get their butts kicked. But, and then Kurt Warner's on both teams. Yeah, the Madden 01 team, right? Falk, Green, Hurst, all that. Cecil Martin as the fullback. Really? You're going to take Cecil Martin on the fullback and you're not going to take Mike Allstott? You're not going to take Lorenzo Neal? That's interesting. You don't take Randy Moss on the 01 team? I mean, like, I understand these guys. Joe Horn was a very, very good player. You don't take Randy Moss. Fascinating. Michael Strahan, yeah, Grant Winstrom, Hugh Douglas, Warren Sapp, Ted Washington, Bryant Young, right, Keith Brooking, Jesse Armstead, London Fletcher, Brian Urlacher. Jeremiah was a Bullfrog Trotter, played middle linebacker also. Aeneas Williams, Troy Vincent. Plummer made the All Madden team? Yeah, Mike Brown. Yeah, Lynch and Dawkins, baby. Lynch and Dawkins. Fascinating. Simulate the game. Yeah, obvious. Okay. So, the Fire, the Dragon, the Galaxy is Frankfurt and all that. what is the quality of play going to look like? I think their away jerseys are more interesting. And their home jerseys are more interesting. Yeah, I think you wearing white is more interesting. Okay, I'm going to mute. I'm going to use things like the toilet. I'm going to get everything ready. Not like you need to know too much information, Paul, but I'm going to go on mute. We're going to run the game. We're going to have a little bit of fun. Probably not finish it. We're just going to look at how it's flowing with these inferior players, but with the same sliders. What kind of game performance we have. And maybe a way to close it out for the night.
Football is played all over the world, including here in Barcelona. Thanks for joining us for today's tournament game. This one looks like it's going to be a tight one between two very evenly matched opponents as the Rhine Fire square off against the Barcelona Dragons. Al Michaels here with John Madden. Welcome you to another exciting game.
The defense is lucky to have this guy at the safety spot. He's always getting everyone lined up and making sure they have the right coverage call. When you get a guy like this, he can lead your defense, and that makes everyone else's job a little bit easier.
The Fire ground game should be a big factor in the outcome of this one. Now, we've talked about the defense that they'll face, and in order to keep them guessing, this offense will look to mix it up with screens and counters. This will force the defense to tone down their aggressiveness and not overplay anything. It should make for a very interesting matchup.
These guys are ready to put on a show for the home crowd. Look at them. They can't wait to get this thing going.
Now let's go to midfield for the game's coin toss. They're lined up and ready for the kickoff, so let's go to the field for the start of the action. Number 14 is back and ready to put this one in the air. He sends this one toward the end zone. Number 26 fields it cleanly. The Fire will start this drive from the 26-yard line. Melissa, is there an update?
I had a chance to talk to the head coach during warm-ups. He said his players have been very focused all week, and we should see a noticeable difference in their play throughout the game. Should be a great contest, Al.
Thanks for that report, Melissa. Looking downfield. Martin throw. He hits his receiver. Cox records the stop at the 40. First and 10. Ball on their own 40. Four-man front this time. He's looking to pass. Martin sends the pass away. He made a great play and broke that pass up.
You know, he did what you taught to do, and that's take away the ability for the receiver to catch the ball. He can't catch it when you knock it down.
Second and 10. Ball on their own 40. Nickelback in this time. He's looking to pass. Surveying the field. Passing to his right. Emmanuel knocked it down.
Yeah, just stick your hand in there and whap it down.
So they dug themselves into a hole here. A long third down situation. Ball on their own 40. Nickelback in this time. Back to pass. He's looking, rolls right with the throw, and he finds the open man. Deese got in there for his first tackle. Penalty marker down on the field.
Holding offense. Loss of 10 yards.
That won't help them.
I don't think that was part of the game plan.
They'll face a long third down here. Ball on their own 30. Looking downfield. Steps up.
An interception would have been nice, but a great play either way.
Johnson is just about ready to punt this one away. So they have 1st and 10 here. Fair receives the handoff. Can't bring him down. Looking for room to the outside. Breaking free. And he's brought down at the 39. First and 10. Ball on the 39-yard line. The Dragons are in the offset I formation. Looking to pass. Throws it out over to the left. Knocked away. He didn't appear to see the defenders on that play.
The defense was all over that one. They're lucky that one wasn't intercepted.
It's 2nd down and 10 to go. Ball on the 39-yard line. Only one man back. Number 83 in motion. Looking for blockers. Fair on the carry. And he's tackled at the 34-yard line. 6-yard gain. Now within their kicker's range. White back in the shotgun. Looking downfield with the pass. Hits his man with the pass. Quick decision by the quarterback on that play.
That one was thrown so hard, I think it took the air right out of the receiver.
Using motion. He's looking to pass. Passing to his left. Batted down. Donaldson didn't give him a chance on that one.
Great position and great reaction made that play happen.
Second and 10. Ball on the 19-yard line. Fair gets the toss. Number 96 with the stop at the 18. He was cut down quickly.
He was waiting for something to develop, and whap, he got developed.
3rd and 9. Ball on the 18-yard line. He's going to throw. Steps up. Throws it. Flowers just couldn't find a way to come up with that one. Number 27 makes a great play breaking up that pass.
He was in a great position to make that play.
Number 14 heads out to try this field goal. And it's up. And the kick sails wide. So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on their own 25. 4-man front this time. Looking downfield. Passes left. Nice connection. Anthony records the stop at the 31. The quarterback showed you his great arm on that pass.
Not only can this guy make all the throws, he also rarely makes a bad decision out there.
2nd and 4 coming up here. Quick drop. Martin with the pass, and it's complete. Harris makes the play at the 34-yard line, and he picks up about 4. It's 3rd down and a yard. Martin gets set on the run. Runs up the middle. Emmanuel records the stop at the 34-yard line. He was stopped before he could go anywhere.
Yeah, because those big old defensive linemen pushed those big old offensive linemen backwards.
4th and 1 coming up. Johnson is back to punt. Number 8 is back to receive this kick. It's 1st and 10. Ball on the 49-yard line. 4-man front this time. White gives the ball off. Up the gut. And it looks like this one will be spotted at the 32. He did a great job moving the ball on the ground there, John.
This guy has great speed. Allows him to outrun the defenders if he can get around the corner.
So we have 1st and 10 here. Ball on the 32-yard line. 4 linemen and 3 linebackers lined up defensively. And he stopped at the 30. He tried to find a hole and just got what he could.
Yeah, he tried to stretch it outside, but the defense was quick to react to the play, and even quicker to move off their blocks and get in a position to cover the hole.
2nd and 8. Quick drop. Passing right. Nice reception. Brown records the stop at the 21. Picked up 9 on the play. It's 1st and 10. The Dragons use motion. Quick drop. Tossing it to the middle. Knocked away. Cooper batted that pass down.
Yep, nothing fancy there. Don't even give the receiver a chance. Just knock it down.
It's 2nd down and 10 to go. White gets set. He gets the handoff on the delay. Searching for a seam. And he's tackled at the 21-yard line.
He just needs to keep pounding away, and he's going to get his 100 yards today.
It's 3rd down, and they have a long way to go. 4 wideouts this time. Dropping back. Gets the pass off. He hits his receiver. The defense wasn't ready for that, and they paid the price on the touchdown pass.
Looks like everyone did on that play. To me, it looked like there were about 11 bites.
It's on its way, and the extra point is good. Good-looking drive, and they score the touchdown. The offensive unit should be very pleased with their performance on that one.
Hey, these guys deserve to feel good about it. Now it's the defense's turn to come out and do its job.
Number 14, in to kick this one off. He sends it off. Number 81 will return this one.
Holding number 60. Receiving team. Loss of 10 yards.
So we have 1st and 10 here. Martin with a man in motion. Dropping back. Throwing short. Nice reception. Cox brings him down at the 20. Second and 2 coming up here. Ball on their own 20. Dropping back. Gets rid of it. Great catch. And he's brought down at the 23. So a pickup of maybe 3. So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on their own 23. They line up in the I formation. Looking downfield. Martin throws. He hits his receiver. So they have 1st and 10 here. With an extra DB, the defense is in the nickel. He's going to throw. Passes it. Knocked down. Davis makes a great play by breaking that pass up.
The receiver just didn't have good position on it.
It's 2nd down and 10 to go. Only one man in the backfield. Quick drop. With the throw. Hits the target with the pass. Ball at midfield. Martin scans the defense from the gun. Robertson on the delay. Couldn't find much of a hole, and he's brought down after a gain of what looks like a couple.
Yeah, you talk about push. This line got no push at all, and there was nowhere to go.
9 yards to go. Ball on the 49-yard line. Looking for an opening. Emmanuel wraps him up and now has 4 tackles. Good pursuit by the defense on that play.
Yeah, the defense has some quick linebackers and linemen. They seem to always move off their blocks well and in a position to make the tackle.
It's 3rd down and they have a long way to go. Ball on their own 46. Nickelback in this time. He's looking to pass. Looking downfield. Picked off. It's intercepted. First and 10. He's looking to pass. White throws right. Great catch. And he's brought down at the 48. Not much there. Second and 9 coming up here. Ball on their own 48.
That guy got knocked around by that defense. He needs a little protection from his linemen.
About 6 to go. Ball on the 49-yard line. Drops back. Stepping up. Surveying the field. Passes it. He knew that one was a catch if he didn't hit him hard.
As a receiver, you know that you're going to get hit when you catch the ball. You see it so many times. They get hammered.
All right, I am back. I've made myself a peach and ginseng or something. Fantastic tea. It is 11:02 p.m. I'm staying up later than I should. I see minus 4 yards rushing versus 40 yards rushing. I see a touchdown on the board. I saw what looked like a drop. I see T. Martin at under 60% passing. I see Ted White at 44% passing. We're talking 9 and 12 attempts. I mean, percentages only matter so much when you only have so many attempts. I'm seeing 5.7 yards per carry, minus 1.3 yards per carry. Like the play calling matters, all of that. I don't see any recorded drops there and only one there, but they can still drop passes. I see a pick. One pick so far in the game. Again, it's a small sample size. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pass deflections and 4 pass deflections here. Are we seeing like darts being fired? And there it is, like a catch and drop, whatever. I think it's interesting. Okay. Obviously, we're not saving the tournament tree or anything. The idea of the tournament tree primarily is to find a way to get the NFL Europe teams getting some play, because they don't have an NFL Europe season or anything. They don't have like a sub mode if that is a feature. I've got to push this button so that it doesn't automatically switch over. Just a way to use the NFL Europe teams, possibly. 2-minute drill, football 101. This one's always fun. I'm going to use the 49ers just because I like them. We're going to go up against the Rams. This is fun to show off.
Welcome to Football 101. You don't know what halfback or halfback is, then this vote is for you. Calling plays, reading defense. Make all the difference. Sit back, relax, and have fun. School is now accepted. Textbook to page.
Maybe we should do this as its own separate video sometime and go into detail. Interesting. It started at split backs. Okay, it's not going to talk about the split backs yet. It has 3 plays. Let's start with the run play.
The split backs formation is mainly a passing formation, typically featuring 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and 2 running backs. This play is called halfback off tackle. Now here are some of the keys to making a play a success. The fullback runs outside, leading the way. The left guard pulls right and blocks this guy. The center picks up this block. Wide receivers try to run off the cornerback. After getting the toss or handoff, the running back has to follow his guard in the off-tackle hole and turning upfield and finding a clear running lane.
Doesn't mean the demo works always. You notice when they told you to sprint?
Let's go. See if you can make this play work. Hey, you made some great moves to pick up the needed yardage.
Now, they are playing, I believe, like rookie mode or whatever. And what's really interesting is, didn't they talk about blocking one of these guys with a pulling guard, sorry. And that's not who he ended up blocking. And so it was really hard for us to get a read We can try to learn how to run behind Greg Fiore, but we're also running away from this guy, like through the hole. And then he peels back, and it said, like, use the sprint button. So there's, like, the broken tackle. And now I hit sprint right there. That is the difference with using sprint and not using sprint. I didn't use sprint until the end there. Now, again, I think this is, like, rookie mode or whatever that they're playing on. Like, we're just defeating everyone across the board. We're just laying guys out. But the idea that they're trying to teach you in Football 101, I'm not complaining about them using rookie mode. Right? And, like, Owens should be, like, destroying people. He's not the greatest run blocker in real life, but he was pretty darn good. Also, having the pulling guard against a linebacker is better than maybe knocking down a defensive end or whatever. The fullback leading through the hole here. That idea, again, taking the handoff and following 74, not trying to go too far outside. And then splitting the blockers here. But just staying off sprint until you can see right there the speed boost. You can watch, like, I'm just using Garrison Hurst's natural speed. And then the escape to get in the end zone. Versus what I believe would have been caught after so many yards. So now I'm just going to completely stay off the sprint button. Especially here on the rookie mode.
Hey, you made some great moves to pick up the needed yardage.
Okay, so what I did there is the game showed black button on screen and him throwing a stiff arm with the left arm. So I was like, okay, maybe in 03, because I don't have it memorized, because some games it's just like there's a generic stiff arm button. So I hit the black button, and that's actually supposed to be the stiff arm with the right. So then I hit white button, and I'm already getting tackled. The goal for me was to try to throw that same stiff arm here, but again, just staying off of the sprint button. And that's also the problem here, trying to follow 74. If we keep following 74, literally right at the handoff, he's peeling away from the play. So now I just, like, immediately abandon. Like, as I see that, I'm like, okay, well, at least let me follow 40. And as I'm following 40, I'm like, he looks like he's going to lead to this linebacker and then peels off to the safety. And I'm like, no! What are you doing? You're going to lead me right into the tackle? No! You know? That's, like, some of the problems here.
Great job. You followed your blockers to the open field and gained the yardage you needed.
And I stayed off sprint the entire time. And again, it's on rookie mode, obviously. That's why we're, like, getting all the run blocking, like, super powerful. We're getting knockdowns. We're dominating, whatever. But staying off of sprint gives you the patience to move through the holes and everything. And then, obviously, because it's on rookie mode, like, the tackling is so terrible. And yet, you also show, again, the idea, okay, it's a free safety, not a corner. But that idea of the purpose in football of, like, running the ball here, like, getting the running back against a member of the secondary and untouched against linebackers and linemen, so that intentionally he can try to make something happen against lesser tacklers. Now, obviously, there's the Brian Dawkins and the John Lynch's and the Rodney Harrisons and the Troy Polamalu's and on and on and on. There are plenty of really quality, good quality tacklers at the safety positions across the board, be it Eric Weddles and Lance Schulters and Tony Parrish's and Mike Brown's and on and on and on, and Michael Lewis and so many players that are good at tackling, especially at the safety position more than the corner position. But again, you're just trying to get the runner one-on-one for those reasons. And then here, obviously, again, it's against a corner, but it's also on rookie mode, right? But if you can just get that one broken tackle, the rest is just running, diving, whatever. And again, it's rookie mode, so great. We can go through like all the plays a later time. But I like how they discuss this stuff. That's what I really wish. I told them at EA at Madden Community Day, Madden Community Event. You know, we're doing that for Madden 11. Madden 10 had come out. They spent a lot of time. They said it in their own developer blogs, which I don't think the developer blogs exist anymore. Maybe the Wayback Machine might have them. I don't know. But there was an interview with the staff and everything, and they said, like, what was the most... They were asking, what are the most important parts about Madden 10 versus Madden 9? And not to disparage David Ortiz, not the baseball player, but the formerly director of Madden, 06, 07, 08, 9, whatever, all those games. I don't know how many David Ortiz directed. It's not just throwing shade at him or trying to intentionally throw shade at him, but it's like, they literally said, removing all the BS. Right? Like, when you look at Madden 09, and you see all of, like, the Fortress of Solitude, the Superman Fortress of Solitude look and everything, it's like getting back to football. I've done it in another video talking about Madden 10, but, like, they spent a lot of time just getting back to football in Madden 10. Looking like, feeling like Madden, and looking like and feeling like football, and the game that made people proud. More than specific features. Tightening up animations, tightening up footwork and planting and stuff, tightening up the presentation. There was a lot that they did for Madden 10. And so one of the many things that we discussed in Madden 11 is I was like telling them about this. At least with 02, if not also, or at least with 03, if not 02. And so I'm like, for me, literally, this is the year 2002. This is the year I have graduated high school. June 2002, I graduated high school. Madden 03 comes out later that year as I'm getting ready to go to university. And they have minicamp, improved features of franchise mode. They have all this stuff. I hadn't even turned 18 yet, because I turned 18 that year. I'm 17 years old out of high school, and it's like, this game is really, really good. So it's one of the main reasons I'm still playing it. I have a lot of fond memories of it. But it's like, I'm talking to them, and like, this helped me understand football to some degree. I'm not trying to insult my coaches. But these things help me understand football to some degree more than my time in high school football, because at least in my small school that we went to, junior high school was literally like super limited, super basic. We had like a head coach, an offensive coordinator, a defensive coordinator. We didn't even have position coaches. It was just 3 coaches. And they did everything they could. I'm not insinuating anything. Like, I appreciate the work that they did with us as kids. But, like, there was no position work whatsoever. Coaches drew up some plays and asked us to go somewhere. Like, I did not come out of middle school knowing gaps or anything. Maybe they tried to teach us to us and I was too dense. But I've always been studious and interested in the game of football. But I did not learn, to say I didn't know, but I didn't learn a lot about football, even into high school and high school ball. There was a lot of like running laps, doing push-ups, going to a drill, doing this, doing that, but not really learning and understanding the analytics. Not analytics, the logical plan, like the tactical side. I don't want to say analytics, the tactical aspects of the game, the X's and O's, and my job and my partner's job and all that. Well, your coaching wasn't good. Well, maybe. But I felt that there were parts of football that I understood better playing the video game than times playing an actual ball, organized ball, at our little school. And so, getting back to it, like, when I was at EA, I told them, like, hey, Madden 03, Madden 04, 05, like, these games had Football 101, it had the minicamp drills, had all these fun things that I, like, because I'm talking to you longer than I talked to them. You giving this sentence. I don't remember the exact words, but I'm like, yeah, You know, one thing when I said, like, it's Madden 11, before we even saw the game, we're literally off the airplane at the hotel. They've got drinks. We're going to set up for dinner soon, but we're at the, like, the open bar. Not open bar, but, like, you know, hey, like, you want to get a drink? Like, we'll take care of it. You know? You get a drink and it's like, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you, all of that. Like, you know, really appreciate Madden 10, blah, blah, blah. But we got down to, like, the nitty-gritty, like, later into the conversation. I said, you know, one of the things about playing Madden before the exclusive license, playing 03, playing 04, playing 05, were Madden Football 101. Having the instruction manual in the box, like explaining the instructions to us. And I remember like Bezo and others like pointing me the finger like, yeah, this guy knows what's up. Because now like you open up the box of Madden like 10, Madden 11, whatever, and it's just like warning, like seizures, technical warnings, like copyright, whatever, like 1 page, 2 pages, flap, whatever, nothing. Like I used to be able to open up the book and like look at all the controls and all the features and all the tips and all this stuff. Like actually had an instruction manual, and I could go into Madden 101 and like learn about the basic formations, and I could learn what basic plays were. And John Madden himself would teach me the basics of football. And then I go to Madden 09, and it's like, we're the virtual trainer, the X-Men Danger Room crap that you still didn't actually get rid of in Madden 10. You just locked it away. You hid it away without getting rid of it. But you still don't have it. And I was telling him, like, you need a training mode. Like, kids these days, and like, kids these days, not in a negative way, kids these days don't have, well, back then, we're going to get to it, like, I think Madden 19 or Madden 20, whatever, like, or maybe it was Madden 17, 18, whatever. No, maybe it's even 15. But it was at least 16 or 17 on my Xbox 360. They did have the training modes of how to read plays and stuff. But I was telling him for Madden 11, I'm like, that's what you need. The air quote kids these days at the time don't have this stuff to read. So let's watch curls.
The split backs formation is mainly a passing formation, typically featuring 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and 2 running backs. When running the split backs curls play, you're hoping to find holes in the defensive coverage, usually a zone. The 2 wide receivers run deep curls, trying to find seams in those zones. The tight end runs a shorter curl over the middle. The fullback here stays in for pass protection. You hit your receiver as he's curling into the seam to make this play a success.
I don't know if they want you, force you to throw to the B receiver, the Z receiver. Yeah, I think that's what they're forcing you to do, even when it's not there. Like, if you throw it to the rest, they're like, try to throw it to that guy.
See how you handle the pressure.
So, yeah, they literally only want you to throw to B. So, as I was saying, the fact that I could go into this game and I'm not saying I'm a know-nothing kid. I played football in, you know, junior high and high school and all that stuff, and I played the video games. But it's like, if you go into this game and they say to you, split backs is a passing formation, the only thing that I wish they would have also talked about is why is it a passing formation versus a running formation? And I think I've done that on my channel in the past before, but anyone watching at this point, anyone watching in general, let me also make sure I check the chat, because who knows if there's someone in the chat. Asuka's in the chat, let's go! Saturday everything is about microtransactions. Asuka's in the chat, because I had my, I wasn't ignoring you, Asuka. I was in my OBS looking at stuff. So I hope you're still here, Asuka. Hope you are. The point is, why is it a passing formation versus a running formation? One of the key things is there's no balance to the run game. The left tackle, left guard in the position of the halfback is to say, if I tried to go to the left, I have no real lead blocker, not truly. I don't have a lead fullback. I don't have a lead tight end. I don't have anything going weak side. So not having a threat of a weak side run sucks. It's all strong side run, and you could have a better strong side run out of literally I strong. You could also have I weak. You have different positions like that. But one of the other things that makes it a passing formation is look at where Hurst is and where Hurst is going to go. He's already lined up like behind the tackle or just inside the tackle's foot. I think Hurst's crotch is in line with the inside foot of the offensive tackle. You can actually see where the foot is with the line and where Gershner's crotches line up the line. So he's already like in position as soon as the ball is snapped to flare out. So we're going to run this play, and we're going to look at what Hurst does to the flat and what potentially Beasley can do in the flat, what they can do with box routes and all kinds of things. Is you're basically letting the backs act as receiving threats, which is why it's called like a passing formation that you happen to find ways to run out of. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're buying time, and we're only allowed to throw to Owens.
Not bad. Nice play. Good catch. You're getting the hang of this passing thing.
So let's take a look here. Yeah, he's literally in line, like we said, crotch here. And as he bails, he's getting his way outside the numbers. As we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. Like, look at his horizontal stretch across the formation. Now our receivers are getting jammed, and we're not allowed to throw to other players. And so we have to buy time for him to get open. But we're playing on rookie mode, so we have that time. But the idea is like this whole like catching it in stride. Now, if we try to force it to Garrison Hurst or someone, I think the game will like air quote punish us. Even if we do here.
You're supposed to put the ball only where you...
Okay. Just wanted to see what he would say, but you can see here, I think if we throw it to Hurst out here, we're going to get chastised even if we complete it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boop, and then throw it here.
The defense is playing like a real game.
No, we just missed. Shut up, John. We step up, and then we fire it to Hurst, and you're still missing? You're still missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pass lead down.
You picked up a good chunk of yardage on that play. See if you can do the same thing again, and this time to the primary receiver.
Yeah, there it is. He's chastising you for throwing to someone else. Okay. That's what it is.
The split, this play is...
Yeah, we still have to keep running it until they give us what they want as like a finished play. Oh, we used a spin special move.
You made some great moves.
There. Yeah, we were one play away from finishing that one. So the idea is they're teaching you football. They're teaching you it's a passing formation. They're teaching you how to run out of a passing formation. They're teaching you why it's a passing formation to an extent. Let's see what they have to say about post corner.
The split backs formation is mainly a passing
Yes?
typically featuring 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and 2 running backs.
Yes, you've said that.
Corner play from the split backs formation would likely be used in a medium to long yardage situation.
Telling us when to call it.
Takes a deep drop and looks downfield to his wide receiver. This wide receiver is a key receiver in this play. He runs a post corner route downfield, which could possibly clear out room for the tight end. You're open target.
Telling you the strategy of the route combination. And again, Asuka, whether you're here or not, you're absolutely right when you said that they're focusing on muck and microtransactions, which sadly, Madden Ultimate Team was introduced as downloadable content for Madden 10 and was standard for Madden 11. And we're going to try here again to throw to B, but we have A and R as our options as we flare out.
Is the primary receiver covered? Are you under pressure from the defense? Look at your number 1 receiver first, then scan the field for the next guy. Try this.
See, they're kind of chastising us for not hitting him, but it's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. And again, why this is also... I know I'm running it as a 49ers fan, right? But the West Coast offense, the Bengals, the Niners, later Favre's Packers, all that, but like throwing the ball to Tom Rathman. Even Fred Beasley is a receiving fullback. Like, he's got very good receiving stats. And it's like, it doesn't matter if it's the fullback or the halfback. The way they're split is you've just got 3 guys to the right. And how does the defense pull it off? You're just like, you use it as an extension in the run game. Right? You toss it out there. You got a couple blockers in front of you. And you give it to a big body fullback to run down the field. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why is he so inaccurate?
Time correctly. Now wait for the receiver to make his cut
Yeah, I know how to run the play. But yeah. I don't like the lack of accuracy here, but I think this might have something to do with my human sliders that I have as the AI sliders. Because he's really having to contort himself just to catch what should otherwise be an easy pass. But it's just a really good football play. Like, you're basically threatening them at 3 different layers, high, medium, and also attacking the flats. And you're just really attacking the defense in a number of ways. So if we want to 5, hitch step, and throw it to B, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hitch step.
Not sure what happened out there. Maybe that throw got away from you a little bit.
Yeah, and like the Lowell Garcia sucks. I'm pretty sure it has a lot to do with the sliders that I have set up, which lower human accuracy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hitch step, pass lead down. Right. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hitch step, pass lead down. Like, that's how we're supposed to run the play. Right? And I have to say that. I say it out loud. I count it out loud. I don't know if you were here for it, Asuka. But what I like to do when I'm physically playing is I don't sit there and, like, stare at the quarterback's feet. I'm not physically counting it like that. I'm counting it in my head, in my rhythm. I learn and have a natural rhythm. That I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hitch step. I just talk it out to myself without even physically looking at it because I know that that's exactly on time. While I'm really looking at the secondary, I'm really looking at the safeties. I'm looking at how everything is. And I know that as I got to hitch step, like as he's rolling, which is also a beauty of this game, is if their timing isn't thrown off, which we saw earlier it was with the curls play, then you notice when I said hitch step, like that's what I got, right? So I'm just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hitch step, pass lead down.
A receiver that could make big plays like that.
It tells me like I snap the ball and I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then when I say hitch step, I know I've hit 5 and it's time for me to press up and like start moving forward. And I've just done it so many times for so many years that even coming back to the Xbox here, not just on the GameCube or anything, that it's just second nature. Just that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hitch step, and then boom. And like the time it takes me to physically say hitch step is like the time that he actually pulls off the animation. And I also say things like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hitch step, pass lead down. I talk myself through that because you may notice in other videos that sometimes I try to pass lead before I throw. Like I move the stick before I throw so he gets like all off target and everything. I kind of talk myself through my footwork. I kind of talk myself through it, what I'm trying to do. And we're done there, right? So, then we learn about I formations. And we learn about the slam.
The I formation is a well-balanced offensive play system with one wide receiver and 2 tight ends. But both running backs are lined up in a straight line behind the quarterback, usually for the running game. The halfback slam from the I formation is a strong side run. The play is run to the strong side to take advantage of the tight end and his blocking. The right tackle and right guard are responsible for creating a hole for the fullback to lead through. The halfback will take the handoff and follow his fullback.
And he didn't even like let the fullback truly lead.
You're up. Remember to run the play the way it's drawn up.
So, the thing that Madden didn't get the chance to say or didn't say, they don't want to overwhelm beginners. That I'll say here, and I'm sure Asuka and Denny, they already know all this stuff. Other people watch, but let's just say it for the sake of saying it. Can we watch the replay? We can watch the replay. What makes the I formation a run play as opposed to the split backs being a pass play? We talked about escaping out to the flats and other routes where they're physically in position already with like it's like cheating as in like Vince Lombardi said like, oh, you're cheating up or whatever. Like you're physically put in a position. He's already here instead of here. He has a physical advantage on where he's lined up to get out to the flats versus the extra steps in time that it takes to be in this physical position, hand in the dirt, lead fullback, being in a position more like Garrison Hersek as a runner here, and however much distance, further out. There's fewer steps that you have to take and getting to the spot faster. That's one thing. The other thing is, when we talk about the run play, is center zeroes out. You've got a guard and a tackle on the left side, a guard and a tackle on the right side. With a tight end, it does become strong. But with weak eye, or two tight ends or whatever, you have a balanced formation. If you put the fullback here, it's a balanced formation. So anything left of center, like weak eye, having the fullback here and having the running back here, you're in a balanced formation. You've got, instead of a tight end, you've got the fullback, and you can still lead him to the strong side, but you can also just run to the weak side, and it's fine. You can also, if he's put here in the weak position, he can chip a guy here. We can do things with our blockers here, and we can still run strong side with a weak eye, like kicker. Thing is, by having him here or strong, well, less than the strong, but we can run basically having two blockers extra, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, even, plus one here, plus two here. So the defense is especially setting it up for us by lining up intentionally wrong because it's on an easy mode, right? The center cancels out this nose guard, and now they basically have two defenders to the right of center versus our 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers. So whenever we get our blocks here, that's 3 versus 2 with another guy leading, right? So there's no one here to tackle us. That guy's canceled out. And I said he didn't let the fullback lead to the safety. Otherwise, no one's here to even tackle us, right? They've taken themselves out of the play. As opposed to having 1, 2, 3, 4 guys against 2 here. So, with this I formation, I love regular I formation because actually my favorite play, if you've watched this channel long enough, you already know what my favorite play in football is. If I had to pick one play as my favorite, it might be my favorite, is I formation and then weak dives. Because what happens is, being in this I formation forces the defense usually to overhang a linebacker outside the tight end, have the defensive line respect the fact that they need to respect your fullback and all that, respect the fact that you are probably, with this defender here, instead put here, that you can have the center down block, you can have the tackle and the center double team this nose and actually pull the guard, pull the backside guard, and suddenly you're 1, 2, 3, 4, like 5 guys all attacking on the power O. The threat of power O-ing a team, the defense having to respect power O, means that they have to like almost overcommit to the power strong side, and thus with the balance of the I formation is you have 1, 2, and then you have the fullback here, and suddenly you've got 3 to the left, and the reverse to happen, down block the center here, pinch with the tackle here, block the cutoff from the outside linebacker, show counter action, stab step, come across, pull the guard, and suddenly with the defense all respecting strong side run, you're now blocking with 1, 2 back, like weak side, 3, 4, often against only 3 defenders. You're already plus 1ing your counter step back through the hole with someone potentially popping a safety. And in a perfect world, wide receivers don't block corners. They run up and then they look for the safety. And it's the fullback who's also counter-stepping with you. Stab, step, go across, and he's the one blowing up a corner. You've got the guard whipping around and then filling in and taking out a weak side linebacker off ball. Or you're having the tackle come up and attack the weak linebacker, and you're having the puller kick out the hole of the defensive end and leading the way, and suddenly there's no one to even touch your running back. So counter weak and just weak diving is like one of my favorite plays in football out of the I formation, because it's all about setting up the strength of a regular power O run like we have here, and then attacking them weak. I absolutely love it. So they're just out of position, and we should just be like, okay, number 40, we're just going to walk our way into the end zone, right? Especially if you can get me a block, whatever. Like, I'm not even using sprint. And again, we just saw, I don't need to go into great detail. It's like, okay, block, okay, no one can even touch us, right? No one can even touch us. I'm not even going to try to, like, do whatever. Just, they're out of position. Now they're going to the strong side. And we're still following 40 through the hole, and we're not using sprint, right? Can we look? Can you show me the replay, please? So now we're getting closer to why I love that other play. Now you've got the center and the nose balanced out. But now we have 2 down against these 3. You've got a third guy. So you've got this triangle of 3 versus our 3. And then you have this linebacker. So now you've really got 4 defenders, especially because we're countering out or canceling out here. And you're just going through the hole, right? And now you've got 4 blockers set up, 4 defenders. He's a little clogged up, but now we're just going, right?
Nice run. Way to read your blocker.
And again, without sprint, just picked up, just driving through, double team, taking him out, following. Owens doing what Owens does and blocking 2 guys. And we're going through, right?
Wow, you're great at running right up the gut.
And it's all pretty obvious. So it's like just that threat of being able to do this to a defense that you see me when I play the computer. They've got 2 high, 7 in the box, and they're trying to stay balanced. Just do this to them. Do this to them all day and make them respect this, and then hit them with the weak stuff. Right? So I'll say it many times before, but some of my fondest memories of playing these games wasn't even playing them. It was helping my friends get better at football. It's a reason of starting this channel at all. It's a reason of making these videos. Not like anyone on my channel needs this stuff, because you guys are all like football experts. I know that. But my drive and determining factor, even in 2021, when I was saying my story, how like I was waiting in line for one of the COVID vaccinations. I'm not trying to get political, and no, I'm just saying I was waiting in line for my COVID vaccination. And I'm like, I really miss these games. I miss teaching my friends. I miss playing this stuff. I'm watching Soft Drink TV and other content creators. Ryan Moody, who just always complains about Madden. And I'm not saying he's wrong, but he's always complaining about Madden. I'm like, I want positive content that enjoys the game and football and is educational, just like I taught my friends. And teaching my friends this whole thing, like my buddy Carlos, who didn't even know American football. He liked soccer, and soccer's it's fine sport for what it is. But playing with him, and like he wanted to throw all the time and go for it on 4th down and didn't understand defense, and me literally going step by step and teaching him like the box and alignments and all these tactics, and then the tactics inside the tactics, and like, okay, this is why you have to be able to set up your run defense like this, because they can do that. And like all this is like what I love about these games. This is like foundational to my channel, to what I like. And now there we go. Now you see the defense is super set up, and we're going to look at that replay.
You got all that you needed. Great job.
Great. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. Now they've got 2 to the left of center, and that's it. We've got the blockers for them. Center cancels this out. He does. And now they've got the 1, 2, 3, 4, all right of center for our 1, 2, 3, 4 blockers. Right? Fiore ends up going up here. Everyone's taken account for. Right? And no one's here to block the safety. Especially if you're not expecting them to like knock them down on their butt. Right? The fact that you get the running game to work so well that you force this respect, and now they're just two guys weak side, and you lead it to the left and just lead into that safety. It's so nice. All right. Let's actually back out. Weak eye normal, and then toss weak.
The weak eye formation is the opposite of the strong eye formation. Now this formation contains
All right, you want to say it's the opposite of the strong eye formation, so let's talk about strong eye. Counter weak, fullback blast. Let's do halfback blast.
the strong eye formation is a good power running formation. The halfback is lined up behind the quarterback, and the fullback is split to the side that the tight end is on. The strong eye halfback blast play requires strong blocking by the offensive line. The center and left guard double team this guy right here. The fullback leads through the hole here and picks up this defender. The halfback takes the ball and looks to follow the fullback through the hole, but he can cut back to any other hole.
So they highlighted the wrong center and guard.
It's your turn to try the play.
Okay, in the base, they highlighted this guard in the center. They should have highlighted this guard in the center. They have the double team just like they said, and you can see it animated. So if you're a kid and you don't know any better, you're like, but you highlighted these guys. But as an adult, we know better. And you see the double team, and you see the block, and you just see them taking guys out. And by the way, just how nice is that to see Scott Gregg, like, just drill the guy to the ground. That's just such good blocking. That's what you want to see in football. It's not holding, just straight taking the guy out. And then you go, right? He had no sprint, just running and got chased down.
Read your blocker.
And it's just more of the same. It's just like what we've already talked about, just making them respect the strong side run. The kickouts, the drive blocking, make a little juke, make a guy miss, but even if you don't, the ball is getting snapped here on the 30, and if the safety is making a tackle at 5 yards or 6 yards, like we've already got it. And then let's talk about the counter weak.
The strong eye formation is a good power running formation. The halfback is lined up behind the quarterback, and the fullback is split to the side that the tight end is on. The counter weak play from the strong eye formation uses misdirection to foul up the defense. The fullback takes a counter step to the right before blocking to the left. The strong side guard pulls to the left, and he picks up this guy. The back makes a counter move to the right before running to the left. You get all the defenders running this way, and then you cut back the other way.
And again, on rookie mode, it makes it look a lot easier. But yeah, you're taking things out, you're blocking, you're pulling. You're getting the guy exactly like the game said that he should. And then you're running through the hole. The fullback didn't stab one way or the other. The running back did. But this action gave time for the fullback to lead across without running into the quarterback. And now you're releasing players to the next level. The tackle usually is trying to take out 56 here, but he's getting lost, and 56 can make a play on us. So, like, that's classic Maddenisms. And let's see how it goes. And that's more like it.
Great explosiveness on that carry.
So a lot of times I like to have my eyes on that tackle. Sometimes I even like to, whether I know it doesn't make a real difference, but sometimes I like to pretend like I'm the running back and I'm actually going to look to the right on the TV screen and make the read, and then I'm like, boom, I'm going to the left. And yeah, you just see it. You see the way the tackle looks to get that linebacker. That's much better. So I said he wanted to get 56. This time he does. Now he pops them. When we're not playing on rookie mode, you don't win every single block, right? But 60 goes through the hole, and we're not trying to bounce all the way outside, but we're really trying to hope that 60 gets his block and we're following the fullback. We're really constantly, I've said it before, we're following the two guys. We're trying to split their hips. With these two guys here, we're trying to follow the space between the two of them. And you're trying to watch it, and now there's no space. They've closed the space. So you're at least using 40 as a blocker. But even here, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to aim for the space between the two of them. Right? By aiming for the space between the two of them, instead of running outside here, you don't outrun your blocker. Okay? That's the thing when you're controlling. Even if you know that you want to get out here, you are still running inside because you keep this player from running too far outside of your blocker. And then you can stay inside. You see here, I'm staying inside. And then only then, when it runs the blocker into the defender, do I then cut out. You can see that motion. Cutting back out. And because Stokes got his guy on the ground, he's there to make the second layer block and whatever. So, yeah, 56 said none of that stuff. Like, I'm literally taking the handoff, and I'm looking at my two guys, and I'm like, wow, there's a guy right in my face. You guys have totally failed me. This is what happens if you outrun your blocker. Not even using sprint. Trying to stay inside, but leaving too soon. Leaving too soon, you saw how early I tried to leave. Right now. I'm already trying to leave. He hasn't even locked onto the block. So even when he does lock into the block, he doesn't have anything. Right? And so, yeah, just reading the two players, reading the fullback through the hole, following him through, and then you've got to make a movement. So, they talked about the strong eye. Now let's talk about the weak eye. Let's talk about the weak eye, toss weak. So, let's watch what physically happens. There is no counter step. He just straight up takes off. And we already see one of the issues with the defense being so aggressive, like out here to the edge. First thing is, you've just got two guys to the right. You should just run a play where the fullback shoots through the hole and the guard pulls and we're just running to the strong side. But regardless, we've basically got to get a kick out. And instead of a lead blocking fullback, we have a lead blocking guard. We have to trust that our fullback is going to kick out, and we're going to run inside the fullback's kick out block, and we're going to read the lead guard.
Persistence is a key to success.
I guess they want more than 6 yards on the run play, huh? So ideally, 40, as he even said, would go out here. They're exchanging their responsibilities all of a sudden. But regardless of exchanging their responsibilities, we're still slipping through the two of them and getting the yards that we can get.
Keep those legs moving and don't give up. You have to learn this play.
Apparently, getting 7 yards, 70% of a first down, isn't enough of a success for the game. And running it properly, literally reading the two guys and trying to stay between them, isn't considered a win.
Not enough yards on that one.
And you see the flaws in the game itself. As I try to pitch out, he doesn't have the lead blocking knowledge to continue and be a kick-out blocker and trusting that 60 is going to come through and pick up 52. The game gets super confused by itself.
Perfect play execution. You'll be all Madden before you know.
Kick out, go north-south. Then everyone gets knocked on the ground because it's rookie mode.
Not enough yards on that one. Give it.
It's not a good football play, like in terms of like the way that they're not giving us audibles and everything, and they're just really stacked with 1, 2, 3, 4 defenders to the weak side. When we should just be attacking with 1, 2, 3 and a pull or whatever to the right side. But regardless, it also hurts that they're not doing their job. He's barely blocking the safety. And then just all the defenders can clog inside, and you shouldn't run outside of that. So it's kind of a mess. Regardless, let's look at power toss.
The weak eye formation is the opposite of the strong eye formation. This play is called weak eye power toss. You're sending multiple blockers to the right to gain some power yardage. The fullback motions to the strong side, putting him in a better position to block to the right here. The strong side tackle pulls right and blocks out here. The wide receiver out here tries to run off any coverage. Once the tackle, tight end, and fullback engage their blocks, the halfback should be able to pick up some positive yardage. I hope you paid attention, because now you're up.
All right, they talk about sending the fullback in motion, but we don't always have to.
Why are you practicing this play? That was a huge pickup. You graduated.
So that's why I said we don't actually have to move the fullback. He doesn't outrun the toss. And we, like, lose enough yards. Right, we start here. Let's get this angle. And we actually lose yards on the pitch. Like, we lose about a full yard. And it gives him time to, again, be the two lead blockers when we're just trying to run between the two. Or when possible, pick it up. And it's just, it's so frustrating that he doesn't lock into a block animation or an attempt. He just bounces like he doesn't even really want to block that guy. It was just a happy coincidence that he got in his way or whatever. That's what sucks. Send him out.
You didn't execute that play correctly.
This is the other version, but then at what point you're just running strong O or strong I? And you're just like, okay, block, great. Okay, off the block. Okay, try to get the block. Okay, you got the block, and like, who else is doing what? And again, without having to put him in motion, you don't cause a fumble or anything. You pitch into it, you lead them both, and you're just trying to run between the two until you see what's available. And again, he just bounces off guys without trying to actually target them, and then he finally gets a guy. Okay. Split backs, single back, all of that. Yeah. And then you've got single back, 2 tight ends and everything. Nice.
In the single back formation, there's only one running back in the backfield. It usually goes with 2 tight ends and 2 wide receivers. This is a running play designed to go to the outside, hoping to spring the halfback for a big play. It's a run to the left with the tight end and tackle blocked down to seal that side. The left guard pulls, and he has to get out quickly to pick up the extra defender to that side. The quarterback will pitch the ball to the running back as he starts to run left. That needs to be patient and let his blocks develop, then hit the hole.
Even the animation or the trial is like, don't run the play. Even the trial is like, no, this isn't good. This isn't good, guys. This isn't working. This isn't working, guys. Break a tackle because it's on rookie mode.
Nice execution of the play. You followed your blockers and you ran the play the way it was designed.
Yeah, no, you have to abandon it. Now that's the problem. You pitch and you've got someone free to attack us immediately. And there's no real room to do anything else but pray that everyone else holds on to their blocks to dear life. It's not a good one.
Why are you practicing this play? That was a...
And even here, they're all shifted away. Finally, we get the puller. And even with the puller, it's like, okay, we're kind of running into the guy. We want to go north-south here through the gap.
What happened? You fall down? You hardly gained any yards at all.
Yeah. The one free guy that can pull does pull. And now he's 1-on-2. That's the problem. The center's trying to pull or whatever, but especially on a harder difficulty, you're just going to get tackled for no gain. So, halfback sprint is pretty obvious. I really like the play art there.
In the single back formation, there's only one running back in the backfield. It usually goes with 2 tight ends and 2 wide receivers. This play is called halfback sprint. It's run out of the single back big set. With the big set, you have a receiver and tight end to each side. Look for the hole between the left tackle and left guard as they create a running lane for the back. Shift the tight end so he can lead block for the ball carrier. The ball is handed off and the back can hit the hole or he can bounce it to the outside.
They said shift the tight end, but they didn't show it.
You can make it work.
So, I assume they mean Eric Johnson. Great.
Sure you wait for your block.
Your blocks? Wait for your blocks? Really, John? Wait for my blocks? The guy shut through the hole as soon as the ball was like handed off. I don't have any control. I don't have any control. Now I've got the ball, and he's like a guy in my face. Yeah. That? Okay.
You almost had it, but don't give up now.
Yards gained 7. Yeah, so one of the things that I'm actually following here is this fake double team by the game. It tells me who the loose blocker is and who I'm really supposed to be following. Especially here, this little hop. He gets it. It's like, there's no blocker in here to lead the way. And he's the one that's not assigned to someone. So he's the one that I need to kind of start following and flowing through the hole.
This play's an easy play to run. The hole should open up for you.
Oh, really? That doesn't feel demeaning at all, John. Thanks. It's an easy play. The double team. The hole. The hole that's literally filling up here. Yes, right trigger, bounce through the hole. Doesn't really work on the all Madden mode where like defenders know how to hit it. But basically here, keep in mind that you can right trigger this play. How many yards is enough? Okay.
You almost had it, but don't give up now.
That's one of the things that I said. It's interesting to at least know in your back pocket to hold the right trigger for moments like that when you're cross-facing. And we got kind of tripped up here with 66's legs. Right? Like, maybe you could bounce it out, but... yeah, it's interesting. And then they just have the draw play and shotgun and more QB draw. No, thank you. So Football 101 is fun. I'd like to see Football 101 on defense to help us become better defensive players. Franchise. New. Texans. Rosters. Trade players. Okay. View rosters. All NFL. All wide receivers. I know it's obvious, but let's take a look. We've got Randy Moss. We got Terrell Owens. Marvin Harrison. Like, those are the big three. 4 years pro, 6 years pro. Like, you're going to have a career, right? So, Randy Moss, Texans, first round pick, second round pick, third round pick. Vikings accepted your trade with the third round pick. With the fourth, no. You have to give up all 3 picks to get Randy Moss. Okay? So, you get Randy Moss. That's a feature. Okay. Information. Gaffney, Jermaine Lewis is wearing 84. Tony Simmons is wearing 81. Wait, no. Randy Moss wore 88 with Marshall, didn't he? Yeah. He could just be wearing this number with Marshall. Right? Like, that could be a thing. So there you go. Appearance. Let's give Randy his buzz cut, right? So, if we give up all 3 draft picks, we can get Randy Moss. Start franchise. If we go 49ers, Owens, draft picks 1, 2, 3. Obviously, just younger and more like athletic threat, whatever. Randy Moss, like that's what you do, and you go for that. I'm not saying it's the right decision. What I'm saying is that's what you have to give up to get that. So, of that caliber, how far down the list can you give up less and still get talent? Isaac Bruce, 8 years pro. Keyshawn Johnson, 6 years pro. Buccaneers, a 92 overall. Well, that's the same as the Randy Moss deal. So, 1, 2, 4. Yeah. So, I would rather have Randy Moss if I have to do the same deal, right? We're just kind of tracking our way through. Like, young enough, talented enough. David Boston, Tim Brown, 14 years pro. 6 years pro, Joe Horn. Could be a target. When you get to the Joe Horn, 88 overall. One and two, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4, not good enough. 1 and 2 for Joe Horn. 1, 3, and 4? No. Needs to be 1 and 2. 1 and 2, you give me 3. 1 and 2, you give me 2. 1 and 2, you give me 1. Interesting. We switch 2s. 1 for a Horn, we swap 2s, and you give me a 5. That's interesting. Again, not saying that's what we should do in year number 1. I pretty much like keeping my default roster in year number 1. But I'm just looking at valuation and skill. At a certain point, if we go too far down the list, we can get wide receivers. Like one of my complaints earlier in the video is like, hey, wide receivers are like 80-something overall. At a certain point, it's just not worth it because you can get that kind of receiver in the draft, if that makes sense. Hines, Ward, Rice, Johnson, Kevin Johnson, Ed McCaffrey. Like, is there something else to go and get? So, there's the next layer. Chad Johnson. We know what TJ Hushmanzada is going to be. We know what Chad Johnson is going to be in real life. We saw in our franchise Chad Johnson can become a pretty good player, right? So, what if we go and we say, hey, are you unhappy with Chad Johnson? A third, a second, a third and fourth and fifth. I don't want to give up too many picks. A second, Bengals, give me a 4 back. So, a 71 overall wide receiver for a second round pick. I don't really like that deal for us, regardless of the talented player that he is. It's just a thing I'm looking at. Bills, Broncos. Reggie Wayne. Like, I'm not going to actually get these guys. It's just interesting to look at what the valuations are. Because at a certain point, it's just not worth the player. It's rather just worth it to draft the player. So it's interesting. Lavernius Cole, Santana Moss, Wayne Grabet's aging. Like, Donald Driver deserves to be increased. Javon Walker, like, has a lot of talent. Steve Smith, right? Just kind of looking at these players here. Like, you're not going to trade the rookie guy that you just got. Interesting. Interesting across the board. Very, very interesting across the board. Like, they're either established and they're not going to go. You're not going to trade for them. Like, there's no reason for certain players to leave their team. Very interesting. Also, early on in our Texans run, not that we're trying to lose games or anything, but at a certain point early in the run, you're just trying to build what you can and suffer and take your L's as they come. Right? Add in free agency maybe to make some improvements. I really like just like using James Allen, improving Jonathan Wells, having what we have, letting Carr be the backup, right? Not let him get beat up. Let Fred Weary and Chester Pitts develop. Right, there's certain things that I'm fine with just developing as is. I don't know what we would legitimately try to trade for to legitimately worry about our team. Because, like, trading for Randy Moss, like, you give up the first, second, and third round draft picks for that talent, like, go in. Let's go. Rosters. Trade player. Vikings. Texans. Vikings, give me back your 4th and 5th. Randy Moss, you're going to wear 88 for us. Appearance. You have the buzz cut in your player picture. You later go with the cornrows and the afro and stuff later. Yeah. It's past midnight. I should really go to sleep. Tails never fails except when it does.
Much anticipated game ready to begin as we're lined up for the kickoff. Going. He's just about ready to kick this one away. He gets the kick away. Glenn returns this kick. The Texans take over on offense at the 19-yard line.
Gaffney. Bradford out there with Gaffney in the slot and Jermaine Lewis. Offensive audibles. We're going to have Run the ball here. Not split belly. Sprint. Belly weak. Run the ball right. Run the ball left. This can be... we need anything else? What do we want? Quick hit? No. Yeah, QB waggle. Okay. The left side, go left. So what other play do I want to pull out apart from what we're going to basically call as the middle play? Clear out. So L trigger and right trigger are run left, run right. And then we got some other passing plays. And we're going to say good old-fashioned wide receiver drag. Try to get the ball to Randy on a drag. The box is light. Shift it to the right. Run it weak. We're going to call double outs. Just get the ball to Bradford. Get the ball to Gaffney, depending on how the zone is.
Thanks, Melissa. Only one man back. Looking downfield. Throws it out over to the left. He hits his receiver. The quarterback showed you.
Just showing off Randy Moss. Like, is he wide open? Yeah. Does a hospital ball him? No. Let's go back to wide receiver drag. Because we haven't actually called the play. And we've called it, but we haven't actually activated it. We can quick alert Gaffney. We're going to watch the corner and come back to B Moss.
When you talk about precision passing, that's what you mean.
We can go double ends. Randy Moss could be open late. They're coming out in the light box. Let's get ready to run against that light box. Wow, he broke the tackle. Very nice. What do we learn from that play? Like, they're not really blocking it properly. That's what we learn. We need to be aware that they're just not going to block it properly. Now, the center can get that guy whatever. But we're 1, 2, 3 versus 3. And we're just not picking it up well. So maybe we need to be aware of that. Maybe instead of clear out, we have a better option. Sprint isn't going to work. Sweep could work. Okay. So what if smash were A and sweep were the right trigger? So the A button is just running up the middle. And then we've got the sweep option. We can call double post ends again. Double post double ends, whatever. Because he's inside, the linebacker's inside, what if we call the pitch instead that we wanted? Well, that's what if. Well, that's why we try it. That's why we try it. He does end up getting that pickup. But everyone just outdoes us out here. And we've got 2 defenders in our face. So we've got nowhere to go, and now it's 4th down. And we didn't even get the ball to the guy that we traded a bunch of picks for. Just not trying to be like the force it to Randy Moss show. But the old expression, it's a long game. Do we have the default roster already set up like we wanted to? Yes, we do.
So let's pick up the action.
Okay, they're going 3 wide, so we're going to need to go nickel, man, lock.
First and 10.
Coverage audible press.
Back to pass. Steps up into the pocket. Brooks rolling out to his left. It's loose. The Texans.
Wow, let's go.
Penalty marker down.
And it's a face mask.
Face mask for the defense. Number 29.
The defense is brought out of position.
Bet the defensive
And an injury.
work this week.
We're again going to go man lock. Just cover 5, man lock. Press coverage.
Ball on their own 39. He gets the catch. And it looks like they'll mark it.
So basically, we're treating it like 3 down linemen, 1, 2, 3, and then 3 linebackers, with the linebacker kicked out over here and the other 2 linebackers here. So we want, instead of Aldridge, defense, we want Sharper there.
And welcome back.
Okay, and now they're sticking with it like that. So we're just going to stick with man lock.
Second and 10.
Kick to the left. Pinch the linebackers. Press coverage. And there's the pick. Ball don't lie. Ball don't lie. Force the fumble, and now ball don't lie, baby. Ball don't lie. Let's go. So again, just treating it like the 3 down linemen, the 2 linebackers like here, kicked over the tight end. What happens if they try to run this way? We've got the center covered up. We're going to cover up one of these guys, and we're basically going to allow, hopefully we're going to allow one linebacker and the other linebacker to flow that way. And can't we have Wong, 74 overall there? Yeah. No. Substitutions. We're going to treat the nickel as like this is an outside linebacker, so we actually want Sharper here and Wong here. So Sharper is like a middle linebacker, and it's an outside linebacker and an outside linebacker. That's kind of how we want to treat it. No, we really, I mean, in some ways, we kind of want to treat this like a linebacker. That the middle of that. And then, do we? Like, do we treat this like a linebacker, this like our middle, this like our other linebacker, and this like an outside linebacker? That could be. Reset that. Put whoever here. Put him here. No. Reset everything. We don't want to mess up the things too much. But if we put it like that, we put Hill here, Walker here, Payne here. If we put Sharper here and Wong here, and we're putting like Hill here, whatever, so that Posey can be here, that could be good. That could be good. Hill has 84 strength. Okay, that could be good. I kind of like that. All right, so we're going to go slot clear out.
Almost within their kicker's range. Dropping back. Throws over to his right.
Wow. We turn it over right after they turn it over. Just drop back and try to throw it inside. Try to throw it inside. I mean, yeah, the tight end is open. But I thought we were going to undercut and get it to Randy Moss. Okay, that's what happens. All right. When we see that, they're going to have the 2 receivers there. I know it's like there's a little bit of cheating effect, but really we have to do this kind of coverage so they follow along.
Melissa, thanks for the update. Sounds like he'll be back very soon. McAllister on the call, looking for blocking. Long with it.
All right, so what do we want to do? We really want Gary Walker here. So I think in the regular situation, I think we want defensive tackle. I'm going to take Walker out of the rotation. We want our left end to be Walker. And then we want our defensive tackles to be Payne and Hill. Right?
We'll go back to the play on the field.
I don't know how much that affects the depth chart substitutions of the nickel. It shouldn't really change anything at all.
And we go back to the game.
Man lock flip, kick over, kick like this. The alignment.
Sends a man in motion. Looking for an opening. Searching for
Let's
a
go.
Aldridge stops him at the 38. The
Now in real life, Foreman I think got the nod there. Foreman is younger. So let's go with Foreman here. Oh, where's Foreman playing? Oh, okay. So first step is, we'll say Foreman there. And then we'll say, no. We'll say Aldridge here. Then we'll say Aldridge here. Then we'll say Foreman. With Aldridge backing up Sharper and all of that. So Aldridge will back up everyone there. And then after those middle linebackers, then Jones? Yeah, I think that's it.
Let's get back to the action on the field.
They want to come out in like a big goal line stuff, so we'll just go man lock it.
So we need about 3 here. Number 98.
Nice stop. Nice stop. So that's treating like our nose, treating like our end. Good, treating like our other end. The down line, treating like an outside linebacker. Right. Like it. I like it.
Let's get back to the play on the field. 4th inches coming up. Ball on their own 41. Nolan lines up in the backfield for the punt. So he'll try to return this one.
I use sprint there. I admit it. I normally don't use sprint. I had some fun with that. Let's go with quick hit. I'm not going to try to force it to Randy, but we're going to watch that safety movement.
Quick drop. Carr sends the pass away. Mathis stops him at the 29-yard line.
Gameplay, custom game.
Back to the game.
Slot post.
Second and 5 coming up here. Ball on their own 29.
Just double goes with Bradford and Randy. Can we pitch it now? I do not like these runs to the right. 82 doesn't do his job. He's trying to block a safety. We're just not getting anything. You're killing us, dog. You're killing us. Let's go. Wide receiver drag. Last time we hit L. I'm not trying to force it to Randy and just be the Randy show, but you also want to get him the ball because you spend a lot of picks on it. He's a 99 overall. Drop back to throw. And I did pass lead left. And he has to jump around from behind to get it. And it's like, Paul, Randy's open. Just get him the ball. It's like also, you literally see them flow like this, flow over the top. My goal is to get the ball out here, catch it, and go up the sideline. Can't everyone get involved in the offense? Apparently not. Was it third possession? And Randy is like, so am I getting the football or not? What was the point of trading for me? Handing the ball off to a nobody and throwing the ball to like the third string receiver. I'm not getting targets here. So we're going to go with lightning. The boundary is like this.
The quarterback gets set with only one back behind him. Brooks throws to the middle, so he can't come up.
That's the old rule. If you get your hands on it, you got to catch it.
They're coming out with 3 wide receivers again. We're going to go with man lock. Press it. Kick it. Pinch the linebackers. Kick the linebackers. At least they have the same problems we do. So here by kicking to the side, Posey's now that outside edge rusher. Payne is the nose with Gary Walker in here, like the 3 down linemen. And then we also have Wong in here. This is what I wanted. And just everyone's in position to make a play. I like it a lot better. We know man QB spy.
They dug themselves into a hole here, a long third down situation. Ball on their own 22. Drops back. Steps up. He surveys the field. He loses it. The Texans.
Let's go. I literally called a quarterback spy, but I know that I need to cover McAllister because he's uncovered. And so I just, like, blindly off the screen, just know that he's going to be going deep. Like, especially out here, like, you can't even see what's on the screen. I just know that I read McAllister, and I'm like, I need to get out there, and at a certain point, I need to get up the field. Just from my experience of playing the game. Right? And when it's like this, it's like, okay, there's no one spying the quarterback because I took him out. So I'm glad to see the video game run with the quarterback. But I also know that no one is on McAllister. And if I'm not on McAllister, if I'm not physically here, he's just going down the field. So I'd rather have the quarterback run than throwing where it is. And now we see why. SE quick hit.
Ball on the 34-yard line. 4-man front this time. Changing the play now. Using motion. They'll go with the pass. He's looking. Throws over to his right. Great catch. Bellamy makes the play at the 7-yard line. He throws a perfect strike.
That was one heck of a throw. You can see it set before the pass. Then boom, it was gone.
First attempt, big play. Well, technically second attempt. I threw it to him and there was an interception before. But just the pressure. Guys falling down, no one. Just F it, Moss down there somewhere. And Moss going, yep, F it, I am down here somewhere.
Back to the play on the field. So it's first and goal. Hall sets up. They'll go with a pass. With the pass, he finds his man. He threw a great pass, and they get into the end zone.
The quarterback knew that he had to make that pass perfect, and he got the job done on that one.
Just stack him up as the X. And give him the ball. So ridiculous.
And we go back to the game. And it's up. The extra point attempt is good. And the coaching staff is happy after that drive. Touchdowns against this defense aren't easy to come by.
Big players make big plays, and that scores touchdowns. Give some credit to the linemen out there. They're the biggest guys in the field, and without them, no one gets into the end zone.
Stallworth is heading upfield.
This is where you want to be able to respond. But you also don't want to panic, because it's only the first quarter.
So they have first and 10 here. Ball on their own 28.
Who's not covered? McAllister again.
Packers lined up defensively. Brooks gives the ball off. Just one
Well, I
and he's brought
almost user tackled.
35. So let's take a look at how this back compares to the opposition. Second down and 3 to go. Ball on their own 35. Using motion. Dropping back. Rolling right.
Gary Walker, let's go.
Quarterback.
Yeah, he's the big time player that we need to try our best to get him involved. And I think having him play left end, just like he would eventually play in real life for them, is really good. And we're kicking our line here. And we're just using Hill as another, like, 3-4 defensive end. Right? Love it.
To the action on the field. So they face a 3rd and 8. The backs are lined up in an eye. Brooks with a man in motion. Throwing. And he finds
Glenn!
the 20.
Glenn, what are you doing, Glenn?
The defender was caught out of position on the sweep.
Sucks that there's an injury. And Walker goes to hit him again. I mean, yeah, there's not much you can cover when you're getting beat like that by Joe Horn, right? Joe Horn is doing his job, but Glenn also failing to tackle. And congratulations, it's Joe Horn being Joe Horn, baby.
The kick is up. The extra point attempt is good. And so the offense is able to drive the majority of the field and finish with a touchdown.
But that touchdown is a big reason why, with these Jets corners that we have, not to disrespect them, but like 91 speed and all that is nice, the 50-58 strength, like the 60-65 tackle, we really want to be playing cover 2, cover 5, not cover 3.
Back to the game. Go.
Not cover 1, not cover 3. We want to be a too high zone do I man defense.
He fields the kickoff cleanly. They'll head back onto the field looking to duplicate their last drive when they were able to get the ball into the end zone, basically through their passing game. It's 1st and 10. Only one man in the backfield. They'll go with a pass. Looking downfield. Hall throws it over the middle. He finds his man. And it looks like they'll mark it at the 44. The Saints grab the live ball.
Let's watch this. Is this a real fumble?
Yeah, they were right there to jump on the ball.
Is he hurt?
Thought he might challenge this one, and sure enough, it'll be reviewed.
The call on the field is questionable. They might decide that they made an incorrect call and
When does it come out? Maybe it comes out before the knee is down. Is Moss hurt too? I mean, I think it's a fumble, but...
After reviewing the play, no fumble occurred.
Ooh.
No timeout will be charged to the Texans.
He takes advantage of the option to challenge.
Now, is Moss hurt? It's also like, I'm running away from pressure that doesn't exist. I'm like scrambling to the right and left or whatever. It's just so ridiculous. This isn't exactly the play, Patriots versus Jets, but literally Moss starting on one side of the field and then going across the other side of the field and just dunking on everyone.
Back to the field. Let's go to Melissa.
Well, Al, it doesn't.
Jason says, did you also say you're working on Madden 06, NCAA 06? It's one thing I want to do, Jason. There's a lot of things I want to do. I like what we've accomplished in 03 here. One thing that I'm thinking about, Jason, is building a schedule, like in my copybook or whatever, and like having a rotation of games. For example, like having like an 03 game and then an 06 college game and a Madden 06 or Madden 06 game, and like do some recordings, maybe some NCAA 03, like 03 and 06 at the same time or whatever. There's a lot of things I would like to do. I hope my channel is interesting, like whatever I feel in the moment, but also it's nice to have a schedule. I want to look at 04 as well. 04 is a really fun game. There's so many good games here to play. And just, I'm thinking about the Texans are fun. 06, like an NCAA / Madden 06 combo is fun. Get some ESPN 2K5 in a rotation. And suddenly, if you've got like 5 games, you have like 1 game a week, Monday through Friday or whatever. You're uploading that in a rotation and you're getting people interested. It could be a way of getting things through. I don't want to abandon Madden 14, though I literally only played week 1 like months and months and months ago, so I functionally have abandoned it. I don't want to abandon it, but having rotations and keeping things from being dull is important.
So let's pick up the action.
So our play is Moss across the middle, Bradford angled out on a money route, and there it is. But you gotta give a good position there, David. The route is open. You're throwing it behind your guys, David.
So they're almost within their kicker's range. Ball on the 43-yard line. Only one man in the backfield. Dropping back, looking for an option. Gets to it. And this pass is it's a long pass play, and it goes for the touchdown.
Boy, that was one heck of a touchdown. Those two can't be stopped out there.
And so once again, a touchdown pass.
Yeah. I mean, are you surprised? Are you surprised at all? It's just what they did to us with Horn, basically. You get one-on-one with the guy, and you just throw the ball up there. And then Randy just does Randy things. Like, if I get this out of, like, Jabbar Gaffney or whatever, like, I'm sorry, Gaffney, like, no disrespect, you know, but, he did it with his eyes closed. Oh my god. Like, you want a screenshot here of today. It's like Moss with his eyes closed. Is that good enough? Keep it on the screen long enough just to keep it there so I can screenshot it while I'm at work. Moss with his eyes closed. You found, generally speaking, that the draft classes in the old NCAA are fascinating. Sometimes you get guys who went to the NFL in real life choose to stay in school or graduate. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's what we happened to have when I ran it as a test is Calvin Johnson stayed in school for another year.
Giving up such a quick score can demoralize the defense.
Like, I drafted, I think, Patrick Willis or whatever, and Calvin... I was like, where did Calvin Johnson go? And he wasn't there. And just so Archer didn't go to baseball, he was drafted. Okay, so let's just stick with things like two-man under and cover two and all that.
First and 10. Ball on their own 18. Number 12, under center. He'll use the spin. He's
Okay.
40. Williams. Stop.
I really need against a balanced formation to not have... I need to have the courage to send the formation like I want it to.
Back to the action on the field.
Cover two zone. Kick, kick.
On their own 44.
Flip.
Using motion.
Like that. I mean, we still got to make the tackles. Yeah. So, when they're like that and they're double stacked to one side, I've got to have the courage. Especially to treat this... yeah, I got to be able to treat it correctly, and it'll work. Man lock.
He's looking to pass. With the throw. Great catch.
Yeah, make them earn it.
This one will be spotted.
Have you played either version of Head Coach? I played both.
Back to the field.
I've talked about it before, Jason, on my channel, and I'm happy you asked. To keep it the most simple way is it is fantastic and awful at the same time. Because it gives you blue balls. In my experience, you work really hard, you do all kinds of work, practicing, managing your staff, your schedule, whatever it is you need to do. And when it's all said and done, everything is all said and done, you're sitting there watching computer mode of Madden play itself. I guess there's sliders that I didn't look into, maybe. But it's like, I can do that with this, but it feels more rewarding and not like a waste of my time. I don't know. I might look into it more. But there are also tiny things that bother me. Like, I'm a 49ers fan. And if I become the head coach of the 49ers, I can hire Mike Nolan to be my defensive coordinator right after taking his job. Whatever, it's silly. That's not important. Mike Singletary is a white guy. There's other things like that, too. There's a lot of, like, you know who this is. They paid for the licensing of the human being, and then they made them a different race. Like Mike Singletary, the legendary Hall of Fame middle linebacker, is some middle-aged white guy. And yeah, it gives you blue balls, especially the 360 version. Right? I read your comment. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's like, it's Madden 08. Like, you go through all of that work, and your payoff is the most ball-busting, horrible mess. And it's like, I think I have more fun setting up my sliders and my experience in Madden 03 or more 4 or whatever, and watching the gameplay than I do with head coach. Because so many of the menus and things you go through don't matter, though. They don't really matter at all. They're just time sinks. Like, they don't feel like doing them well helps you create a better football team. I've watched other people play, and it's just like, it's Madden with extra steps. It's like, I can run this franchise, like, here's my players, here's my team, here's my playbook, here's my sliding sets of whatever, let's go play the game and run it. Let's just let the computer play it. But it's like, here's all of that with extra unnecessary steps without a payoff. Like, you don't feel like, oh, my players are getting better and I was the good coach who was a tactician that helped build whatever. It's like, no, it's still just crappy AI Madden, if that makes sense. Yeah. I see the comments, Jason. Thank you so much, man. All right. Let's try more cover 2. Cover 2 zone.
Within their kicker's range. Ball on the 41-yard line. Now the throw. Gets set. He's looking to pass. Passing right. And this pass is
And there's a holding penalty. It's got to be holding, right? Okay, so we're just kind of looking at this. We have kicked out here. Nose tackle, all of that. Kicked over here. They're in a balanced situation here and here. They're not balanced in terms of the corners, though, versus the receivers. That's the problem. So they have 1, 2. Allegedly, we have 1, 2, 3 over, though. Allegedly. This is where these routes that go out here just kill us. They absolutely just murder us dead. Right? And then we have too many guys on this side. Like, we don't have a solution. Really, what it should be is coaching strategies, defensive audibles. Because man under, they don't travel. What I should have is cover 2, under 4, under man, cover 2, safe? No, safe leads them one-on-one, just like under 4 leads them one-on-one. I don't want to leave them on one-on-one. I don't really like that. Sam Blitz. Lightning, Sam Blitz. I don't know, man. I don't like leaving my corners one-on-one with Joe Horn or whatever, like there, like in the deep coverage. Well, we'll try it.
And welcome back.
We're going to try Sam Blitz.
Ball at midfield.
Just leave someone uncovered.
Use motion. McAllister looking for room with the carry. He was looking to take it outside.
And then it says, there are things that I like and things that I can't stand. The computer AI were more intuitive. It would be far better. Yeah, I just remember trying to do things like running screens and all that, and the computer was just like, I don't know what to do. I'm going to get sacked or throw an interception. And it's like with like Tom Brady, because I like the Patriots. I like the screen plays that they were running and all that in real life. Getting the guys in space and all that. And it was just like, even with his awareness and running them in practice and trying to become masters at the play, and it was just still trash. I'm like, you can't even run a screen? That's not the reason to quit playing the game, but still, it's really frustrating.
Second and long coming up here. Ball on their own 48. Using motion.
Wow, he got by everyone. Like, you saw it coming. I don't care about being covered by a linebacker or not. What are you doing? Now, I know they're terrible safeties. I don't know if a good safety would make a difference. Like, we're just going to chalk it up to having trash safeties for right now.
They're down inside the 10. The Saints line up with 3 wide receivers. Man in motion. He's looking upfield. And he's tackled at the 4.
You know what? You wear down a defense with this kind of running game.
Strong safety blitz. It's just one-on-ones outside.
And it looks like an offset off. Sloan comes in motion. Drops back. Steps up. Number 12. Throws. Stalwart. Can't come up with it on that attempt. So the pass falls incomplete in the end zone.
Double Z.
And this is the 7th play of this drive. Number 12 sends a man in motion. Back to pass. Throws over to his right.
Good job.
And a great throw for the touchdown.
Yeah, he threw that where only the receiver could get it.
Oh, I think Aaron Brooks got hurt, right?
And it's up. And the extra point is good. And so they turn that drive into a great one as it ends with a touchdown.
The more touchdown drives, the better. Now they'll go back to the sidelines and see why they were able to beat the defense for 6. And they'll try and repeat those results the next time they get the ball.
The returner will head upfield. And we'll see if they can move the ball as well through the air this time as they did after scoring a touchdown on their last possession. So they have 1st and 10 here. Ball on their own 18.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Step up. Launch the ball to Randy Moss.
Moss.
And he isn't able to get it.
On that pass attempt. At the end of the first quarter, we're all even. New Orleans, 14. Houston, 14.
Double hitches.
Dropping back. Looking downfield. Hard.
Wow, he got hit as he threw.
Bradford was the
Because we have no protection. Just step up. Yeah, everyone's just on the ground. And another case where you should have just dropped back and thrown it straight to Moss.
And we go back to the game. Third and 10 coming up. Ball on their own 18. Looking to throw. Tosses it right. Moss was the intended target.
And I'm just going to throw the ball up because I don't care. And we've just playing around with Moss.
Is to throw it accurately when there's a big old defensive player in your face.
Yeah, we're just going to throw it up to Moss and like quit playing because we're just messing around anyway. It's 1 a.m. I really need to go to sleep.
Nickelback in this time.
And then pass laid down.
It was tipped.
And hey, it's not an auto completion. They're not considering that pass interference, and I'm not begging for the flag or anything. But yeah, Moss is like a cheat code. And we're not trying to save or take it seriously. What does the season look like? What does a David Carr to Randy Moss season look like? David Carr gets up by 2 points. Allen is out for the season. Great. Jabbar Gaffney gets better. Coaching options 3-4. Go to 4-3. Roster. Depth chart. Gaffney. Let Gaffney play. Out for season. Injured reserve. Out for season. Injured reserve. Yeah. Roster's full even though we put guys on injured reserve? That's weird. That shouldn't be a thing. Whatever. Loss in the game that we actually win. We rip off 2 wins. A loss. We're 2-2. 3 wins with Randy Moss. 3 wins is what we got the first year. 4 wins is what they got in real life. 5 wins, we're doing better because we have Randy Moss. 6 wins. 7 wins. 8 wins. Is that 9 wins? 8 or 9 wins? 8 wins. We're an 8-win team instead of a 3-win team because we have Randy Moss. And again, it makes sense. You've got a top player. Injury report, those are the only ones that are completely gone. Play week. We make it to the playoffs in our very first year. Stat book. David Carr, 21-20. 38 sacks instead of 79 or whatever number it was. Jonathan Wells, 1,200-yard rusher. Randy Moss. Not his best season, but better than the real-life season the previous year, huh? Interesting. With an inferior team. And we lose in the first round, so we are not able to beat the Browns. And we weren't able to see the game because I simmed past it to the next week. Steelers at 34-0 blank the Patriots. There you go, Denny. Steelers go Super Bowl? Steelers go Super Bowl. Pennsylvania Super Bowl. Eagles beat Steelers in Super Bowl. Steelers don't win Super Bowl. Okay, you advance. All right, holding out. He's got a 2-year deal. Okay, now you're not holding out anymore. Randy Moss has a 4-year deal with us. That's interesting. We traded 1, 2, and 3 to get 4 and 5 back, so we'll have 2 4s and 2 5s with 6 and 7. What are we going to do? Like, in terms of number of picks, number of selections, we lose our first rounder. There's the location. But by giving up 2 and 3, we're swapping 2 and 3 for their 4 and 5, if I remember correctly. League news, draft info, order. Yeah, 2 4s, 2 5s. So we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 picks. So we're down 1 pick, and then we're losing quality of picks. So what did we lose out on? Remember, we were down here, so Minnesota. Where did Minnesota pick? This has to be our pick, right? Or Minnesota has 2 picks, right? Considering we're in the playoffs, that means Minnesota must have been here. So they got a 71 overall wide receiver. And a 70 wide receiver. So even if we didn't select there, are we really missing anything? Which would you rather have? Would you rather have Randy Moss or a 70 or 69 overall wide receiver? Or a 70 overall wide receiver? Which would you rather have? Alright, draft summary. Second round. Now remember, we're trading draft positions. We've got some 4s and some 5s in exchange for what we did. So we're not really losing this pick. We're just taking later. They have drafted 3 receivers? A 71, a 70, and a 70? Like, I mean, God, it feels like we just won the pick alone just because of what they're throwing in the trash. Right? Third round. And a middle linebacker. So a bunch of wide receivers and a middle linebacker and guys who are like in the 60s and 70s overall versus Randy Moss. So now on the board, we like kind of suck at almost everything. But all available. Good interview, good interview. 6'4", 263. Right. Above average, above average. Then we start looking at the linebacker positions as well. Above average with great tackling, good with great, good with great. Above average, good. Great, good. Great tackling, good with better bench. Good above average. Good above average. Hard to say. This guy has a lot more bench reps. Well, just 3 more bench reps, but more bench reps. This guy's more athletic. And then there's the running backs. And we have Minnesota's number 6 pick. Huh. So it's Clinton and Littman. Clinton and Littman. Time to kidnap the host? Exactly, babe. So I'm going Spoto. And I want to find out what Littman is. There's the speed, but I don't trust the speed of these players. So I'm going to go Littman. And so we got a 67 overall. And I don't think we missed anything. And we got a 70 overall running back. And the other running back wasn't taken. And now he was. And great interview, whatever. Defensive tackle, sure, whatever. And let's go with the safety or the corner. Let's just get the corner. And where was the other halfback taken? Clinton, he's a 70 overall running back. So I think we're fine. We got a 68 defensive tackle, which is in line with everyone else. And we got a corner, which is, again, everyone's just kind of generally in line. I don't see anything that sticks out to me that we specifically lost out on. Right? We went with a 68 defensive tackle versus 66s and 67s. Like, we got a good... And then there was another 68 D tackle. Like, no one else is sticking out as like, oh my god, you missed that guy. 64 corner. 65 corner. Right? 62 corner if we picked a different guy. There's a 69 middle linebacker, but we already took a middle linebacker. Right? So, simulate the rest. Right? Sign draft picks. So, that's the point. The 4th and 5th rounders. We got Spoto, and we got the defensive tackle. So, instead of getting like 70 overall wide receivers, we lose like about 3 points in overall, 2 points in overall. And we get middle linebackers and defensive tackles. Right? 85 strength guy, 76 awareness. Tackles, like, they're pretty good tackles. I think I'm pretty good at picking these players, right? Of the choices that we have. I went with the power back. Right? Okay, he's not as power backy as I wanted him to be. But, yeah. I think if we're just shooting from the hip here, without scouting too hard, which would you rather have? The 1st and 2nd round picks that we saw? Or this draft and Randy Moss? I don't see the value in not doing it, right? Management sign it, the computer will sign them. Not like it matters, so just say yes. I know, baby, you want me to go to bed. I'm doing it. Right now, I'm shutting all this stuff down. I'm just finalizing, looking at our team. Come on. Start new season. Schedule advance past it. And you look at view roster in the NFL. And there's like Terrell Owens. Right? View roster. '49ers. Give me Owens. Ooh, they don't want to do it. Let's go. Ooh, let's go. What? 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 David Carr goes up to an 86. What? The defensive tackle rookie. What more do you want? 23-21. Okay, it was a close game. A victory. 2 victories. A loss. Okay, so we're 2 wins and 3. 3 wins. 4 wins, but that's not good. Lots of losses. We're not even going to finish. We literally improved our team with like double star weapons. Were there injuries? Were there injuries? Derek Carr out. Okay, probably for a long time. Stat book. We got Jason Garrett. So maybe lost some weeks. A pair of 1,000-yard receivers. Wow, that's rough. Well, I don't know what more we want, folks. I think we just proved a lot. Wife's calling me to bed. She's very patient. That's a lot to chew on for next time. And I'll see you for that next time.